I often wonder what we are going to leave behind. What will humanity look like when it is only something to be found and not something that still is? I can hope there is something to take after us, but it's not like there's no reason to think there would be nothing left to do so. Then, perhaps it's better if we looked outward. What would we leave behind for those among the stars to find us? However, even that asks a muddied question that requires us to imagine an end. So what if instead we got ahead of the ball and simply told the universe what we think we are?
2, 1, we have ignition.
In the summer of 1977, we launched the Voyager probes to gather as much data about our neighbors in this solar system as we could. It was a time of celestial significance, as there was a window that would allow us to visit multiple planets in the outer orbits with a single probe. And while Voyager 1 made its journey to Jupiter and Saturn, Voyager 2 was able to extend that journey to Neptune as well. We got much useful data, but we also received what are likely some of the world's most expensive photos ever taken. And in my opinion, they were worth every penny. But these were always going to be one-way trips. Each probe would continue its trek, eventually escaping the magnetic field of our sun to drift endlessly. With that in mind, we had an idea. A committee chaired by Cornell University's Carl Sagan was to curate and manufacture golden records that would be our message to the universe. 115 photos, greetings in 55 languages, speeches, sounds of nature, depictions of animals, astronomical maps, diagrams, scientific and mathematic proofs, all included in some form. The goal was to tell our story, what it was like to be on Earth, to be human, with all the variety that had to offer. Various cultures, ways of life, and historical events were all cataloged for us to share. A selection of music was also included. They are records after all. Everything from classical to jazz to rock. A variety that caused some to critically call the selection adolescent, to which Sagan replied, "There are a lot of adolescents on the planet." To the makers of music, all worlds, all times, hand-etched on the discs themselves, sums it up nicely. I think the result is an admirable representation of what we were and what we had to offer. Here we are years later though, and there is so much more I wish we could have added. It feels like a lot of history has been made in just these past 40 years, and that's to say nothing of our arts, perhaps our most pure form of representation. We make a lot more than just music these days. This idea also intrigued Chariot Rider on YouTube. They wondered what video game would be best put on the record. And luckily they didn't have to wonder alone. 21 other essayists threw their hat into the ring and gave their own take on not only what game would be best, but also why. There were a lot of great entries, each trying to cover different interpretations of the assignment. Would the best game be one that best represented the medium, its interactive nature and broad possibility space accessed through play? Would it be one that said something about us, told our history, our struggles and our triumphs? Or maybe it's a game that tries to honestly represent us, as not only creatures curious and creative enough to launch a probe into the vast expanse of space, but also flawed beings capable of hurt and pain. If you're here now, it should be obvious my choice would be Super Mario Maker. I think it incorporates a lot of the possible angles to approach this task, and does a lot more in the process. If the goal is raw mechanical interaction and innovation, there are few better faces than Mario's. If you want to show what we're capable of, there is no better metric. By presenting Mario Maker, you are not only showing the amazing things we've done in that game, but also the tools and limitations we were working with. Someone who has never touched a game could push and pull at the elements provided and compare that to the technical mastery many of its current players have demonstrated, and easily understand what it would mean to be at their level. But more than all that, I think the game best represents us as a people better than most any piece of art out there. As a tool, it's great, but as a game, it's useless without the levels we have provided it. Everyone that has Mario Maker can share a little piece of how their mind works. The game sets the expectations, and our creativity plays with them. This can lead to levels that wordlessly tell a joke better than the most eloquent comedian on Earth. It also shows our desire to make people laugh, and more importantly, our capacity to create pain. You see, we have a fascination with things that break our common conceptions of how the world works. We love subverting expectations because it's exhilarating and surprising. It's funny. Mario Maker facilitates this like no other game. Just as someone can be awed by a masterfully crafted level, so too can they be surprised by one that breaks from how the game is naturally structured. If a person's most common state is that of relative comfort, then would it not track that pain is also a kind of subversion? Anyone that has picked up the game can tell you that pain is certainly possible in Mario Maker, but less would tell you it's a desirable trait. Well, what if I told you there's a whole side to this game that not only creates subversions and pain regularly, but evolves it until it is the main form of interaction that the player is involved in? It's a concept totally transformed by Mario Maker over the course of its history, so let us start back at the beginning. I'm Rye Royal, and let's get on with it. The Troll, or just trolling, gets its meaning from a combination of the name of the Norse monster and common hunting jargon mostly involved in fishing. While the root is still there, the meaning unsurprisingly changed once adopted by the internet in the early 90s. Generally meaning the act of putting intentionally insensitive or contentious media or comments out onto public forums to anger or frustrate someone, often with the goal of getting the other person to retaliate. Its fishing roots are present because both still have very much to do with bait. Based on my description, it seems like a cruel thing, but it can be done in tones light enough to be genuinely jovial. Pranks among friends or groans elicited from puns and dad jokes are what I would call results of trolling. However, there is cruelty. Some play so loose with the definition and the lack of consequences provided by the internet that trolling to some can mean being subjected to various forms of hate speech and cyberbullying. Things entering the realm of actual danger just because the person partaking likely doesn't believe or care about what they're doing and saying. It's all about the reaction, real damage be damned. Trolling is a hard thing to talk about with people because a person's feelings on it will depend on how they've interacted with it. I think it goes without saying that we won't be delving into the actual dangerous territory, but I feel it's important to mention because that incredibly wide spectrum is present wherever trolling is applicable, including Mario Maker. So the question becomes, how does trolling happen in something like a game? In my examples, trolling is largely spoken, a thing said to get a reaction out of another person. It feels a lot more direct, a troll acting upon a victim. However, games are explicitly interactive things. They need players. And for our purposes, the player is the victim. In order for a troll to work in a game, the player must be willing to act in some way. Trolls are traps. Left to that definition, it's not hard to understand why a lot of games have trolls embedded in them. Leaving a trap for the player adds a layer of challenge and an element of surprise that is going to engage the player farther. They don't even have to be bad things, that's where that range comes up again. Something as simple as the hidden 1-up in 1-1 is a kind of troll because it's an element imperceptible to the player that altered the way they were moving. There isn't even a punishment here, in fact it's a reward, but it's a moment of expectations being broken, making the player surprised. It's a fairly soft example to be fair, but harder examples of troll design are littered all over our games. It's rarely the focus, however. Being used sparingly is often one of the most effective ways to use trolling, which is why Mario Maker is so interesting to me because it makes that subtle element the focus. Why it works deserves study, so that is what I've done. Revealed during E3 of 2014, much press was given to Super Mario Maker prior to its September 11, 2015 launch. It was a near-perfect storm for the game. Its launch platform, the Wii U, was in a rough spot on the market, but was overall beloved by those that had one. It seemed like an awkward addition to Nintendo's console lineup, but with the release of Mario Maker, that all seemingly fell away for a bit. The Wii U was built for Super Mario Maker, and it felt like the whole of the internet agreed. Super Mario Maker was a level editing tool designed to make Mario levels. I know, I never would have guessed based on the title. Using the gamepad, the player could drag and drop dozens of elements lifted directly from Mario's other ventures into a level of their own. Along with the base course elements, most could be modified to alter how they moved and were used. Other elements, mostly enemies, could be stacked and combined for odd effects to their behavior. Levels could be designed in the style of one of 4 Mario games. The original NES Super Mario Bros., its sequel Super Mario Bros. 3, the SNES Super Mario World, and the new Super Mario Bros. Style, which was most closely modeled after the Wii U release. I say styled, but really each of these changed up how the levels played out. The levels you designed could be near seamlessly changed between the styles depending on what you felt like was going to work best for you. The different styles changed up the elements a little, but the big change was to Mario himself, with each game giving him a different kit of movement options to pull from. A brief overview of those. SMB was the most limited, with just running and jumping. SMB3 added item holding. The ability to hold shells and switches could really change how you designed a level. SMW blew the doors off of options. Holding and throwing items is more advanced, and this is the only style that allows the player to throw an object up. This was also the game that added the spin jump, a second kind of jump that is lower but can allow Mario to jump on some things that were hazardous to him previously. NSMB, or New Soup as many dubbed it, retained a lot of SMW's kit but changed how it worked. For example, if already in the air, pressing the spin jump button could make Mario twirl, which was functionally an air stall, giving him more time to do precarious platforming and making the distance Mario can cover quite a bit farther. The wall jump was also added, giving Mario even more vertical options. Aside from basic additions, it can't be understated just how much the movement changed between game styles. They were trying to capture how the original games felt to play. They weren't perfect recreations, but they more closely resembled how you might remember the games playing. The SMB style feels slow and deliberate, but it's still a far cry from just how sluggish the original was. On the flip side, the SMW was fast and expressive, but was actually a lot more restrained than the original, which had ridiculous air control. I mention all this because it's important to know just how different levels of different styles could be. There are so many possibilities, and the internet was aflame trying to bring those possibilities to light. When Mario Maker launched, it was very new territory for the internet. It's almost hard to remember because it feels like everything I interact with now is from the last 5 years or so, but Mario Maker was big. Let's Plays and level showcases were common. It felt like within the first year, everyone who had ever done gameplay content had some ongoing series involving Mario Maker. Early levels tended to lean more gimmicky, an exploration of one mechanic or theme. There were some excellent recreations of other platforming levels now with the Mario flair. The joy was in doing things Mario had never done before, or never could do under Nintendo's watch. But the thing that made it a phenomenon was the passing of levels between one another to watch. Despite being a level editor, you wouldn't see much content about the actual creation of levels. Content was almost entirely about the playthroughs of levels themselves. Personally, I remember watching the Game Grumps and Peanut Butter Gamers Let's Plays, and you would kind of see an overlap of what was popular. Game Grumps were a standout though, because there has always been an understanding within their community and the Grumps themselves that frustration is fun to watch. This was especially perfect because they had their own dispenser of frustration. Rubber Ross. Ross would make exceptionally hard levels that often had a host of bad design elements that actively worked against the player.
I don't want your fucking cheaty ass fucking secret that you probably haven't even beaten this stage yet. Cause you add your little fucking bullshit doors that you go in. Stupid! It's stupid. 2015 Aaron Hansen. It's stupid.
I honestly haven't gone too deep into his levels. He is a big name, but his significance comes from his early relevancy and the type of level he represented. Ask anyone now what kind of levels Ross made back in the day, and they will say he made super expert levels. Mario Maker is not just a level creation tool, and to be a player of the game, you don't need a ton of friends constantly making new levels so you have something to play. It is a platform for Mario levels. It may seem obvious to those who have the game, but a significant amount of players will never touch the level creator. That's because Mario Maker has ways to play any level uploaded to its database. You can enter any unique level code to find a specific level, or in the sequel you can search through various tags. The search function is borderline embarrassing, and the overall interface for browsing levels was a mess. I think this is because Nintendo thought players were going to find levels through the challenge modes. The most robust mode outside of the level editor is the challenge mode. In the first game, it was 100-man challenge. Given so many lives, could you beat a set amount of levels? In Mario Maker 2, it is the endless challenge, again given so many lives, but with no limit on clearable levels, in an effort to beat a high score. These modes would select random levels across the world, and because of the strict stipulations on what is required to upload them in the first place, it is all but guaranteed to be beatable. What might be sticking out to you, though, is the major distinction between these modes. Difficulty. Not all levels are created equal. There is a wide range of intent when it comes to difficulty in these levels. Some people want to make the hardest level there is, and others have no interest in difficulty at all. To try and give the players an idea of what they were heading into, Nintendo categorized these levels into 3 difficulties, which quickly became 4 after a patch in 2016. What determines a level's difficulty is technically unknown, but we know some of the stats that go into it based on this video from Raisefire. All of the following contribute. How many attempts it took the creator to beat their own level, and the average clear time seem to be a factor with a higher difficulty relating to higher playtimes and world records. The most obvious factor is the clear rate, a fraction found by taking the amount of level clears over the amount of deaths. This is the most visible stat, to the point that most players probably assumed it was a 1-to-1 ratio to difficulty. There is a pretty solid average to the difficulties, but there is no hard limit on clear rate for difficulties. Unique clears also get weighed into this while being invisible to those just looking at the clear rate. But to give you an idea, the easy difficulty has an average clear rate of 64%, with it being the only difficulty to commonly see 100% unfailed levels. Normal with 24%, and expert at 6.5. The last category is super expert, with a global average of just 1%. Unlike the other difficulties, there is no upper limit on any of the known variables calculating its difficulties. Many levels have a 0% clear rate so long as they have had attempts. There is no limit on time before falling into another category, and there is no limit on failure. There are outliers, but it's fair to say that it's the hardest of the hard. In the early days of Super Mario Maker, Super Expert wasn't really known for its difficulty, though. It was more commonly known as your one-stop shop for hot garbage. Yes, it was difficult, but Super Expert levels tended to get this difficulty in ways that were more dishonest than your typical Mario level. The hardest levels in a classic Mario game will have a lot of elements there to kill the player, but the intentionality is very high. Obstacles needed to be placed in a way that promotes risky and skillful play, but is also readable and a natural progression of what was seen before. Or take something like Kaizo, fan ROMs of Mario games containing levels many orders of magnitude harder than even the hardest Nintendo-made Mario level. Even there, the difficulty often comes from precise spacing and perfect timing. A vast majority of Super Expert levels relied on tactics that circumnavigated skill in favor of tricks or traps only those that put them there could properly avoid. It is this type of trickery that prompted many to label these bad-faced super expert levels troll levels. That is why we start here. Troll levels, as we will come to know them, pull from a lot of different origins, but in the beginning of Mario Maker, troll levels, super expert levels, and hot garbage levels were all synonymous. It is also here where I must take a moment to introduce our subject. We're now at a point where I can show off a lot more of what the game actually has to offer, but I need a player to do so. Ideally, I would look at all the possible perspectives I could find and analyze each of their playstyles to see how different people interacted with different levels. But ultimately, this wouldn't help because that kind of data collection would kill me, resulting in no final product at all. Instead, I wanted to go with a single player.
This is not a good level to warm up on. Okay, don't twirl, don't twirl.
There are so many amazing content creators out there, some with whole lives revolving around this game. But realistically, I could only choose one. I would need someone who's been around since the beginning of the game. This is important because a lot of levels I want to cover are quite old, and many of them are lost to time and Nintendo moderation. They would need to be skilled enough to navigate the legitimate challenge, yet gullible and curious enough to spring the traps more often than not. They should have experience making levels too, so I can understand and showcase how these levels work from behind the scenes. They would need a wide range, being open to playing all types of Mario Maker levels. Trolling is the subject, but influence and understanding comes from all level genres. And finally, they need to have a close history with trolling as it solidifies into a genre and becomes something unique. Regardless of subject, I'll be covering many key players in this history, but to have one with close ties to the genre would be a massive help. With all that in mind, there was really only one person I could go with.
Yeah, I'd read Sonic fanfic in chat.
Enter Carl Sagan 42, a longtime streamer of Mario Maker and skilled Mario player all around. And much like that other Carl, a dedicated scientist by day. Though the field of study happens to be on opposite ends in terms of scale. More reasons for choosing Carl for this project will become clearer as we go on, but I want to make it known that I'm also a fan. I've been following and watching since shortly after Mario Maker's launch. Objectivity is for suckers, but knowing where your subjectivity comes from is not. So no, I have a bit of a fanatical lens I'm pushing through while researching. While this bias isn't ideal, my history with Carl made this project possible. Starting from scratch wouldn't have been feasible, but because I've been watching so long, I had a general idea on how I would approach the topic. And while that idea was there, I did review all the footage I could get from Carl. The problem is, this leads to a very Carl-centric timeline. The data I have is solid, and I believe the timeline is firm despite this, but I couldn't go on without giving this disclaimer. Carl was kind enough to permit me to use his footage, which by extension will contain editing from Day of the Lizard on YouTube, basically whenever it is just Carl on screen. Thank you both. And with that, we can move on. So, the next question is, why is Super Expert like this? I think there are three main reasons. The first one, I already hinted at. Creators like Rubber Ross were showing the world that these weren't your wholesome daddy Nintendo levels. We can make levels however we want, even if it means frustrating our friends to no end. There is no such thing as the game stopping you in the editor and telling you, no, that's a dirty trick, you can't do that. And that aspect alone was mind-blowing to a lot of us. It felt like we were getting away with something, even if the mechanics practically egged us on. Among the many things Mario is designed to do, he is designed to die, and that is a power we now had over him. The next is not as menacing. See, this trickster god level of freedom was new to almost everybody. but the Kaizo community had known this for years, and new players were finally getting to see what that meant. Mario can be hard, and more so, hard Mario gameplay can be thrilling. Perhaps even more popular than the antics of those like Ross were those who had been contained by traditional Mario's skill ceiling for decades finally getting to show off what it meant to play Mario at the peak of precision. Mario games have always been mechanically capable of more than the level design allowed. There have been communities that have known this for literal decades now coming into the spotlight. Of course, you had those who had always loved the games now coming to a new thing with years of experience, finding they could now make levels that really challenged them. But you also had these communities come into the game. You had the speedrunning community and nearly the full force of the Kaizo community from 4 exceptionally popular games coming to this one to show off their stuff. And because the boom the game was having, their stuff got seen. It wasn't just players either. ROM hack creators got some serious attention in early Mario Maker. The first that comes to mind is Pangea Panga, a ROM hacker that had been releasing SMW ROM hacks throughout the early aughts. He was making Super Mario Maker's hardest levels as early as November of 2015. He had a whole series of Kaizo levels with Pit of Panga, many of which went viral. Not only was there a supply of amazing players coming to the game, but those with level design experience. With so many new creators seeing these extremely hard levels reach viral status so quickly, the trend of everyone trying to make the next hardest level started. I am not nearly as well versed in Kaizo history, but it felt like the beginning of Super Mario Maker was a new chapter for the community. The goal seemed to be achieving new levels of difficulty given the new set of tools. But this isn't a Kaizo documentary. Their history far outstretches Mario Maker, and it will outlive Mario Maker in the long run. So, you had these trickster frustration levels, and you had a rush to make the hardest levels, both comfortably in Super Expert. What was the last component then? Well, it's you, the person watching this. It's all your fault. The massive volume of new people making levels, or to be more specific, their skill was the issue. Everyone who bought Mario Maker could make levels, and just about everyone did. But it takes real skill to make a good level. So this last component is the glue that binds all potential problems with Super Expert courses. And that is the vast majority of level creators had never designed a level before. And they were really bad at it. When I've watched people talk about game design or level design, it is commonly through the lens of what good, experienced level designers learned from each other. Level design in Mario Maker was a completely different beast. Everyone more or less started at zero. There were a lot of Mario games to give a base understanding of what a Mario level looked like, but even studying all the Mario levels doesn't help you become a better designer if you're not doing it yourself. A bit of a spoiler for the rest of this video, but I've gone through literally hundreds of troll levels, but I have very limited experience actually making them. I assure you, I understand them, and I think I perhaps have the best perspective on their history, but I doubt I could make even a moderately enjoyable level. Based off my first attempt, I doubt I can make even a playable level. So imagine how the early player base was. Everyone had the tools, and some even had the knowledge of other Mario levels, but almost no one had the real experience. So, how does a new creator make a level? Well, that question is different now than it was then. These days, there are a lot of resources that can help new creators avoid some of the pitfalls we are going to talk about. Level design is a more popular topic on YouTube, and many successful content creators have guides and Discord servers dedicated to helping new creators make something good. You could even argue Mario Maker 2 better tutorializes the level making process in general, but really the most both games do is get players accustomed to what each element could do. Back in the beginning, and even much of what happens today, is that new creators will try and figure things out for themselves. This leads to a few different methods of level design. The most blatant is copying. Copying is as taboo as it is unavoidable. New creators will often want to emulate what they've seen elsewhere. In Mario Maker 1, it was actually quite easy to find a level you liked, download it, and study it in the editor. This led to a lot of direct, one-to-one copies trying to claim credit for other people's work. It's not hard to understand why this is upsetting. Even Nintendo must have thought this was a serious problem because the feature to edit downloaded courses was removed in Mario Maker 2. However, I'm actually going to pose a bit of a defense for copying. As a learning tool, making a level that you already know is good with your own hands really does teach you a lot about the level making process. I would also argue making one-to-one copies was not most people's intent. Don't get me wrong, plenty of people just wanted to steal credit, but even more saw a cool level but wanted to change a few things they thought would make it better or add twists that would make it unique. I know this is the case because outside of Super Expert, there is one level that just won't stop showing up. Super Mario Bros. 1-1 template? Does anyone have a pixel grid template for World 1-1? I'd like to create a level based on it. This will surely be a unique experience showcasing sublime craftsmanship and vision. First, a quick analysis of 1-1. One of the defining features of 1-1 was its use of verticality, with Mario having to jump up and down. 1-1 is the most well-known level in gaming, and by extension, the most overanalyzed and most copied. Adding a twist to an already existing level, even if it's small, is a step to making a real original level. So while I understand the fear of one-to-one copies, and I wouldn't condone anyone just seeking the credit for ideas, I feel like Mario Maker as a whole is better off not worrying about it. Similar to copying is adaptation, taking a level or game idea and adapting it to Mario Maker. I would say a lot of the 1-1 clones fall into this category, but also the 1-1 but made in Super Mario World theme is more of an accurate comparison. I think the tactic most common to Super Expert was the gimmick, one idea that spans the whole level done over and over again. The very first Super Expert level I saw was a gimmick level, Bouncy Cage of Death Hard, a title as brilliant as it is mysterious. But let's double back to the three core elements of Super Expert. Honestly, if you take the first two elements alone, I don't think Super Expert would have the reputation it did. Frustrating levels were annoying to come across, but the concept has merit and is harmless enough amongst willing participants. And Super Expert suggests the hardest of the hard, so finding Kaizo levels would at least be fitting. The lack of skill is what made Super Expert so notorious. A truly hard level can be hard for a variety of reasons. Tricky platforming, precise timing, and high-skill tricks may go into your average Kaizo level, but there are less genuine ways to make a level hard. The illusion of difficulty is easy to pull off. What are some of the first things any idiot just picking up the game might do to make a level hard? These tactics are the progenitor trolls. Unrefined and crude, but absolutely traps that will kill unsuspecting players. Hanging thwomps just far enough off screen so they can be triggered but not seen is a classic. Almost as classic as having an entire line of them. Killing the player as soon as possible at the beginning of a level, giving them no time to process what is even going on, grants some cheap kills. Enemies and death in just about every crevice that one could be put. Question mark blocks are typically power-ups and coins in traditional Mario, but now are exclusively homes for enemies. Pipes have the ability to dispense enemies, so they will. Hidden blocks in general will be put to their worst possible uses. If the player is likely to hit one, then make sure it has an enemy. If they weren't, make sure it had an item that would make progress easier. How about a door with the added arrows trying so hard to draw the player in? Of course, this door just kills you. Oftentimes, the player could even see the destination before they even enter the door. I say idiot, but it really is just the inexperience. I have already exposed my fondness for Carl, and I think it will be obvious when talking about his later levels, but his first level is some of the most garbagey hot trash of bad level design there is. Trust Issues by Carl Sagan 42 shows how just about everyone inexperienced in level design started. This level was made days after the game's release, and like a primal urge, So many of these early trolls can be seen here. Right away we have off-screen thwomps, falling enemies, and hidden blocks all present before the player even scrolls the screen. It's not just killing the player, it's manipulating their expectations. Fake hints reveal one thing to the player only for the opposite to be true. Having a power-up gently flow into a pit creates a sense of urgency, so the player will want to grab it, only to find that they're completely trapped if they do. This example is by all means a terrible trap, but it doesn't matter. At this point, the masses have seldom seen Mario levels not made by Nintendo themselves, and traps like this were simply not a thing in traditional Mario levels. There is a general sense of misdirection, as the most natural and obvious paths are just dead ends to kill the player. Misdirection and pointlessness was somewhat of a defining factor of Super Expert. Some levels were less about navigating a series of challenges, but finding which path was actually necessary to beat the level. This early on, there was really only one mentality to troll design, which was the anti-traditional level. If something was expected or common in what was found in a traditional Mario level, do the opposite. This was an exciting prospect for players. Completely breaking Mario's rules felt like getting away with something, but there were no cops to stop you. The problem is, a lot of people consider traditional Mario level design pretty good, so doing the opposite of that would make a level less good. Not to mention this design philosophy was predictable. It doesn't matter how green you are, it's only going to take one or two troll doors to make you realize perhaps you shouldn't be going indoors anymore. And if this unspoken philosophy is simultaneously developed by everyone trying to make a subversive level, that 1 to 2 doors carries over to hundreds of levels. 1 or 2 instances becomes hundreds that all play out the same predictable way. A lot of the individual trolls are really just tropes that will stay consistent. We will see some evolve, but none of them were very developed at this point. There was one troll, however, that came with its own history and development. Kaizo blocks. Kaizo blocks are the original Mario troll. In-game, they are just invisible or hidden blocks that are activated when Mario jumps into them. The name comes from their implementation, and their implementation comes from ROM hacks, specifically Kaizo Mario World. I'm not going to go too deep because Kaizo was a very different ballgame, and if there was ever one trap to get written about before this point, it is the Kaizo block. The gist is, if the level designer knows where the player is going to jump, they can place a hidden block, which will cut their jump short, making them fail. Because they are hidden, they can be a surprise to the player, suddenly realizing the jump they thought was safe was actually deadly. More often in Kaizo, it's used as a player limitation. Placing a Kaizo block means the player has to jump in a very specific way to avoid triggering it. In the realm of super expert trolling, it was already behind the curve. You had the traditional Kaizo placement leading to failed jumps, but in super expert it was rarely to get the player to perform in a precise way, and simply an extra step in every jump's process. Now, instead of just jumping over a pit, you had to stop at the edge, hit the Kaizo, jump on top of that Kaizo block, check for more Kaizo blocks, and repeat until you could make this jump safely. It wasn't clever because, again, it was predictable. It was just annoying. But it didn't have to be. Kaizo blocks may be one of the oldest trolls, but they handily outlived many other trolls, especially from this era. But the troll meta was just not there yet. Meta is the game beyond the game. Players have expectations for what the level will do, and the designer has expectations for what the players will do. The meta is what is being done currently. If a lot of level designers are doing the same thing, it becomes the meta. What is interesting about the early Mario Maker meta is it started naturally and evolved wordlessly. The logic of the early meta is largely what I've explained, a hot combination of difficulty, sadism, and bad anti-traditional level design philosophies, all drenched in a layer of inexperience. The meta evolved naturally as people became more skilled and wanted to do new things. So the meta saw subtle shifts without a formal community to facilitate it. Yet. Some of the earliest troll meta was presenting the player with an incredible challenge only to hide a substantially easier route through the level. This could be as simple as a hidden power-up, allowing for more error, or be in the form of an actual path through the level that was hidden but often easier to complete. These were often called developer exits or dev exits.
Good puzzle. So we found that one, but still we couldn't find the last one. So where is that last coin? Oh, it was right here. It was right here. God, just absolutely random. Like, how are you gonna know to jump there? Ah!
A level with a dev exit could be actually impossible to clear without them. The game only requires a clear to upload. It doesn't care if 99% of the level is pointless, if it can be cleared. One of the earliest practices of super expert play was attempts to find dev exits. Some were simple hidden block ladders. Others were blind jumps at the right time. And sometimes you just needed to find that one key element to take to a very specific point of the level. Super Expert got so bad that no matter the challenge the level seemed to present, it was always a game of looking for alternate ways to beat the level. Ways to avoid challenges the dev didn't want to do or straight up couldn't beat themselves. Another symptom of bad level design is something I'm just going to have to call luck. I would say RNG, but few things are truly random in Mario Maker. Pick a path is the most classic example of blind luck. Given 4 doors, only one will not kill you. I can see the logic. Given this one obstacle, 3 out of 4 players will die, and those 3 will have to try again with yet another chance to die. A lot of player deaths on one obstacle might equate to difficulty in the mind of someone who couldn't design a more skillful challenge. The harder thing to grasp about Super Expert is that a lot of people actually really liked it. There was something fascinating about breaking down these levels and finding the mindset behind their design. They were all so orthogonal to how normal Mario was designed, it can't be understated just how weird these levels were, and how annoying they could get. Entire sections designed to waste time only to end up being pointless. Mazes made of spikes because even on paper it sounds like the first logical conclusion given the prompt, "Very hard and deadly challenge." Blind jumps were the destination and any potential obstacles were not yet present on screen, but you had to go for it to progress regardless. Fake coin trails leading to death traps, and oh, the sound effects. I don't even know how to describe the sound effects. Mario Maker has dozens of sound effects that can be added to any element or placed in the levels to be triggered when Mario interacted with them. And would you believe that Super Expert creators loved to place as many as possible in levels to try and distract the player?
The sound effects. Alright, what do we got? Please do that more.
It would be bad enough if they were just sounds, but a lot of them had significant visual effects. Some enough to act as a filter over the whole screen. I think sound effects are the most significant part of level design that I will overlook just because when done right, it doesn't even register that they are there. And when done like this, I just want to ignore them. We are far from out of the woods when it comes to the Super Expert era. It takes up a lot of the timeline, but I don't really need to cover that many levels because so many were just doing the same thing. But before we start to focus on the levels with a heavier contribution to the troll meta, I want to give a little more of a complete context of what a Super Expert level could offer. So to do that, let's look through the worst level I have ever seen in Mario Maker. This Japanese level appeared in one of Carl's early Super Expert runs, and was so bad that not only was it abandoned in the run, but needed to be deeply analyzed in the editor just to understand what the intended path was to begin with. It starts simply enough. It's a mess, but it's nothing out of the ordinary. It quickly devolves into multiple blind jumps with doors and pipes, all leading to different path options. Following the clearest path forces some truly horrendous screen filters onto the player, and presents an incredibly difficult challenge that almost certainly was never even attempted by the designer. By taking one of the many initial paths and finding a hidden block, the player can then proceed upon a higher path that, while precarious, is far easier than any other. All while the path is littered with doors and pipes leading to alternate rooms, most of which are identical and unbeatable. The best route is to just continue blind jumping right. Even with the end in sight, the player must find another hidden block with a P-switch, only to then be blocked by some Kaizo blocks preventing any farther progress. What I believe to be what the creator intended for you to do is one of the most convoluted series of events that just has to be seen to be believed.
So I checked out this level in the editor, and all I have to say is, because I wasn't even close. I wasn't even close. So the other thing I tried is I tried going through this pipe right here. And so if you go through this pipe, it just spits you out into this Bowser garbage fest here. So these doors literally take you to a series of identical rooms that all have this like Bowser and Fat Hammer Bro guy configuration. And there's literally 5 of them or something, just back to back to back. And they all look exactly identical. And there's like absolutely no way to get around them other than finding these crazy configurations of hidden blocks. Like look at finding this hidden block here. You have to have a P-switch active and you have to bounce off of this Koopa up here through, only when a P-switch is active, to get to this fucking hidden block. And it's just a giant nightmare. So as far as I can tell, the only way to beat this level is to get to this hidden pipe in the far right corner of the screen. If you look at the end here, there's only 2 ways to get through the end. You can either come through this door, or you can come out through the pipe. Well, this door is actually fake. It goes to the very beginning of the level, and so there's no way to actually get into that door. So that door is completely fake. The only way to beat the level is to go through this pipe right here. And this pipe is the one that is at the very end of this other room with all of the fake cloned rooms in it. You have to find all these hidden blocks. So you can get a Yoshi here, which just allows you to kind of beat the level at the end. You would come from over this way, and the only way to get through here is to have a P-switch active. So you have to end up in this room here, and you have to find all these hidden blocks up here to get to the top, including the P-switch. So and that lets you get down to the end. But how do you get to this room, you might ask? Well, you have to come through this door, or go over the ceiling here where I mentioned this crazy ass shit over there. So where's the yellow door? Well, the yellow door is fucking in this complete other room over here. And I don't think it's actually possible to get into this yellow door because it's got this one-way gate and all these blocks that are blocking it off. So none of these blocks help you get in the door. You can get a star, but it doesn't do anything for you. So as far as I can tell, you can't actually get in this door. This door is just for you to go into and lose if you ever do make it here. So the only way to get here is to go over the screen right here. So, so to even get into this room in the first place, you can't actually come from this pipe. It's fake. The only pipe that you can come from is right here. And if you come from this pipe, I tried for like 15 minutes to get out of this room, to get over the top to the ceiling, just to get to this troll area, and I couldn't do it. I literally don't even understand how it's possible because, so you have to find this hidden P-switch to even get out of here. So you can hit the P-switch, and you can kind of get out of here, but it's really fucking hard. But there's like nowhere to go. So as far as I can tell, the only way to actually beat this level is to take the path that I took to get here, then go through this pipe at the end. So you come out of this pipe, and the only way I can see to do this is to just immediately get this cloud, and if you don't get the cloud, you're fucked. So when you hit this P-switch, you have to go super fast across the top of the level. And this is how you get over this top section here. So that takes you to the, oh god, don't ever go in this door. So that takes you to the section with the hidden blocks here, and from there you can beat the level.
Now imagine thousands of those levels, and you may begin to understand why Super Expert has the reputation it does. But even this has a clear line to the first real troll levels, so keep it in mind as we get closer. Traditional Mario is very rarely designed to be incredibly difficult. Even early on, you had people trying to determine how difficult you could make a level before the fundamental mechanics of Mario would break down. And before the world got their hands on level creation, level design was something to be trusted and followed. In a lot of good level design philosophy, if the level flows properly and something goes unnoticed, it was doing its job right. But that is no longer the case. If you weren't taking into account all aspects of the level, you were likely missing something critical. Either a thing that will kill you or just the actual right path. It is this breakdown of level trust that fundamentally formed the troll level proper. But just because that fundamental base was there, doesn't mean we can move right on to troll levels. Before there was ever a full troll level, there were levels that played with this mistrust in more prevalent genres. Kaizo is the most apt, considering there were plenty of troll moments in old Kaizo. But now there was a new generation of Kaizo creators also being fed the pure jackassery found on Super Expert. Super Expert certainly was core to how the world perceived and even developed troll levels, but the roots of the troll community started in Kaizo. So many tropes, as well as just good level design practice, comes from Kaizo. Moles, the bait and switch, Kaizo blocks to inhibit movement, and perhaps most importantly, indicators. Indicators were basically a language unto themselves. If trolling was found in Super Expert, it was because a bad player wanted to make a hard level. If trolling was found in Kaizo, it was because a good player needed to throw off another really good player. More often than not, this can be done with something difficult but unexpected, but sometimes it just needed to be unexpected. The troll community comes from the Kaizo community's need to exercise its level creating chops while still imparting its feeling of dread, tedium, and japes. A great way to analyze Kaizo trends while still progressing into the modern troll movement is to look through what would later be known as the Carl v. Poo levels. Carl v. Poo was a series of levels, and a chess game, traded back and forth between streamer GrandPooBear and Carl. The first was not even formally part of the series, and that level was random number, so Carl me maybe. God, I hope people still get that reference. Without a shadow of a doubt, this is a Kaizo level, and not even a crazy hard one considering the standards set by Kaizo. But it's still undeniably Kaizo. I mean, the player starts in freefall requiring precision jumps on moving targets. It doesn't get much more stereotypical Kaizo than that. After a brief opening section, we get to the meat of the level, and a format that we will see used even now, the infinite checkpoint level. The player will hit both checkpoints, then proceed to another section that will award them a red coin. At the end of that section, they will then hit both checkpoints again, saving the red coin even if the player dies. What this layout does is it allows the level creator to make multiple sections without the player needing to clear them all in a single life. With each section containing a red coin, and with the level remembering which red coins the player has gotten between deaths, levels can be much more elaborate and challenging without the punishment of redoing sections the player has already cleared. This isn't the first time it's shown up, but I can't pinpoint its origins exactly. I believe it started in the Kaizo community, and I'm guessing the Blind Kaizo race. Those levels were made weekly, with the intent of many runners trying to beat it in a reasonable amount of time. With an infinite checkpoint, progression loss was a lot more forgiving, making a race far more competitive, even if its players died multiple times. This level used it to split up the challenges and make each section more distinct. Now, instead of a longer string of challenges, Poo was able to more tightly focus on one mechanic or theme per section. As the level title implied, all of these sections do share a loose association with randomness. There are very few instances of true randomness in Mario Maker, and even less that a level creator can actually take advantage of. Randomness is very subtle, like the movement of a blooper or the spawning of certain elements. Other things just seem random because they are determined by Mario's every movement. The goal, either way, is to give the level a certain unpredictability. Especially when paired with the context of Kaizo, unpredictability feels out of place. Kaizo is usually closely associated with perfection and memorization, so having unpredictable elements throws off the flow. And it's no accident. Having an element of a level be so consistently unpredictable makes it feel trolly. Trolly, when used in this way, is more about the overall feeling of something. It's disruptive or annoying without being an outright trap. So while some of these sections are blatant Kaizo requiring little more than good execution, others feel more trolly because of these random elements. There is no better example of this than the mole section.
Don't do moles. Alright guys, we're going straight into mole land.
Moles are a classic troll enemy because their momentum and acceleration is hard to understand. They track the player, and if they encounter a solid object, they will bounce off of it, which can completely change the direction and momentum. With all that said, there's technically no randomness involved at all. Players can get pretty good at predicting and manipulating mole movement, but are they good at predicting 8 moles at a time, each bumping into each other and constantly changing direction?
I feel like I'm... Alright, there he is. See, I felt the bounce, man. I knew it. He's gonna bounce. He's gonna bounce. They're gonna bounce. Fuck you. See, I'm getting the bounce. I'm getting the bounce. Okay, that was a double bounce.
It's madness, and no small feat even if you are quite familiar with moles. With even a bit less chaos, this wouldn't be a blip on the troll timeline, and would be right at home in other Kaizo levels. But no, the sheer amount of unpredictability, and not to mention the absurdity of the visuals, lands this squarely into trolling. Oh, and the Kaizo block after beating the section doesn't hurt either.
Alright.
As the first of the Carl v Poo levels, it's clear that Kaizo was the focus, but enough trolly elements were put in to disrupt the typical Kaizo flow.
Alright, that deserves another... Ah, fuck you, Poo!
Moving on, I'm a bit intimidated. We haven't even reached the true beginning of troll levels, yet we might have reached its peak. 7 trolley pieces by Drac, and the genius starts right away. You've got 1 L on troll, pieces is spelt wrong, capital T here, lowercase p there, and I am deadly serious when I say this is one of the most important levels ever made. It stands out in my notes as being quite distinct in content from a lot of levels of the time. This is odd because it was part of a weekly event known as Troll Tuesdays. Despite that, it's the only level around this time that comes close to being in line with what we'd eventually call a troll level. I asked Carl about the other Troll Tuesday levels, and he believes it was a short-lived phenomenon on his Discord. Many of the Troll Tuesday levels were not noteworthy and likely got swallowed up and mixed in with other Kaizo levels of the time. The only remnant of proof I have for it happening at all is 7 trolley pieces. 7 trolley pieces is another infinite checkpoint level, each section with only 1 to 2 trolls each. These sections are the purest super expert hot garbage, boiled down to their cores. You have all of the classics, blind jumps, fake coin trails, slowly excavating your way through a wall of destructible blocks, a maze you have to go through twice to complete, enemy spam raining down from the sky, actual RNG, the Magic Koopa can spawn a variety of things, only one will let you pass, and a room filled with hidden blocks that must be navigated to reach the top. These trolls have been beaten to death in Super Expert, so what makes them so special here? Well, they're a parody. These sections are so basic and pure there is no other way to interpret them than as a parody of the meta Super Expert was creating. It was recognizing the tropes, developing, and making fun of how bland and bad they were. This was calling out everyone who thought this was the height of trolliness. Just make it annoying or just make it unavoidable are no longer acceptable schools of thought when it comes to trolling. Now, I may be blowing a lot of hot air. After all, this level just has those same bad sections done in a basic way. But then this happens.
Come on. Okay. See, I would have made multiple paths with like multiple areas going to the door and you don't know which one's which, and like one of the blocks like releases a giant Potaboo that trolls you. Like this level could have upped its troll game so much more. What? Oh my god, are you kidding me? Oh my god, are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god!
The end of the level was right at the beginning the whole time. A proper subversion and an amazing troll. Blocking off the key door like this is a pretty common structural design, and the fire is there as a mercy. At this point in the timeline, there was no reason to suspect that this was even a possibility. The tedium and stereotypical nature of the other sections are elevated given the context of the hidden flag. The troll wasn't just the end of the level being obtainable, it was the fact that you thought there was a level to beat in the first place. I think the satiric nature of the level is underrated and very important in sending a message about the current state of trolling, but that hidden flag is famous. This level has lasted over 6 years through clips and numerous homages. Many levels were inspired by this one, and some manage even to capture its magic again. But this is the kind of troll that can really only be done once, at least in terms of getting the full effect. Hidden flag trolls and the beginning is the end trolls will be done again, and it can be argued that some even surpass this, but seeing something like this for the first time is special. After it is seen once, the possibility will always be in the back of the player's head. It is a complete shift in the meta. I love this level, I love its sections, and I don't think we appreciate what a foundational pillar it was.
Okay, I take it back, that level was fucking amazing. I take it back, that level was fucking amazing.
Dipping back into the Carl v. Pooh saga, we have the first proper Carl level of the video. A dish best served mold. This level is interesting because while it is a bit of a de-escalation when it comes to Kaizo, it actually ramps up the trolley/super expert nature of it quite a bit. A lot of what we've talked about is present here. Constant misdirection, enemy spam, fake hints, hidden block ladders, and of course, Kaizo blocks. However, there are some notable additions. Some minor, like a fake checkpoint, which in this case means a checkpoint cannot be obtained in any way, or a gold death. Exclusive to the SMW theme, deadly elements could be hidden behind the right side of the goalpost. A perfect way to kill the high of having the end in sight. This level is also a great example for some staples, like the switch trap. Switch traps are changes in the game state caused by the player that results in a troll. Here, it's a P-switch, but it also includes pause and later actual on-off switches. The player doesn't have to do a lot either. Just being in a certain spot can trigger a switch trap. It's because of this broad and vague title that awards it with the Most Used Troll in History award. This reward came bundled with my Worst Categorization award. This level also had its fair share of taunting. Anytime the level pulls something that you want out of reach or generally makes fun of the player in a meta way is taunting. It's usually done in more of a wink and nod kind of a way than a way that would actually provoke anger from a player. We will get to it more, but it's important to note the jovial nature already present. Troll levels are a joke, and part of the joke is that you're playing them to begin with. We start to see more formal traps and techniques develop, but there is still a clear focus on hard platforming and execution, with trolls as more of a background element to make the level more annoying. Carl v. Pooh 3 continues to exemplify and escalate this trend. Hot Carl Community Feedback Edition, like the name implies, was co-designed by a number of Kaizo creators and streamers Pooh knew. This is the earliest example of a large collab level. Execution varies, but in most cases each creator submits a section given the space they are allotted, and one creator recreates their design into one level to upload. It's incredibly difficult to make a level like this work at all, but the benefit is a large variety of unique ideas all in one showcase. We see again the infinite checkpoint system being put to work here. Several sections branch out from this main room, each with a red coin that allows the player to save their progress. This level is pretty far into Kaizo territory, but what makes it so memorable as a troll level is the needless brutality. Small things like requiring the player to re-hit the checkpoint on each attempt or instantly fail are not really a big deal in the moment, but over the course of a playthrough really wears on a player. Not to worry though, there are far more devastating instances of brutality. I think now is the perfect time to talk about soft locks.
Hey, is this a soft lock? Is this a fucking... Damn, that's evil!
Soft locks happen when the player can't progress in a level and can't die to reset. This happens in tons of ways, many of which are accidental when it comes to the level design. Make something destructible but necessary to progress, and that's a soft lock. Give the player something they can leave behind but it's actually necessary, soft lock. Or in this instance, put them in a small area that you can enter but can't leave, and it's a soft lock. How is something like that allowed in the game, you may ask? Didn't Nintendo think of this? And you'd be glad to hear that Nintendo did in fact think of this. Simply hit pause, then restart. Mario will die and you can restart from the beginning, with no checkpoint or red coins you may have collected up until that point. The only way to get out of a softlock like this is to die. The thing is, nothing is technically a true softlock in Super Mario Maker because Mario games run on a timer. Once the timer hits 0, Mario dies. That's what Carl is doing here. He's waiting for the timer to hit 0. The thing about that timer though is the level creator can set the amount of time they want to give the player. There is no worse feeling than not having enough time, so it's a pretty common practice to set it to the maximum 500 seconds. 500 seconds that refreshes every time the player dies. These sections are hard, but they're short. It only took Carl 22 seconds to get into this softlock in Pooh's section. That is nearly 8 minutes of sitting in this inescapable box. Sure, that is nothing compared to beating the entire level up until where you are now, but what if you softlock again? Or 2 more times? How about 4 more times? Suddenly 8 minutes turns into 32 minutes of nothing. Not attempting or learning the level, just sitting there, seething, thinking about spaghetti. That's brutality, and it doesn't end there. This level has a little section in the hub much like that in 7 Trolley Pieces. A little area with a spare coin and a door to the end. Only in this level, the coin is accessible without the player being trapped. I'm sure this was intentional. The curious and cautious will always try to take anything the level will give them. But you know what they say, curiosity killed the cat. And Carl's a bit of a cat person.
Look what I found. Look what I found. She was sleepy. Woo!
That coin is the safety coin, and if someone were to collect the safety coin, it means they are no longer safe. When they collect the last coin they need, they will immediately get the key. If the player dies at that point, they will lose the key and return to the last checkpoint with no red coins collected. All progress lost.
My favorite part about this is like all of the times that I softlocked, if I would have restarted, I would have had so much less to redo. So like, I fucking waited for all of those softlocks only to retain my coins just to fucking have this happen.
Essentially the same as a restart. This level was designed to drive someone insane, and even with all that, it's still not over. After getting the coins proper and finally entering the key door...
Oh, Carl!
What do I do? What?
It's fake. Once again, the level is fake. But unlike 7 Trolley Pieces, this is much more the super expert design philosophy of the beginning is the end. It's more of a dev exit.
Was it? Of course the mole had the key. Okay, so let's try what I was doing again. Okay, here we go. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck was that?
Brutality comes naturally with Kaizo, it's just kind of expected. Trolls are an extension of that, which is why I think a lot of early Kaizo levels get roped in with early troll history. There is a line, but before we get there, there is one more famous Kaizo level I just have to talk about. Master and Commander by BarbarousKing is the closest to normal Kaizo I will be talking about in this essay. It is an absolutely brutal level that has a reputation with the Kaizo and troll community alike. While there is no doubt this is a pure Kaizo level, it goes to show that just about anything can be a troll level if you put it underwater.
Barb is a piece of shit. Barb's a motherfucking piece of shit. Barb is a giant dick. Do. Fuck you!
Underwater levels suck. I could basically move on from here, but I think I need to explain why this has the reputation it does first. I have analyzed 601 levels across nearly 7 years. Most of them troll levels, but enough of the general spectrum to get a good grasp on what's popular. You know how many water levels there were? 9. 9 underwater levels. Underwater levels are a huge untapped well of potential, but no one wants to make one because even among trolls, Kaizo masters, and super expert sadists, no one wants to subject others to that level of tedium. But then there's Barb.
You gotta go right there. Yeah. Then we go. God, I can't. The hammers. The checkpoint. The fucking. What? Dude, you. What? Barb is a piece of shit. Barb's a fucking piece of shit.
Water levels are slow and completely change the player's relationship with how they interact with just about every element. This makes it really easy to make a terrible water level. But that's actually not what this is.
This level's actually fucking awesome. Like, you've really got to appreciate how brilliant the terribleness of this level is. Like, this this level is masterfully crafted garbage of the highest degree.
Master and Commander is miserable, but it is designed that way. Every way the player is meant to suffer was designed to be there. It's all very intentional and very well done. It's this intentionality that makes this level persist. By just about every metric, the Japanese super expert level from earlier causes more suffering. However, nothing there was designed to be beaten. The intentionality there has no concern for the player. Master and Commander, much like a lot of Kaizo levels, wants that negative reaction from its players, but it wants to curate that reaction and understand what makes it happen.
Good fucking God. Barb, no. No, Barb. Why would you unleash this on the world? Yo, world record. God damn. Don't ever stop making levels, Barb. Don't ever stop making levels. The world needs you. The world needs you.
We are so close to the first troll levels, but anyone familiar with them will know I've left out a major factor of trolling. So we must take one more look back before we can move forward in the timeline. Unfortunately, we have to go all the way back. I believe I've made my case for the importance of Super Expert levels. Super Expert was synonymous with Troll, after all. Kaizo was uniquely suited for eliciting a negative player reaction not normally designed for, and had already facilitated much of history's strongest trolls. So what then is missing before we reach what I would consider the first modern troll level? I've spoken of the natural desire for the player base to turn away from traditional level design in an effort to see something new, even if it wasn't always good. The thing is, there is an aspect of trolling that comes very naturally to level design. It's actually been around far longer than any Mario game, and is about as traditional as it gets. That's because the subversion of expectations and trapping the player through their own doing is a core element of puzzle design. Puzzle design is one of the oldest and most foundational aspects of game design. Even outside of bespoke puzzle games, puzzle design is useful for player engagement and overall progression. For my purposes, I think it would be best to look at examples, so we will be looking at one of the best puzzle games, Super Mario Maker. Mario Maker is one of the more unique puzzle experiences and maybe the best when it comes to user-generated puzzles. Mario is simple enough to control but still has plenty of ways to interact with his environment, giving the player plenty of options. There are also dozens of elements perfectly suited for lock and key style puzzles, outside of the obvious lock and key. And because Mario is so well established and these elements are so regularly used in non-puzzle scenarios, the player base is already pretty familiar with what each element can do. Not only what each can do, but how they interact with other elements. A POW will kill an enemy, a shell can hit a POW, so given a shell, the player can kill an enemy. The creators are free to make complex levels, and because of the familiarity, the player can still parse out what each element is going to be used for and what needs to be done to beat the level. Puzzles found a place almost immediately in Super Mario Maker. Recontextualizing these level elements as tools to solve a puzzle was another new aspect Super Mario Maker brought to Mario that players wanted to experiment with. They didn't emerge perfect, though. The Kaizo community still had a tight grasp on early Mario Maker, so even puzzles were execution-based. Puzzles were pretty simple in terms of figuring out how the elements of the level interacted, and instead was more of a test of if the player could get a certain number of their actions to line up in an outcome that would let them proceed. Tomandy comes to mind as a puzzle creator that followed this philosophy. Puzzles that needed to be figured out just as much as they needed to be executed, with a heavy emphasis on jank.
I did it, y'all. I figured out the solution. Oh, fuck that. Why is that even there? Why is that bullshit even there? It's just like, oh, you stood on the left side of the level a little bit too much. Get fucked. Sorry, get fucked. You know, there's infinite Koopas spawning just to fuck you. You know, the Koopas could go into an enclosure. The Koopas could go... I'm fucking salty right now. The Koopas could go into a little spot where they just stay so you can fucking get one Koopa at a goddamn time. But no, there's this shit here. So if you walk too far to the left, oh, get fucked. Oh, look at you. Haha, trolled you, bro. Now you can't get over here because if you walk too far to the left, you're going to activate the fucking P-switches and fuck yourself because you need to do it at the end. Meanwhile, the Koopas, where are they walking? Oh, right into the fucking P-switches, right? Because that's the way to do it, to just optimally make people fuck it up as much as possible, because you just get off to people fucking up your levels because your name is motherfucking Tomandy is gonna get fucking banned.
There were also massive sprawling puzzles that took up all available space and still managed to use checkpoints to save progress. But for my money, the purest form of Mario Maker puzzles were the one-screen puzzles. By using one screen, all elements were present at once. It was just a matter of figuring out how they worked together. You had creators like Seth Bling and Gustan making dense, high-quality one-screen puzzles very early on, but I will be focusing on another creator when it comes to puzzles. I have already touched on a few creators, and I will continue to do so. I just wanted a brief disclaimer about how I perceive individual creators in this game. Advancements in meta and level-making techniques didn't happen in a vacuum, and I'm hesitant to credit any level creator alone for these. Mario Maker was a global game. Technique was changing in parallel. To say one creator is responsible is a bit misleading considering the deep well of knowledge and example to draw from. However, the vertical slice I've taken shows that inspiration can be tracked if not stated outright. I will be going into detail with multiple creators I feel have left a unique footprint on the community and the level design philosophies that are still seen today. I don't want to hide the admiration I have for some of these creators, but I am telling a history. I want you to know that admiration is going to be spread unevenly to get as much of the picture across as possible. The goal isn't to glorify, but to show the progress of the troll community as a whole. With that being said, Sean Hip 2. Sean Hip is a great place to start when looking into individual creators. He has been around since the very beginning and persisted well into Mario Maker 2. People will still cite him as a source of inspiration, and many players within the community could likely name a level of his they would call their favorite. We're talking about him now because he made puzzle levels, almost exclusively. Yet he is in some regard the original troll level maker. There are a number of ways to go about making a puzzle in Mario Maker, in general really. A lot of early puzzles will simply make a room filled with various elements that needed to be used in a certain order to get out. From a reductionist point of view, all puzzles are like this. Make a long enough series of steps needed to win, and it will be puzzling to enough people. It's basically a combination lock. With enough attempts, everyone will eventually get to the right combination of actions to win. This method of puzzle design is fine and all, but it's easy to make this kind of puzzle without factoring the player in much at all. That is why Sean Hipp was special. He used a multitude of tactics that would anticipate the player's thought process and trap them because of it. Traps like killing the key. When the player does an anticipated action, the key will be rendered unusable. The key doesn't just have to be a key either, basically any element the player would need to progress. There are traps based on order of operation. This punishes players that aren't thinking about the consequences for their actions and being punished for doing things in the most obvious order.
How am I supposed to get up? I can't get up here now. I don't get it.
There's also the forgotten key. If the player is given something that doesn't play into the level immediately, they will tend to discard or forget about it. By making something seemingly innocuous absolutely critical, you can catch that player off guard. These kinds of specific traps are trolls in their own right, but they are less like tricks when applied to puzzle design and more like twists used in order to keep puzzles interesting and engaging. Much like the super expert levels, puzzles can't be trusted too much, and their design can't be taken for granted. They must be analyzed and understood to be solved. If a puzzle is trusted wholly, then a red herring would render it unbeatable. If they didn't need to be deeply understood, then solving them would be trivial. But if they don't play with expectations, they would never stump the player. Puzzle levels need to troll to be great. And this is a very important aspect of trolling because it isn't vindictive or malevolent. These trolls aren't here to cause pain, they are here to prevent the solution from becoming obvious and to play with how the player thought the level was going to play out. A level that's hard to figure out is one thing, but a level that feels like it's working with your expectations only to dupe you is another. That's what Sean Hipp specialized in.
And now it's going to carry me to victory! Wait, I didn't beat it? No way, dude! What?
More than anything, what makes him relevant to trolling is what many would call his end trolls. Less of an individual and more of a general tactic. Sean Hipp was quite good at determining what the player was going to do in a puzzle level. He got so good at it, he would make paths through the levels based on these player predictions and then right at the end slam failure into their face. Sometimes it was small, like making them forget an item. Other times that slam of failure came with recontextualization. The path he made, the path the player is guided through, is actually completely wrong, and the level needs to be solved in a completely different way.
This should let me enter the door. Okay, what's gonna happen? What? What the fuck? I got crushed! Wait a minute. How did he upload that level? Because when you have to beat a level without restarting from checkpoint. So that means there's 2 exits. So there's another exit to this level.
It was fantastic puzzle design, but it felt like there were ulterior motives behind these rug pulls. There was a revelry to it. It wasn't just that the puzzle became hard, it was making fun of the player. The fact they had the audacity to think they could solve the puzzle so easily. Even though the lineage of troll levels aligns with Kaizo and super expert trends, their design and sustainability came from puzzles. Because, in a way, all the modern troll level is twists and red herrings without a problem to solve.
God damn. Good shit, Sean. Oh my gosh. That was exactly what I needed in my life. That was exactly what I wanted.
The distinction of first modern troll level is a hard call to make. It should be a level with the mission statement of trolling. Super expert levels trolled mostly on accident or out of an inexperienced malice. 7 Trolley Pieces was by all definitions a troll level, but was so short and reliant on super expert memes, it's hard to say it fell in line with how the format would evolve from there. The early Carl v. Pooh levels got close, but were ultimately focused on challenge and tedium. Early puzzles had some great trolls, but they trolled to facilitate the interesting puzzle design. I have a strong feeling I know what the troll community would say the first proper troll level is. It's still a ways down the line, but we'll get there. No, in terms of intent and reputation, I'm going to have to give the very loose title of first troll level to Mole Patrol by SnickerD. If I'm being perfectly honest, this isn't one of the best troll levels of all time. If it were to come later, it likely wouldn't even be mentioned by name. It's not bad by any means, it's just so standard when looking at trolling as a whole. But it's this middling standard feeling I get that makes this level so important. It feels like a level that could have been pulled from much later in the timeline, yet here it is in the front. The format this level presented worked so well for trolling, we would see iterations of it develop still to this day. I'm not sure if we can credit this level for revolutionizing the troll level format, or if it's simply the first to do what felt natural. Up until this point, trolling was still a broader concept that was mostly applied to other levels. A lot of the earliest levels that get lumped in with troll history are just easy Kaizo levels with the tricks dialed up and the platforming dialed down. This focus on execution of platforming prowess is something that would stick with trolling for years. Mole Patrol was the first hint that the difficulty wasn't what made troll levels interesting. The platforming was de-emphasized way more, and the level design and traps were allowed to breathe. Kaizo still clearly influenced the level design. After all, the Kaizo community was one of the main sources of experience in level design practices. Even if there was nothing that reached Kaizo difficulty, it was clear when a level creator got their influences from the Kaizo community. Their standard practices and level flow leave traces like fingerprints all over the levels they touch. Super Expert was represented, if only as a meme. Super Expert 2 had its fair share of shorthanded expectations that a creator could expect any player to know at this point in the meta. And when it comes to trolling, the most useful thing a creator can have is an understanding of the player's expectations. Super Expert is also a great well of unfair design. When paired with a Kaizo creator's awareness, that unfairness can be used as a more focused tool. The puzzle elements are far subtler here. It wasn't an obvious influence on trolling yet. There is a good chance the creator didn't even realize what they were doing. But much like the awareness a puzzle asks from the player, a troll level asks the player to parse out its possibilities as well. Once the level is read by the player, the level can then reward those expectations or play with them further. Whether on purpose or not, this level struck just the right balance in the flow to make their trolls they did have stand out. What makes me think this happened more naturally than by design is that it didn't set fire to a community. While a lot of other levels would follow this basic blueprint, they did so much later down the line, and by that time there were a lot of other blueprints to copy from. This level also put in work to develop its trolls so they weren't just cheap tricks. The puzzle-esque trap was more the influence when looking at some of the individual trolls here. Not all of them, mind you, there are still plenty of Kaizo blocks, fake coin trails, and moles, but at least they weren't just spammed all over the level. There is an intentionality to everything placed. You have a bit of both. Take the Dick Vine, so named because any use of a vine in this manner is a dick move, hiding a vine behind a door so it becomes much more precise to enter. If the player tries to get in too early, they will climb the vine to their death. The meat of the troll comes from creating a situation that makes the player rush, so they are far more likely to grab the vine instead of waiting the extra half second to land properly and enter the door. This is yet another Kaizo trick adapted for a more playful use. You also have this section that I'm just going to have to call the saw trap. The player jumps between enemies and over saws until... whoops.
Why didn't the last one come out? Oh, there isn't. Dude, am I gonna learn? Am I gonna learn, or am I gonna walk into every goddamn trap?
In a way, this is just a fake coin trail. The indications the level gave were lies, but this needed to be its own category because it gave the player a more explicit idea of what was going to happen, and then doubled back on it. Presenting an idea and then presenting a reality that is different is the core element of comedic trolling. This troll left a big impact on the community, but we'll get to that. There's also a cute little fake troll at the end here. It doesn't really matter if it's skipped over, but it's funny that a section that is so clearly a deadly trap is actually fine. Another thing to keep in mind is that despite me throwing around the term troll level left and right, this was an extremely loose identification during this time, and still mostly referred to any hot trash scooped out of Super Expert. To give your own level the identification of troll was a self-burn, basically setting up the expectations for bad level design. The fact there was a lot of good design put into a level with this classification is noteworthy. While this self-identification didn't catch on as a statement of design intent for a while, troll levels following this structure did start happening more. However, we still have not left the super expert era, not until that distinction between trash and troll is known widely. Not to come down too hard on Mole Patrol, but a lot of what is notable about it is just how early on it came. If it weren't for that level, I would have to wait several months to give the nod for first modern troll level. We head back into the Carl v. Pooh saga for Carl's second entry, the biggest night of my career. This level to me embodies the sensibilities the troll level would come to be known for a lot more closely. I know it feels like I'm focusing on Carl as a level creator a lot, but he just happens to be a really good example of how creators evolved. Keep in mind we are just under a year away from his last troll level and nearly 2 years away from his garbage level. In this time, Carl has played a lot more of what Mario Maker has to offer. He has made a number of courses outside of our focus and has what is at this point one of the higher tiers of level creation on the platform. That is to say, the inexperience that painted so much of the level design we've covered is not so much a factor here. The stated goal was a de-escalation of pain from Carl v. Pooh 3. This was intended as a lean away from the super expert design tendencies that were passed around in levels as basically memes. They were cheap, they were thrilling to make and frustrating to play, but most importantly, they were predictable. But Carl intended on making a troll level, so with the goal of leaving super expert behind, we now see that lean into Kaizo and puzzle traps. The Kaizo influence was everywhere, just as before. The skeleton of the level and the shorthand that tied it together was all based in Kaizo philosophy. There are some sections that require Kaizo level execution, but there were far less, and it was significantly easier than even the average Kaizo. For the time, I feel confident saying we have a troll level that focuses on the trolls. We have more refined versions of old trolls presented in a much sleeker fashion, like this fake hint. Care is put in to make it look like the section the player is about to enter, only to punish the player if they are inputting based on what they thought they'd be doing.
Oh. Okay, because you could see the door that I thought I was going into, so I held right for obvious reasons.
There are pointless sections, but instead of being there to misdirect, they are here to abuse those trying to find a way around the level's challenges. Early on, we'd get the troll that has outlived this level in the public eye, the P-buffer.
So in the level that Pooh made for me, I got soft locked multiple times, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna be the better person. I'm not gonna soft lock Pooh. I'm just going to do everything other than soft lock Pooh. So because of the way this works, the P-switch timer, even though you hear the music, actually doesn't count down unless the game timer is actually counting down, so unless the game is not paused. So during these loading screens, and even when Mario comes up there, the P-switch timer doesn't actually count down. Only the time up until you re-enter the pipe is the P-switch actually counting down. So this takes forever to actually finish.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I have to wait this out.
So definitely the smart way of doing this section is to let the P-switch timer count down first and then go through the door.
It's by far the meanest thing the level does. Unless you count the second time it does it.
I wouldn't do that again. I would definitely not do that again.
Alright, we're in. Oh my god.
And I definitely wouldn't make it so that every time you come out, it spits you out one block from the ground so that you have absolutely no time to advance the P-switch timer. And it would take probably like 5 minutes of straight doing this for the P-switch timer to run off. I definitely wouldn't do that.
This is when I can't even like let it go down at all. It's just there.
This to me feels like Kaizo's influence on trolling. It's not just a lot of obstacles or cheap tricks thrown at the wall like you'd see in Super Expert. It is a small, tightly designed section that is solely for the purpose of causing pain. There are trolls that abuse less obvious mechanics like the ridiculous amount of momentum Mario can get on conveyors and other contraptions. Momentum like this is basically invisible but still affects Mario so much it cancels out a lot of the other movement the player is doing. Simple but silly interactions like redirecting an obstacle right back onto the player in an unpredictable yet perfectly avoidable way. If the window of time for a troll to work is so small, it's hard to be mad when they hit. The fact that a level creator can predict within a fraction of a second where you're going to be makes whatever they hit you with feel justified. All this requires planning, but we see pretty explicitly where the puzzle influence comes in too. Take this troll, simple avoidance and timing, but then...
That would be a mistake, because if you come through here without the shell, all of your progress is gone.
Alright, I think we got one. Like, why didn't I think to myself, hey, maybe you need that shell. Maybe you should bring it with you.
Very common puzzle tactic put to troll use. This level is a lot nicer, but there is still a thin layer of cruelty. A de-escalation from Carl v. Pooh 3 still leaves a lot of wiggle room. The P-buffering may be the meanest time waster, but it's not the most pervasive. No, what will be occupying the player's mind most is the impending key death.
Ah, this is the key door and the final red coin. So because I'm such a nice guy, I didn't want Pooh to die with the key, so I let him see it, and he can even practice it as much as he wants. Of course, he's gonna have to, you know, grab the mushroom on the way down and get in the door on the first try, or else he loses all of his progress and we'll have to redo all of the rooms. But since I'm such a nice guy, all you have to do is just come over here. You can even practice it. Okay, there we go. Oh wait, there are 3 hidden spinning Kaizo blocks there. But hey, we'll come back to those later.
Oh, that's the final red coin. Oh my god! Like, you're like guaranteeing me that I'm gonna restart at some point.
Later.
You're like 100% guaranteed. That's a dick move. Look at this. What?
All this ends in a fake-out with an extra layer of taunting on top.
I made it look like you get blocked with all of these Kaizo blocks, but because I'm such a nice guy, help will come as long as Pooh waits for it.
One of the longest lasting impacts of Super Expert was this meandering maze-like structure. They weren't puzzles because paths were usually pretty easy to find, but the game was determining which paths were necessary. As a result, you have what ends up feeling like labyrinths, even if there are only a handful of routes to try. Something uniquely bad about this is just how hard some creators were willing to go into this idea. It's one thing to have dead ends, but to have dead ends that started from a branch in the level several rooms ago is different. For as bad as it could get, there were troll levels that did use this tactic to their benefit. The next 2 levels were somewhat like this, and they were some of my favorites of the era. These levels are both by iCay, and are basically sequels to each other. The first level, named after the Australian streamer Juzcook, who should probably be mentioned a lot more in this essay. But I refuse to cover SMW ROM hacks in fear of opening a floodgate, and that is more their forte. So this level is especially appropriate as it represents my feelings too. Sorry, Juz. Honestly, this is probably the first major case of watching being wholly different from play, because I can see these levels being really annoying to get through. They are a series of long stretches between checkpoints, and a few paths that do indeed lead to nowhere. What makes these some of my favorite levels to rewatch is the way they used trolls. Not all were terribly clever as traps, but they were all really funny. And we are still in the Super Expert era, so suffering and pain were pretty common.
I thought I was being clever. I thought I was so clever. God, that was bullshit. That was Oh my god, fuck this level.
See what I mean? There is great sense of humor here. While I'm fond of these, there's one troll that has long outlived this level. And for a long time, it was my favorite troll.
Z.
As you might remember, the Z is a useful indicator in the Kaizo community. It's used to tell the player to perform a spin jump, which allows them to jump on otherwise hazardous enemies. Basically anything with spines or spikes, including piranha plants, as seen here. The thing is...
there's no Z in Super Mario Bros. 1!
With that in mind, there are a couple facets to consider with this troll. The first is that the creator had no intention of anyone taking this seriously. It's a joke. To any player competent enough to know what this sign means, it's beyond ridiculous to think they would seriously mix up what are two entirely different games. It's a chance for the player and the level creator to slow down and laugh that the suggestion was even made. On the other hand, even with all that said, anyone who has enough level design knowledge will know that nothing is 100% when it comes to players. There is absolutely someone who came running down this hallway, saw the Z, and hit a button that does jack shit, expecting to land safely only for the greatest pain to be their embarrassment when they fail. I can guarantee this has happened because I've watched it happen on a level made years after this one.
I don't think you can do this one. Oh, there is no Z in Mario 1.
I love that even something so dumb can persist, but this level did have some genuinely genius trolls too. Take this room. The player is met with nothing but death, and it looks like they've encountered yet another dead end. Or maybe...
Okay, so when wigglers fall from a track, they fall through everything. But when a wiggler is killed, it also falls through everything. And look at the difference in the animation between these wigglers and this one right here. See how there's a gap in between the segments? I think it'll fall through me because it's actually dead.
It's hard to shower non-stop praise on this level because there is some devious shit here too. The dead ends, yeah, but how about the path to even get to that wiggler room?
Oh my god. Oh my god! But I think oh my god, that is it! This level is actual Satan! This level is actual Satan!
I'm not going to lie, the sadist deep in my gut finds it kind of funny just how evil this level is. But I'm also not the one playing it. This kind of stuff is basically a non-starter for any casual player, and I can understand why these hidden paths died out. However, there is still that awareness from the level creator. You go through so many trolls and however many fake paths and end up in this room. Haha, it looks like the end, but there is still more. You go through a baloney pick-a-path and a couple more tedious challenges and end up right back here. You've seen the lengths this level has gone through, so you can imagine the exasperation this would cause a player to see. Which is why it's pretty funny when... It really was the end, you just couldn't reach it before. Would that have nearly the same impact if the level wasn't full of dead ends and hidden paths? Something to think about down the line. Sorry Carl was made a few months after Carl played Sorry Juz, and I think I like it even more. For one, it's just less evil. There are less paths and dead ends are closer to their branches, making them less devastating. In general, we just have some trolls that have their comedy turned up a notch. Sometimes quite a few notches.
And shit in my face. I'm like... Nope. Yeah, let's give me the one up in the coin. That scared the shit out of me.
What I only realized during research is that this level had what may be one of the most influential trolls in history.
I'm gonna toss a hot prediction. You see this garbage shitfest right here? I bet you at some point I'm going to be stuck in said garbage shitfest, and right when I maybe right as I think I've beaten the level, I'm going to instead be filtered through this garbage shitfest right back to the beginning of the checkpoint. Like, I can already see my fate, and even knowing that, will I be able to stop it? That is the question. Just seeing that garbage dispenser up there. And back at the beginning we go.
The return to checkpoint, or CP1, is one of the most iterated on trolls ever. In case you don't understand the way Mario Maker works, checkpoints can be reclaimed after another one is reached. That is the mechanic that makes the infinite checkpoint levels work. On a practical level though, it means that hitting the first checkpoint you would see in a level after already hitting a later one loses all the progress you've made between the two. If the player dies now, they will return to that first checkpoint. CP1 setups are designed to create a situation in which the player willingly loses their progress. Basically, anytime we get a CP1 setup, it's a guaranteed highlight of the level. There have been some pretty clever trolls up until this point, but I feel like this one inspired the most people early on. This first setup is perfect. A choice is given to the player, and if the obvious path is taken, a whole 2/3 of the level's progress is lost. Which in this case means that, yes, that pit is the correct path. It's actually the end of the level entirely. These levels have their rough edges, but I still love them on the whole. It's a shame they aren't talked about as much, but considering what came next, I guess it makes sense. Rollin and Trollin by DANtheTANK is largely considered to be one of the first modern troll levels. This is the level I was referring to when I covered Mole Patrol. This level gets tossed out most when talking about all these early troll levels, and honestly, it's hard to see why. That's not a great insult, there are genuinely good trolls here.
What do I do? Oh my god, that was brilliant. Alright. Oh no. Shortcut.
There are a couple standouts I want to talk about, like this troll that is very clearly a direct carryover from puzzle design.
Here I am saying, oh, did I cheese the level because I got the helmet? Derpa derpa derp, I cheesed the level. Level creator is 9,000 IQ, 10 steps ahead of me. Knew I was going to get the helmet, knew I was going to feel a sense of accomplishment, and just freaking wrecked him.
Giving the player items is tricky because you have to account for all of the options the items open up. So having setups that punish a player for taking extra items is always a safe bet. Lastly is the introduction of something I've been calling forced entry.
I went in a pipe. GG.
Like a lot of trolls, it's all about getting the player to do something with unforeseen consequences. With forced entry, it's all about getting a player to enter a door or pipe they weren't intending to go through. That force is rarely explicit, it's more about taking advantage of known player movements and finding a way to slip a door or pipe in the time the player is inputting the right thing. Carl was indeed holding down here. The force here is that Dan knew Carl would be holding down. He knew that because it was one of the strongest super expert meta plays known. This little setup here is to hit the player after they have gotten a power up from touching the checkpoint. It's in a lot of levels for good de-cheesing reasons, but the meta is to hold down because a lot of bad super expert level makers didn't know just how far Mario can slide. So doing a slide like this allowed the player to keep their illicit cheesy power up. The way this setup is built is almost perfect. It would absolutely allow a player to keep the power up if there weren't a pipe there. The only problem is that the checkpoint is obtainable in some cases like Carl's. Ideally, this setup could deprive a player of a checkpoint they could have had if they were not greedy. But that's about it. The rest of the level is just fine. It's quite linear, putting it closely in line with the format Mole Patrol had a year prior. It is still quite mean in underdeveloped ways that put it closer in line with the Carl v. Pooh levels. It's still a troll level, and a pretty modern one at that, but nothing about it makes it distinct as a troll level. At least not to be called the first. However, I can think of a couple reasons why people think it is. A lot of fond memories of good trolls come from this level series. Not to insult the memories of the whole troll community, but are you sure you remember this level and not its 2 sequels? The first 3 Rollin and Trollin levels came out within 3 months, and they all shared a name, a level theme, and a game style. They are easy levels to mix up, and Rollin and Trollin 2 and 3 are substantially better too. Good chance is if you remember a troll from Dan, it's from the later levels. To discuss the other reason why I think this level gets the title of first a lot, we will have to cover Rollin and Trollin 2, which came out 1 month later. 1 month is a crazy turnaround for a level of this caliber. For context, it may be the shortest length of time between any of the levels I've covered yet, and I've been bouncing between creators. Rollin and Trollin 2 is a better level than the first. The level has bled a few more of those super expert tropes and refocused on the trolls. A quick view of some of the easier ones to follow.
I don't... I don't trust any of these. I'm gonna get on this one. This looks horrible. No. Okay. This looks horrible. They're not breakable blocks. And then we can ride the Wiggler Express. Oh, I should not go for this door, but I'm so curious. How can I? Oh, okay, it's a cool setup with the thwomp right there. All right, what is behind? What do I do? Do I go in that door? There's no way I go in that door. What happens when I go in the vine? Do I want it, like, or the... That was a fucking smart troll. Holy crap. Oh. We let our guard down. What do I do here to not die? Oh, I don't bring the spring. I don't bring the spring.
Then you have trolls like this that are probably going to need a bit of an explanation.
Thank freaking God. Alright, get me out of there. Now what's the goal here? What? Wait, what is the goal here? Hold on, wait. Fucking shit. That is some stacked pipes. I actually didn't know you could stack that much pipe. Holy crap.
I've been skirting around this for a while, but this is an example of stacked pipes. We've actually seen it a few times before, but this is the cleanest example of what's going on. Very basically, one pipe typically can only lead to one other pipe. But if you stack multiple transportation pipes on top of each other, you get pipes that lead to places they didn't before. There's some technical wizardry to it that puts a lot of control in the hands of the level creator. This is actually a pretty tame example. Moving on is another first for trolling.
We gotta do it. We gotta do it! I'm scared. The floor is either going to fall or I'm gonna get soft. We're going up. No! 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 No!
A setup that makes the player skip the checkpoint one way or another is now a classic, and this exact setup had a lot of use in the year to follow. Firsts are going to become less important as we go on because inventing a troll is great, but iterating on it to make a good one can be just as impressive. Take this example.
I'm surprised I'm still alive. Okay. I'm scared. No! No!
At its core, it's a basic switch trap setup. If the player waits around, a POW is hit off screen, making this coin bridge unusable. At this point, the player can only throw themselves into a pit or go back in the door they came from, an equally deadly option. However, if the player goes back in the door, they'll see they're safe. This setup is only meant to make the door look deadly, because going back in the door resets the off-screen POW while still allowing the coin bridge time to tick down. It is a troll used to hide a puzzly solution, and I really like that. We also have a bit of Super Expert here, but now it's used more of a joke and less as a trap. What's neat is that this whole section is also another puzzle in disguise. The player may not really take this section at face value, leaving as soon as they have the shellmet they came for. If they do that, they'll find that they did in fact need the second shell that the room provided. It's the level calling the player out, saying sure that was a goofy troll room, but it is still a puzzle to be taken seriously. Lastly, I wanted a taste of the truly insane meta going on at the time.
The reverse troll, because it's like, oh, obviously the doors are gonna be reversed, so they take so you think you're gonna take the one that it looks like it's really not gonna be, which would have been the top one, but the reverse troll double fake out, get out, ran right through it, easy.
It's silly and kind of a joke in and of itself, but that kind of back and forth is happening all the time, and it only gets more complicated as time goes on. We'll touch briefly on Rollin and Trollin 3, but overall I'd say these levels are the ones people remember the most. They are pretty good, but overall nothing incredible compared to the stuff we've covered already, and certainly not for what was coming. Then, why are they the starting point for so many people? Well, it's likely due to what came next. When I say next, I mean pretty much immediately, because the same day that Rollin and Trollin 2 launched, we got what would eventually lead to the core of the troll level movement. Carl Sagan 42's Troll Level Design Contest. Carl announced this contest while playing Rollin and Trollin 2, and even though it was built beforehand, it got grandfathered in as a contender. According to the pastebin posted a few days later, there was a $100 grand prize with two $50 runner-ups. A couple stipulations were to keep the level under an hour of playtime and try to keep the level nice and polished. The goal was laughter.
Be creative. You can use puzzles, Kaizo tricks, traditional gameplay, anything.
In addition to recommending generally enjoyable tactics, it was highly encouraged to seek playtesters before submitting. To those who didn't have access to friends to do that for them, no worries. Carl's Discord had channels dedicated to tips, ideas, and a quid pro quo system of playtesting. You play my level and give me notes, and I'll do the same thing in turn. This whole process is what I believe to be the birthplace of the troll community. Up until now, troll levels either came out of the periphery of Super Expert or in exchange between a few friends and streamers. This was the first really big place dedicated to nothing but trolling. Carl's Discord is no more, but these days there is no shortage of places to exchange ideas and get your levels played and fine-tuned. Just about all of them can trace some elements back to this first contest. Whole careers have been made off of facilitating this kind of community, but I don't think we could have predicted how far it would go at the time. This level design contest is what brings the Super Expert era to a close. We don't have to look at niche cases of level design to find the connection to trolling. This point on, the goal is just stated outright. I don't think it's hard to understand why the formation of a long-standing community would be a good cutoff for an era in the timeline, but in case there were any doubts, allow me to add another piece of context. From launch in September of 2015 to here, February of 2018, I have tracked 15 levels that I would say you could fairly call troll levels. That's just the best classification for them. Other levels I've analyzed fit in better elsewhere. 15 levels across 30 months. From this point on, not a week has passed without a troll level of note being released. The Super Expert era was over. We now enter the Trollden Age. It is now that we can finally zoom out our scope a bit. The road to the troll community was long and confusing. It didn't have the privilege of being carried over from some other game or fanbase. It all largely started with Mario Maker. That's why I wanted to carefully comb through what got us to this point. To do so, I've had to focus in on aspects that only vaguely have to do with trolling, and skim over some of the trolling itself. But now that there is an established level genre and a community to facilitate it, I think it's about time we really break apart the trolls themselves. To understand where the troll level genre came from is cool, but I wanted to know where everything came from, each type of troll. So I tracked that too. Every level I came across, I noted what kind of trolls it used. If a troll was used in that level, it got noted. If it was interesting or new, it got timestamped. And if it was amazing, it got written about specifically. The process wasn't perfect though. I had to create my own labels for a lot of trolls. Some of them had community names, but others I just had to call something so I could tell them apart from the others. Over the course of my research, I narrowed it down to a 100-ish unique troll list. Each of these trolls have hundreds of permutations, iterations, and combinations, but essentially each troll I came across fell into one of these classifications. Although my sample size is big, it's of course not even close to everything. I did this so I could give every troll its own timeline. However, even that I couldn't do. Some of my categories were so general they were pointless to track. Their use is so saturated that a timeline would look more like a solid line. Some categories were so specific they didn't correlate to any trends. There would only be 2 or 3 points over the course of years. These cases don't get timelines, but don't worry, I'll still be talking about them. As for the rest, the worth of the effort varies based on how much of a data nerd you are, but in most cases, it's enough to see the patterns. In reality, few trolls truly died in the Super Expert era. Even some of the worst saw use past this point, many even into the next game. However, it's not hard to see which ones became a lot less popular once trolling got properly established. Spike mazes and heavy uses of clown car navigation in general were almost completely abandoned for a whole troll era because of the gross overuse in Super Expert. Very similar story with enemy spam, pick a path, hidden block ladders, blind jumps, excavation, gold deaths, very important hidden blocks, and to a lesser extent, troll doors. While some uses were very old-fashioned toxic Super Expert trash, they also had some excellent puzzle potential. Even this early on, they were being used in creative trolling ways too. Blocking a door with an element the player had access to is functionally the same as the trash examples, but by showing them what exactly is causing their death and how preventable it is, makes it a pretty good troll. The trash even has its place, depending on where you put it. Something as simple as making the player work makes the payoff of a troll door work out as sort of a rug pull.
I need to know where this goes.
Despite a lot of these trolls getting a lot less use in the Trollden Age, as you can see, none of them completely died out. There are a couple reasons for this. A lot of these trolls had potential when used in specific circumstances to be good, but their original uses in bad Super Expert levels put creators off from experimenting with them. Many of these trolls were firmly in the bad level design category of early trolls, and for the most part that reputation is earned. That potential was there, but too many creators saw any implementation of these tactics as a sign of bad design. The other reason they didn't die out is due to most of them getting reinvented down the line. Troll doors were a taste of this, but we'll touch on some of these trolls once their stigma has faded and creators are willing to play with more ideas later. Other trolls from this era made the transition just fine. They were either worthy of living on as is, or were ready to be reimagined right out of the box. Fake coin trails were as outwardly hostile as some old trolls, so they were a natural fit to keep riffing on. pointlessness as a general design concept would stick around, as various ways to waste the player's time is consistently valid throughout the history. At this point, just having large portions of the level that the player could interact with even if there was nothing to gain was the predominant strategy. Dick vines would persist. Doors are one of the easiest things not to mess up in Mario, because as long as up is being held, you can't miss them. This is why dick vines are such a good mix-up. They suddenly force a timing element onto the player because the up input to climb will overrule the up input to enter the door for a large window of time. There's always a risk of oversaturation because they are perhaps one of the easiest trolls to implement, but their consistent appearance across the timeline is warranted. Some trolls from this era are just everlasting and abundant. Being so present and consistent across the timeline, tracking them is pointless. Off-screen thwomps, believe it or not, have a staying power, and we'll see a lot of creators engage with them, if even only as a meme. Switch traps were a widely used tactic in so many levels, offering fast, recognizable consequences as well as numerous back-end tools for the level creators to hide more complicated setups. And of course, you can't mention consistent early trolls without mentioning Kaizo blocks. While spamming any ledge with them was certainly a problem in Super Expert, I don't think anyone doubted their usefulness.
If we do this while the P-switch is active, we should just be able to get it, right? The rest of these were blocked, right? Yeah. Oh, baby, the double is back. Oh my God, this is spicy and hot.
A well-placed block can crush the hopes of a player in an instant. There are few other trolls that offer the same kind of immediacy as Kaizo's.
What the fuck is this? What is this? What is that? Oh, it's below it. I get it. There is a block right here, but if you hit the one below it, you can't hit the one above it.
The creative use of them doesn't stop there, but we'll be touching on them many times as we continue.
Okay then, proceed.
These trolls are kind of what people expect when given the context of Super Expert. They have creative uses, but there is no doubt they are the most abused in their raw form. But despite being the Super Expert era, many really good trolls got their start here. I've touched on a couple, but it's worth showing them again in the context of the timeline with other examples from levels I haven't mentioned by name. I don't need to recover them all in depth again, like The Beginning is the End, which is the name I've given to the trolls like those seen in 7 Trolley pieces. Others speak for themselves, like Falling Hidden Blocks, or Taunting, either teasing the player with something they might want, or having a laugh at the player's expense, often because they already fell for something.
I'm taking the pipe. Fuck the door! Damn it, no!
Redirection, as the name implies, takes something and redirects it in a way the player wasn't expecting.
Oh my God, it's brilliant! It's brilliant! It's brilliant because I didn't see either of those coming!
Hidden enemies, while a bit cheap as it is something the player can't see coming, can still be used in clever and surprising ways, especially when considering an enemy can do more than kill a player.
There's a fucking blooper in the
Perhaps my worst name yet, the Track Trap, not referring to any one trap, but anything involving hidden, fake, or clever tracks.
Alright, let's just see what's up here. I'm sure it's death. Oh, it wasn't death. Oh, no it was. It was death.
Stacked pipes we've seen, but they account for all hidden pipe and jank room transitions we'll see for a while. The most noteworthy thing about them for now is they are one of the only trolls completely killed off by Nintendo, as the tech critical to making them work was patched out of Mario Maker 2. Keeping in the theme of hidden things is the hidden one-way. This is a bit complicated, but a one-way is an element that allows the player to only go one way. They also tend to be placed behind a lot of other objects, meaning they are easier to hide than most elements. So it's not hard to imagine the shenanigans that a level creator can do with these setups. We talked in the puzzle section about a player's natural proclivity to take whatever a level gives them. So to capitalize off this behavior are extra item trolls, where the player is punished for taking an extra item with them. Hidden flags are pretty simple on paper, but the executions are always a treat, and when it is really unexpected, it's a perfect troll to end a level with. Fake P is a play on the common obstacle called a P run. The player must make it through a section before a P switch's time expires. These trolls play on that trope, often by requiring the timer to expire, or making the need for the P a lie in the first place. And perhaps the simplest troll, sometimes just a falling fish will do.
I knew it! I knew it! I fucking knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I fucking knew it!
Whether in abundance or just the right spot, a fish to the head is the troll community's meme that just won't die. One-tile gaps are always funny because it's like precision failure. If death is in only that one spot, surely I can avoid it. But no. There are ways, either by force or trickery, to get a player down that gap. There are actually a lot of these forced trolls. In this context, force can be explicit, meaning the player literally had no control over the action being forced onto them, but more often it's implicit. The player willingly performed the action, but they were presented with a situation that made them think they were doing something else. Take the forced jump troll. The basic requirement being making the player jump when they didn't want to. The explicit way to do this would be to make them interact with something like a spring or music block that forces the jump without the player needing to do anything related to jumping. An implicit way to do this is to take advantage of a jump they were already going to do and cutting it or extending it to cause unexpected consequences. They hit the jump button, but they didn't want to do this. Some trolls use this implicit force more seamlessly, like the forced shellmet troll. An empty shell can be worn by the player if it falls on their head or if they press down while holding it. The downside is it completely uses up the shell they are holding and can't be used as a thrown projectile now. The implicit goal of this troll is to get the player to hold down while they are holding the shell even if they don't want to. It can be as simple as having a fake pipe that implies the player can go down but might as well be ground. Or you have more psychological options.
I feel like it's just dawning on me how brilliant this section is. Holy crap. Because the ice slide is just another trick to make you put on the helmet, but you actually need to just damage boost the whole way across so that you can get through the thing at the end with the saws while still carrying the helmet. Because you can't push down to duck or else you'll put on the helmet. So we actually need to get hit right there so that we can get right here.
But when it comes to forcing the player, the troll to beat is the forced entry. Forced entry only had a few appearances up until this point, but the art of making a player enter a door or pipe will be an invaluable and standard practice for troll makers down the line. This prevalence is due in no small part because of its synergy with return to CP1 setups. We also had some trolls that were strongly associated with specific setups for a long time. Skip checkpoint trolls are just that, simple trolls that either implicitly or explicitly make a player skip a checkpoint they could use. For a while, this setup from Rollin Trollin 2 was basically copied and iterated only slightly. Completely new setups did eventually come forth, but I'm willing to bet many regular players recognize some version of this setup. Skull platforms were basically traps all by themselves. Not only were they fast and deadly, but they can go multiple directions when placed alone, or just about any direction when placed on a track. They were also one of the rare elements that could be overlapped, meaning you don't even know how many platforms you're looking at when a set is encountered. All of these setups were common to see iterations of whenever a skull platform is involved. Spin traps take advantage of the fact that a player can't stop a spin jump once they land on solid ground. Other traps would play on the opposite hand, making the player expect to keep spinning only to stop them short. This setup in particular was so popular it was woven into the meta to the point where the callback was expected to be noticed and accounted for as a troll itself.
Well, I already know how this is gonna go for me, so one of them's gonna be fake. Literally the most. What? No! No!
The troll that is perhaps the most indicative of this repetitious meta is the saw trap.
Okay, why didn't the last one come out? Oh, there isn't.
Pretty good stuff, your classic bait and switch. So then why track it as a separate category? Because for some reason this troll just kept showing up. Those were just some of the unique standouts. There were plenty that were even closer in setup. While there is a good chance I bring these trolls up again later in the timeline, there are some that are far more prevalent. I will be bringing them up frequently as we go. Expect few timelines because from inception on, these trolls have had little rest. Perhaps the most obvious is the switch trap. Like I've mentioned before, the ability to change the game's state is an invaluable tool for level creators. A lot of these trolls involve getting the player to inadvertently hit a switch of some sort, but these trolls persist because of how much control it gives the level creator on the back end. The next few all flow together quite nicely, starting with distractions. Very simple, a trick in the level design to draw the player's attention away from the actual danger. The next is killing the key. Again, the key can be any item or power that is needed to progress the level. Anything that kills that necessary element would fall into this category, with the main caveat being the player must be actually able to get that element. If something is only seemingly necessary but the player can never reach it, that is taunting. Not only is it funny to deprive a player of whatever perceived advantage they had, these trolls are also great for corralling the players into certain behavior loops. If the player has seen that an element can be killed, they will go to whatever lengths necessary to avoid that outcome, which in turn makes their movement very predictable. Knowing where a player is going to be is perhaps the most important thing a level creator can have when designing a trap. So anything that brings a player to a certain area is a very useful tool to have. It sounds hard, and in some cases it can be, but the level doesn't have to pick up Mario and place him somewhere else to know where he's going to be. If you have an area you want the player to be, draw them there. The subtlest ways to do this is to use the most obvious threats to push the player into what are safer looking areas. You can also place these areas right before a challenge where the player may just be sitting to wait it out. It was actually a setup just like this that finally gave these areas a proper name. And I think Carl says it best.
I cautiously consider things and I wait. And even this one is like, okay, see, it worked out right there. But then this one, if I wait, I'm fucking dead. If I wait, I'm fucking dead. And the one that I just died out up here, if I wait, I'm fucking dead. Like, he knows I'm gonna just sit there. He even put a little Carl box. He even put a little fucking Carl box so that I can just sit there in the Carl box and be happy.
Yeah, there is really no better term for it. The Carl box is a box where you put Carls. If you want your Carl in a certain spot, put a box there. You can scare your Carl into one, you can put one in a place you know Carls frequent, or if you're a bit more devious, you can bait your Carl box. To properly bait out a wild Carl, be sure to use their favorite snack, shinies. Shinies can be just about anything you have lying around that you think a Carl might want. You have the obvious shinies like power-ups and progression items, shiny things any sensible player would want. Then you have the mysterious shinies like blocks, shinies that may contain even better shinies. These are effective against your more curious Carls, which just about every Carl is. But punish your Carls with too many painful mysteries and you might just beat the curiosity out of them. Lastly is the most literal interpretation of the term, any shiny object.
What?
Most of your in-game shinies are effectively useless in the context of play. Lives are pointless outside of the challenges, and coins only get you lives, meaning only your dumbest, most depraved Carls will end up chasing these shinies. To be fair to all Carls, players, we have been all but programmed to follow these shinies. Good level design has taught us over and over to head into light, shiny objects to find the critical path. All that on top of decades of research to make the scientifically most satisfying collectible in all of gaming. Sometimes there just needs to be a satisfying thing to do, and we will sit there and do it even if it gives us no extrinsic reward. Creators can take advantage of this too.
Okay, that's literally like let's just, little like elevator button. Why don't you just push the elevator button, Carl, until the fucking muncher just fucking slams you off the map. Yeah, that's what that fucking block is. That block is the mind game elevator button that you just push while the fucking, like, goddamn piano falls on your head.
The last two trolls I want to cover before moving on technically serve the same purpose, but are on opposite sides of the spectrum. The first is the Death Trap. It may sound like a general name, but I only mean for it to apply to one circumstance. Oftentimes in troll levels, the player finds themselves making a bad choice or falling for another trap that prevents further progress. The level needs them to die and start over. The level could have a pit or some spike for the player to die, or they could throw them into a death trap. Death traps aren't trolls, really. Once a player enters one, they are already dead. There is nothing the player can do to escape a death trap. What makes death traps worth their own category is the amount of extravagance and artistry creators have put into these setups. As if to say, you might be dead, but that doesn't mean we still can't kick you one more time on your way out. These are either fantastic spectacles, jokes at the player's expense, or both.
Step 1, get trolled by the fish. Alright, step 2, go in the pipe, because you're a curious Carl. No! I already know exactly what's gonna happen! Okay.
The last troll is also one that just needs to kill the player, but it goes about it in a very different way. Let's look at my favorite early example to see just what I mean. Super Saiyan's Magnum Bogus by Go Saiyan is a level with many paths, so it stands to reason the player is going to choose the wrong one at some point. This is that wrong path. As soon as they have chosen it, they are dead. There's no way around it, there's no choice to make now, the player just needs to die and try again. The player is dropped into a room of spikes and expected to die. Eventually. Because they are also given a power-up and an invincibility star. The player will die once the star runs out. But then they're given another star, resetting the star's invincibility timer. Then they're given another. And another. In fact, they're going to keep getting stars, keeping them alive forever, unless they can avoid the star. This is a section where the player is expected to die, but unlike a death trap, they must work for this death. This is one of the first real anti-softlocks, and I'm willing to bet the community would call it the first. A very tedious task the player must complete just to die, so they are not forced to wait out the timer or lose their checkpoint. These are some of the most unique contributions the troll community have made to gaming at large, in my opinion. Anti-softlocks work so well because most of the game's elements are designed to kill the player, so making a section where the player dies is typically easy. But having the player navigate an incredibly deadly section is tedious, disheartening, and time-consuming. So to counteract all these hazards, the ways the level designer can make the player safe, with power-ups for example, must be very easy for the player to access, making a flow between damage and safety. When the player wishes to die, they are suddenly working against the balance the game has built in. When given the chance, the game is going to try and keep the player alive. Knowing this, the level creator can make very interesting sections where death is not the worst outcome, but the goal. Just about every element gets recontextualized with this goal in mind. Take the star here for example. Star hitboxes are generous and automatic, no matter which direction the player touches them, they will collect the star. The star also has one of the most erratic movement patterns of all the power-ups. It's a fun chase in a normal level as the player tries to catch up to these movement patterns, but it also means the star is very unlikely to be obstructed. It can clear gaps and cover good distances. In a level where the player is trying to live, these are both incredibly helpful traits for the power-up to have. Even beyond the raw mechanics, I think this is such a good go-to section because it exemplifies troll philosophy. The player is thrown into a room that is so completely covered in death it's almost comical. Yet even when it is the sole reason to be in this room, the player cannot die. Instead, they sit in contempt as they are bombarded with strobing rainbow effects and hyperactive music. The level is laughing at you. We will cover anti-softlocks many more times, but I wanted to bring them up early because much like CP1s, whenever one appears in a level, it is almost always a highlight. The first troll contest really was momentous, and I don't think there is a much clearer line in troll history than its inception. But as far as the levels go, it was a bit of a mixed bag. You had some creators putting their full weight into it like DaNtheTANK, and even Sean Hipp's final return to trolling. Then there were promising new creators that will come to be household names in trolling as we go forth. But this was the first of the troll contests, and even with an extensive system of vetting, some garbage managed to slip through. I can make few definitive judgment on the works of others, but you're just going to have to trust me on this one, guys. It was only to be expected. Trolling was fairly new and still done with a bit of an ironic tone. If anything, the overall quality was surprising just how good it was. There's no doubt in my mind that this was initially planned as a one-off thing. Carl was not planning on having a lot more than one contest, and that's to say nothing of the other 26 weeks worth. I'll be skipping over many levels, but know that plenty of them contributed to the troll meta, and I'll be showing them when I talk about certain trolls. I want to start off with two levels that will allow me to talk about another one of my favorite Mario Maker subgenres, Mansion Escape levels. Both Carl's PuzzTroll Mansion Escape by PuzzleKing and Escaping the Trollology Mansion by Sam are troll submissions based off of Mansion Escape levels. Mansion Escapes, or Escape the Mansion levels, are strictly speaking puzzle levels. Like their name implies, they were levels where the goal was to escape from a set of rooms by finding a solution to a puzzle. However, unlike previously covered one-screen puzzles, these rooms tended to only contain one trick for the player to figure out each. A single lock and key, if you will. These were not totally unlike traditional Mario Ghost Houses, which is why so many of them use that theme, and often have house or mansion in the name. As for their start in Mario Maker, it's impossible to be definitive, but I first saw this style from this Japanese creator who was making single-room versions of these levels in early 2017. I would argue this style of puzzle wouldn't get truly popular until later that year when PuzzleKing started the Mansion Escape puzzle series. Not only would these levels include multiple setups per level, but the format was more refined and player-friendly. The unique thing about Mansion Escape levels is that the puzzle came more from finding a unique way to exit a room than actually analyzing and solving a standard puzzle. To an onlooker, it wouldn't even appear as though there was something to solve. This was especially true in PuzzleKing's levels, as there was a way to progress through. It didn't even appear to be a sealed room at first. The player would play through a fairly standard platforming level until they found themselves at the beginning of the section they just played. Each section had an alternate way to escape from this loop. These solutions could be deviously well hidden, bordering on dev exits, if it weren't for PuzzleKing's excellent hint system. Hints on how to escape each section were put into the sections themselves. These hints varied on their vagueness and subtlety, with some more or less serving the solution up on a silver platter. But that hardly mattered. These levels had a very high clear rate overall, despite being quite tricky puzzles, because the point was less to truly stump players and more to show off the unique puzzle tech at play. Plus, if any player wanted a more substantial challenge, the hints were consistently telegraphed through the series and could be avoided so a player could stay in the main room trying to find the alternate way out. It was a surprise to no one that this format made a pretty clean transition to trolling. As puzzles, these levels already played with subversion. With just a bit more deadly challenge and a burden on the player, any mansion escape could be a decent troll entry. That's more or less exactly what Sam, PuzzleKing, and many others would go on to do. PuzzleKing's level, Carl's PuzzTroll Mansion Escape, was this permutation almost to a T. That's no slight either, the genres work very well together. There were still these loops the player had to get out of, but now there were also trolls to dodge. At face value, it sounds like it's just a more annoying mansion escape, but the synergy makes it better than the sum of its parts. The flow in a mansion escape puzzle is determining where the loop ends, poking around to try and find the cracks where an alternate exit may be, then proceeding to the hint if there is one. With the added element of trolling, that middle section of poking at the level is now a lot more dangerous. But instead of being a blatant nuisance, it forces the player to think more critically of the level from the forefront. In a troll level, the player can never fully trust a level, which is something that runs counter to how mansion escapes usually worked. That is how you got trolls like the fake hint. Presenting a hint for the player was a regular occurrence in many levels, and completely standard in mansion escape levels. So to play with that concept in a troll level just felt natural. There are numerous ways to go about it, but in general, whenever a hint is shown to the player, it can't be the truth. It could just be the complete opposite, or in this case, it could be something not even suggested in the hint at all.
I'm going to the right. I'm going to the right.
Overall, PuzzleKing melded their puzzle style to trolling seamlessly. Sam had 2 entries of this style within a month, and strayed a bit farther from the core structure PuzzleKing had in their mansion escape levels. Sam's levels were more interested in player disrespect, with an overall theme of getting players to trick themselves.
Is this the Carl's gonna just sit here and die button? Like, come on. This is how much, this is disrespectful. This block is disrespectful.
A few minutes later.
Oh, at least we get to kill Yoshi again. Oh wait, I almost didn't spit out my shell. My shell that serves... I died in it! No!
Very little in this level acts upon the player. Not much is thrown at them to dodge. The player is tasked with critically thinking about the level to avoid traps. If a player gave in to their habits without understanding why, they were punished. The more the player analyzed the level and the less they interacted with all they had to offer blindly, the less they would get trolled. But this early on, it's fair to say few players were able to do this, so punishment was abundant, even including a hard CP1.
God damn it! No!
Nothing says, no, you weren't paying attention, more than, now show me what you've learned and do it again. Both great levels, and the first of many genre mix-up we'll see. I'm not going to cover it, but the concept was strong enough to spawn its own level contest, if you want more.
Oh god, that was my favorite. That was definitely my favorite one so far. That level was so good. That level was so good.
As for the troll contests, I don't really need to say much more about them. I don't even think I'll cover the first winning level, You've Learned Nothing by Cats, on its own. We'll see individual trolls from these levels when we wrap up the era, but the contest itself is just not worth covering in depth. All that matters is we got a ton of wonderful creators all directed towards the goal of trolling each other, and from there, the ball wouldn't stop rolling if you tried. That being said, we are going to cover the winner of the second troll contest. Just a couple months later, the community got another foundational level in the scope of trolling. Larl does everything twice. Twice. The level's creator, Symplectic, feels like one of the troll creator names that brings back nostalgic memories of many troll levels made over the course of their career. But when I looked at the actual data, they've only had 4 levels to their name that I've tracked, and 2 of them were collaborations. It says a lot when I'll be covering 3/4 of their tracked works in detail, but I think it says even more for the reputation of this level. So how does this level fare in the grand scale of history? Well, the thing is, there isn't really one troll that stands out as worth putting this level in the pantheon of trolling. But I can say with confidence that it does belong there. The trolls are fine, but what this level does is a bit bigger. I think to really get my point across, we are going to have to talk about micro and macro troll design. For the most part, when I've been talking about troll design so far, I have been talking about micro trolls. They are singular individual traps, and a lot of them could work well in any level you put them in. There's nothing wrong with micro trolls, and unlike the name might imply, a micro troll can leave a massive impact if done correctly. Macro trolls are another beast. Macro trolls need a lot more built to make them work. A macro troll only exists in the context of the level it's in, or the context of the other trolls around it. If micro trolls are the accents of a dish, macros are the main ingredient. Any level without its macro troll would feel naked, while any macro troll without a level crafted around it simply wouldn't work. In some cases, I would say that certain levels are macro levels. They exist around a singular point. For an easy example, 7 Trolley Pieces is a macro level. The whole thing is based around the hidden flag at the end. The macro troll at play was the fact that the end of the level was right there at the beginning. There are still micro trolls involved in the other sections, but instead of being there as their own showcase, they were there to further support the macro troll at the end. Their inclusion makes that troll and the level overall stronger. Now, not all levels have to be 7 Trolley Pieces. Not even Larl Does Everything Twice Twice goes that far. 7 Trolley Pieces would be an example of a 100% commitment to macro design. If the macro troll wasn't there, it would be an absolute failure of a level. Literally nothing else about it would work. However, it's also true that you can make a troll level stringing nothing but standalone micro trolls, and it could easily be one of the best levels ever. I know many of my favorite levels are like this. There is a spectrum at play here, and Larl Does Everything Twice Twice is one that sits quite comfortably in that macro realm. So what makes it so macro? Well, the player starts off the level here, and plays through encountering some pretty standard trolls. Nothing amazing, but nothing egregious until they reach the checkpoint.
Not sure about that. What? What is happening?
After the checkpoint, they will go through a couple of pipes and end up back here. They have now been in this room twice. And this is where the real level starts.
You guys ready to do everything twice? Because I am. Like, what else? Are you fucking kidding? That didn't go there last time. It's a fake! That's not the same room. That's not the beginning.
And this is where the real level starts. If the player continues through this room to try and regain the progress that was seemingly lost, they will find things are different. The player will now find a number of new trolls and ways to die. That is the twice. Yet another troll so abundant after this point that a timeline would be pointless. The twice is a great troll, but this level doesn't get its place in history just because it gave the troll its name. It also fleshes out its potential. There are multiple ways to use a twice troll, and those uses come in phases. Phase 1 is the hidden phase. When presenting a good twice, the player will not be aware they are in a new section of the level if you've done it right. They should believe they know everything that is about to happen to them. And if we know one thing about expectations, it's that if the level creator knows what the player expects, they are easy to troll. Essentially, anything you throw at the player in this phase is going to land because of these expectations.
Are you fucking kidding? That didn't go there last time.
Phase 2 is the advantage. The player is now on guard, but there is still an opportunity to take advantage of their expectations. They may be suspicious, but since the section they are in is still identical to the one they know, they will have little choice but to start doing the things that cleared the sections before. If you start putting trolls that are only triggered if the player does what needed to be done before, it's a safe bet you will get them yet again.
This is not gonna be the same thing. It's not gonna be the same thing. It can't. It can't. It wouldn't. But well.
Phase 3 is the realization. They are now completely wise to your tricks and will begin doing the opposite of the solutions found in the original version of this section.
Okay, wait. Last time it was right. This time it's gonna be left. Last time it was right. This time it's gonna be left. I'm holding left. Yes! Yes! I am not a Pavlovian dog. I have free will. I can live my own life the way Larl wants. You can't. You're not the boss of... Come on! Wait. It really was not that!
As you can see, at this level, it helps to play right into that expectations. Because all you need to do at that point is to begin making the solutions the same as they were in the original section to completely bamboozle the player. It's one thing to implement this kind of troll, but this level did it so well. The solution was the same in both sections, but the setup was still completely different, making this trap hit so much harder. However, we are still not done. Phase 4 of the traditional twice-twice setup is the mix-up. Once the player is this deep into the troll and has been hit by multiple iterations of the previous 3 phases, they are exceedingly cautious. They are completely on edge and will overthink the hell out of whatever the next troll is. When they encounter the next section where there was a troll originally, they are going to look for any cracks to see if they can suss out which way the troll is going to go. That is why it is important at this phase to throw in something completely new. After beating the player down with these mirrored sections, the fixation is going to be on where they remember a troll being. With this fixation in mind, it is now easier than ever to sneak something new in without the same amount of scrutiny it might get if it were in a normal section. It's not required for a twice-twice to use all of these phases, but the fact that they were all present in this first iteration set quite a precedent and flung the doors open to the potential twice-twicing to be had.
Is it actually gonna be that now? Is it actually... No, that's what he wants to make, that's what he wants to make. We are indeed doing everything twice. Twice-twice
setups require a large commitment, if in nothing else than actual space to make 2 or more identical sections. All that said though, it's possible to do a micro twice-twice. It just happens to be a really good troll to make a macro around. What makes this level macro-based isn't the simple inclusion of twice-twice setups, it's the fact that the whole level is a twice-twice of itself. The whole structure of the level is designed to facilitate multiple twice-twice sections, to the point where simple navigation becomes difficult because it's hard to determine what section you're in until you encounter a troll. All this and a finale that uses perhaps the most stacked pipes I've seen to twice the hell out of the player.
Happy little Goomba gets squishy squished. What's up with this? Oh. Can I go back and get the Goomba to hit me? Because I can't fit through that. Okay. What? What the fuck was that? What is this troll? How did those pipes do that? If it takes me back to the same spot, I'm gonna lose my mind. What the fuck?
There may not be one troll to point to, but when a new troll gets introduced to the community with such a strong level to back it, it is always going to stand out historically. I next want to cover the first level I have tracked for a very prolific creator in the Mario Maker community. Carefully Carved Hot Carbage by Defender. We will have a long chat about Defender near the end of the era, but I did want to briefly touch on his early works. It's a matter of historical record that the early Defender levels are not good. Defender himself went on to denounce some aspects of his early work. And it's hard to argue with all the condemnation when looking at this level with the perspective of hindsight. The problem is, there isn't anything mind-blowing to offset some of the worst habits of super expert design still dying out. It's not anything unforgivably bad, especially considering the average level coming out at the time was not much different. What is fascinating about this level is what we will find similar between it and future Defender levels. One consistent aspect is the effort. 0% of this level is bad because it's lazy. Not all the level design is great, but boy did he design the hell out of this level. It is so busy and full, it feels like not one tile was wasted. Another reason I want to bring Defender up now is because I want to address the growing complexity of level design. One of the main things Defender is known for, even today, is the complex design of his contraptions. Rube Goldberg-esque machines that can produce incredible effects in levels. On the surface, Mario Maker is very basic in what it allows the level creator to make, but fully understanding and taking advantage of all the ways elements can interact can add many tools to the designer's arsenal. It gets so complicated though. By the time we reach Mario Maker 2, we will already be dealing with levels that are implementing basic forms of programming logic using nothing but Mario bullshit. What's more impressive is that skilled designers like Defender can make all of this largely out of the player's sight. Which brings me to my points. I am an onlooker. I am barely even a player, and I'm definitely not a strong level creator. I am simply not going to be able to explain how a lot of what we'll be seeing in the future works on a technical level. Even if I could, it would be a massive tangent each time, easily making this video exponentially longer. I will be focusing on the cause and effect of these trolls and less about how they can actually create those effects. However, it is truly amazing to understand how some of this stuff works, so I'll be linking some great explanation videos below of some of the future levels if you are ever curious. Next we have What's Up Doc, #Dr. C, by Potatochan. Potatochan is another prolific level creator in early trolling. I wanted to cover this level because I wanted to mention Potato before we hit Mario Maker 2. But the truth is, I have much more to say about their Mario Maker 2 contributions, despite them being just as active in Mario Maker 1. This level is another case of the beginning is the end. The level is presented as an infinite checkpoint level, but it is nearly impossible to get the red coins at each of the sections traditionally. I would have sworn that it was actually impossible, but the level creator confirmed it, and there is in fact something behind the key door. It actually gave a hint to the real solution, which was jumping over this pipe section at the beginning, a thing that the game would normally prevent you from doing. This section with the hint is especially interesting because it mirrors a much more prolific troll we'll see in the future, but because so few players actually get here, I hesitate to even recognize it. But it is important enough for me to mention it now, so keep it in mind. At this point in my notes, I've been very focused on tracking individual trolls, and going over every level just to cover the 1 or 2 trolls they've contributed is a waste of all of our time. I will cover these trolls, but I want to make it clear just how much I'm skipping over. We are now 4 months and nearly 40 levels away from the first troll contest, and I really do wish I could cover every troll level and creator, but it's just not feasible. I need to cover the levels that influence the future, and the major events. Major events like the CarlMoney Collab. One of the largest collaborations of Mario Maker 1, featuring the design talents of Katz, Buckaroo, Berg, DaNtheTANK, DankDrew, Dr. C, Sam, Hackacat, Potatochan, Symplectic, and PuzzleKing. I love these collabs. Just seeing these sections of creators whose individual works I've pored over all coming together to make something way more than any one of them could do on their own. Just about everything we see in gaming is made with a team effort, but so rarely are we able to see the individuals in a larger work. This is a perfect slice where you can see how all these creator styles intersect and stand out. Like so many other collab levels, we have another infinite checkpoint level with a hub allowing the player to choose what section they'd like to do next. It really is the perfect format for this large of a collaboration. Each creator can have their own section to design. All of these sections are great, and there are even a number of great examples for some major trolls in here. In this first section, there's a great example of deplatforming. a section that takes Mario from solid ground and makes him fall.
Do I want to... What the fuck?
It's the mechanical equivalent of a rug pull. This would be a classic example where the jump was made, the player has landed, yet Mario is pushed back through the platform, causing him to fall. The hard part is usually making the jump, so this troll is especially effective at causing the player distress at what should be the release of tension. There is this section that is more of a trolley phenomenon than a troll outright, but it can be abused on purpose, so conveyors suck.
I don't know what's actually going on. Why would I hold right into a spike? That just seems... How does that work? That makes no sense. Okay, if I hold nothing, I hit the right spike. But if I hold right, I don't hit the right spike.
I don't have a much better name for it. When on a conveyor or fast-moving platform, Mario's momentum gets real weird. This section here is a perfect example. The skull platform gave Mario so much momentum he actually can't slow down enough to make it in this little gap. The player actually has to hold directly into the spikes just to counteract this momentum and make it into the gap without bumping into the wall. It's a very weird situation to watch because it looks like the player just jumped into a hazard, but the force of the momentum is so hard to fight against if used like this. In my classic terrible naming conventions, I've called the next troll "You Can Just Make the Jump." It's a section that has a jump setup, but if you use the setup, you will be trolled. Instead, you can just make the jump.
We need to like stand a little further over here. Let's get out of here. Oh, what the hell am I? Oh, you can just jump over it, I bet. I'm an idiot.
Very similar to a saw trap, but you don't even need to set it up with other jump sections. As long as you have something present that suggests the jump is too high or long, the player will usually go with it. It's not uncommon for players to naturally be so trusting of a setup like this that they will fall for this troll multiple times. They don't process they are being lied to about something so fundamental as Mario's jump height. Overall, this level is really strong. With each creator having a much smaller section to deal with, they are able to put in their cleverest designs without having to pace themselves over the course of a longer level. After each section is cleared, the player collects the key, and this happens.
I don't like this. I don't like anything about this. We gotta trust. We gotta trust. We gotta trust. No! No! Oh my god. Wait, I still can't get it! I still can't get it! Oh my god, those blocks! What? Wait, no, what the fuck? What the fuck?
This is a key death. The player would have to replay all of the level sections to get the key again. But this is a key death troll. A key death that is planned for in the level design and often has more level to offer afterwards. In this level, the key death is more of a fake out. The player is simply meant to think they lost all their progress, when in fact the level is really over.
Wait. Oh. 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 Wait, how does the... Oh my god. Okay. Oh god.
Not to dive into the technicals too much, but this trick is an interesting one. It works because of the infinite checkpoint setup. Anytime a player dies, they would be sent back to this checkpoint in the hub room. Only if they die at the end, they will be sent back to this checkpoint, which spawns the player next to the exit. This trick is quite clever and will go on to inspire many more devious setups.
Oh my god, that was a beautiful, beautiful end to a beautiful level.
Carl's Psychological Castle by Jujustum isn't one of those meta-shattering levels, but is a great representation of a lot of things. First, it's just nice to give another longtime creator like Juju some spotlight in their early years. Second, I think this is a good look at what troll levels looked like at this point in time. This has some above average trolls, but it's certainly the style most people were using at the time. The word you will hear me say when describing Mario Maker 1 troll levels is labyrinthian. These levels loved spreading their content over multiple paths only to have a majority of them terminate abruptly. This level isn't nearly as sprawling, but it's still structured like this. Right off of a checkpoint there is a fork, with others just a bit further along. We see another use of twice twice, with this being a better example of how that troll can be used on a smaller scale.
Is this twice twice? Oh my god, is this is fucking twice twice! This isn't the same area! This is motherfucking twice twice!
Space was required to make the copied section, but it really only utilizes it to catch the player off guard before they realize it's a copy. There is a pretty gnarly forced entry that uses a fake hint to get the player to trick themselves into a deadly door.
But aren't I gonna die? Aren't I gonna die? Oh, vine. No! No! I just got baited so hard, dude! You think you have to hold up to go up the vine, and the only thing that you needed not to do was fucking hold on!
There is also a rudimentary use of a key trap, a section that will kill the player if they have a key.
Do I want this? I'm fucked either way. I think I was like double, triple fucked. Oh no.
I wanted to bring this up because it's a tactic widely used outside of troll levels. It's a great way to de-cheese a level. If the player does something the creator doesn't want them to, it's not very hard to give them a key. It's the same logic as giving someone a star, like from the anti-softlock before. Once the player has that key, they are essentially dead.
Help me, mommy! I'm piecing out of here. No! No!
Lastly, Carl talks about red coin meta at the end of this level, and it is worth pointing out.
See, the real problem with red coins is that everybody knows that it must be possible to get red coins from checkpoints in order to upload levels. So it makes it very easy to tell once you hit the first checkpoint whether you really need the red coins or not.
Over the course of this level, there were several red coins in hard-to-reach areas. While most were just fairly annoying, I wouldn't be shocked if some were straight up impossible to get. When red coins are presented as optional or just outside the context of a red coin level, there is almost no trust in them. I think the logic comes from the inversion of how red coins were used at this point. We tie red coins to infinite checkpoint levels because it's a great way to make long levels without making the player do all of it in one life. However, the major way I remember them being used was in Kaizo levels. Kaizo levels would put in red coins as another way to regulate how the player moves through a level. If the creator has a certain path or set of movements they wanted the player to do, they could put red coins in certain spots that would require the player to hit them. If they don't do this, the player could find major cheese, or conversely find paths that are actually much more difficult than intended. Red coin meta kind of expanded from there. There were optional red coins that allowed the player to attempt extra challenges in order to get a secret ending, like locking the tap of the flagpole to red coin exclusive paths. Troll levels quickly took on inversions of both of these tropes, making red coins that look required not, and making optional challenges that were actually just impossible. The problem with that is it is often in the player's best interest to bet against the red coins being required. It saves a lot of time if they are correct, and even if they aren't, the only troll that the level can do is have the coins be real. All of this without considering that Carl's point, that if red coins are obtainable before checkpoint, the creator must be able to go back and get them, or have a significant dev exit to avoid them anyway. That is, unless they are fake, which is the case more often than not. I Sold My Troll to the Devil by Slayer is a bit of a different beast. Let's start off with the trolls I wanted to cover. The first one isn't even in this level, but it is a reference to it, so unwanted power-ups.
So next we have a bomb. Oh, we're going down. I'm free! Alright. Huh, can I make that jump? Oh, I can go over here. God damn it. God damn it! God damn it! God damn it!
Giving a player a power-up that will actually inhibit progress in a level. This troll often has the added psychological element of all players being trained to want power-ups on most occasions. It is a very versatile troll and is used extremely consistently across the timeline. But not here. This section here is a reference to a section in Power-Up Deferral by John. That level was a puzzle level, but introduced many to the concept of the unwanted power-up.
Maybe. Alright, let's go! Let's fucking do it! Go! 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 Please last long enough.
This is a reference the level is banking on the player noticing, because if they wait for their star to run out, they are now dead.
What is all of this? What is this shit? Did I have to go down there?
What the player actually sees is based on the screen scroll, or the way the screen follows Mario. Again, something there have been literal lectures on how complicated it is, but whether consciously or not, most level creators are actually acutely aware of how it works. However, to take that awareness and transfer it to a troll is another thing. For reasons we'll get into later, screen scroll trolls are nearly exclusive to Mario Maker 2, but there have been a couple cases here in Mario Maker 1, where the level creator is aware enough that they are able to manipulate how the screen scrolls to reveal a troll to the player, in a way few would expect.
Well, that's not going to be what it looks like. Oh, I can't even hit it!
Finally, we have the wrong door troll, where the level tricks the player into going into a door they believe is another door. It's a weirdly specific intention, and it's a weirdly specific troll. This effect was most commonly achieved with launchers, having the player come out of one door, then covering that same door while revealing another, to make them think they are returning to their original door, but it's a different door.
Doors only go to one other door. Why did that door go to like 3 other doors? What just happened? Look, I go through this door, and then I come out that door. What the fuck?
It's hard to explain, but it's not hard to understand how this one tricked players. If they really thought that a door was the same one they've interacted with before, they are going to expect the same result. The real trick is getting that sleight of hand to be convincing enough to trick the player like that. While these trolls are fine, the main reason to bring this level up is because this level, along with the next two, will allow me to talk about a unique intersection of different communities. This level actually introduces us to something we have seldom seen yet: glitches. Both Mario Maker games have a host of glitches associated with them. I feel like the troll community is more closely tied to the glitch community than most. Maybe it's because both have a fundamental interest in breaking the game in some way. Glitches come in many forms, and have a wide array of utilities. Just about every game has its glitches, with some drawing more interest than others. And Mario Maker was able to facilitate a whole community of glitch hunters. Glitches in other games may change how it looks, and rarely may even change how the player interacts with the game itself. But Mario Maker is different. In Mario Maker, a glitch could unlock a whole new tool or technique for the level creators. In a game about creation, this was huge. The concept of a few more tools is enough to generate a sequel, so manifesting them yourself is an appealing notion. I am not very well versed in this community, but if I feel I had to sum it up, there would be no better candidate than Psycrow. Psycrow is a prolific Mario Maker glitch hunter. Not only a hunter, but a community coordinator and toolmaker. Their levels were something to behold.
I got hit. Because I'm bad. Let's skip this out. Holy fuck. Fucking lasers!
But the more impressive feats may have been what they did for their community. Guides, forums, and tools all made available with their help. They made tons of levels for Mario Maker 1, and when the game couldn't provide what they needed, they made their own adjustments, making what could only be called ROM hacks.
Alright guys, this is Trapped for Sure Labs by the man, the myth, the legend, Psycrow. This is obviously Mario Maker. This is obviously Mario Maker, folks.
A lot of communities struggle through their own hurdles, but I feel like the glitch hunting community had it the worst. Nintendo was brutally strict with these levels. Glitch levels were almost guaranteed to go down, it was just a matter of time. Some creators so prolific and some glitches so severe, builders often arranged to have the level up just for certain streamers to go download it, then go offline so they could play it beyond the watchful eye of Nintendo. The creator would then remove the level before it could get reported. It was better to do it themselves than have Nintendo take it down. A Nintendo removed level could never be uploaded again, not to mention the risk of a creator ban was always a threat. It would be nigh on impossible to operate as a glitch hunter without the aid of a community, so while there were some genuine feats of glitch, they were just too prohibitive in general to both play and build. I will say a lot of things I believe the community will disagree with me on over the course of this video, but this might be the most controversial. I think I'm on Nintendo's side with this one. Allow me to explain a bit. I get that it sucks how harsh some of these conditions were, but you have to look at it from another perspective. For every player that knew what they were walking into, there were 10, 100, probably closer to 1,000 players that had no idea what the fuck was going on. You can't just have this stuff out in the wild, and because the only way to share levels at all is to make them public, you would always have that problem. You could say there should be a way to keep it out of the public space, but not a lot of levels have this unique problem with the public. And it is in Nintendo's best interest to get as many levels as possible into the challenge mode, so there is always new stuff to play. Even giving people the option to share privately cuts the amount of content the platform has down by quite a bit. It's sad, but I can't say I blame them. And before you say I'm biased, well, I am. But other than glitch levels, troll levels are some of the only levels nearly incompatible with public play, and Nintendo goes after them too. Bullying elements. It would be one thing if this was the only problem with glitches, but as someone watching their history mirror the troll communities, I gotta say, they can be a real nuisance. Glitches are very hard to follow from both the player perspective and the builder meta. Meta in this context isn't just about popularity and trends, but what is actually possible to do in the game at any time. Glitches were patched in and out constantly up until the very end, and while it was clear some were baked in and couldn't change, others had lives rivaling mayflies. Some did stick around, but a lot of them got patched or outright banned. Nintendo did their damnedest to make sure the average player would not come across a glitch through the course of normal play. So they exist outside of the vast majority of the meta, which isn't a big problem, but they also exist outside of the mechanics as we know them. If a troll setup has a glitch that breaks from the core mechanics of the game, even a veteran troll player isn't going to be able to conceive of a way to avoid that troll without encountering it at least once. But they do have their merits. For one, they can stick around and become meta. I'd argue that the stacked pipes are a kind of a glitch, and that is 100% accounted for in the creation and player meta. But more than that, they can just be funny. Seeing something happen that we can't anticipate is often how great jokes are formulated. But I can't cover glitches. The thing that bothers me most about them is the lifting of limitations. If you can glitch a thwomp to go up, or have a power-up instantly kill you, you might as well be playing a ROM hack. No rules or boundaries can lead to just some unbelievable creations, but I explicitly banned them from the making of this video because what makes Mario Maker interesting to me as a troll game are those limitations. Not only is it more accessible to have a strict toolset for every creator to go in with, it's invaluable to have expectations for those limitations in the players too. A player with rigid expectations for a ROM hack is a fool. A player with rigid expectations for a Mario Maker level is not only a given, but it's also a target. And they will always be more surprised when they encounter something that breaks those expectations. I may throw in a nod to a glitch here and there, and I'm sure I'll include glitch setups simply due to something going on behind the scenes I don't even know about, but mostly I'm gonna leave it there. If you haven't figured it out yet, this whole video is a sham. It's really just a vehicle for me to talk about random Mario Maker things for as long as I want. I will try to bring it back to trolling, but you're trapped now and will listen to whatever tangent I put in at this point. So I want to talk about the interesting little phenomenon of the speedrun level genre. Origins are unclear, but the gist is these are levels that have a tight timer and require the player to constantly run in order to win. There are a lot of entries using the added movement options in the New Super Mario Bros. Style of level, leading some to call these New Soup speedrun levels. But it was never limited to New Soup. These levels varied in difficulty, but ranged anywhere from hard to Kaizo.
Get it fucking done! We fucking did it! Oh my god, it's possible! It's fucking possible! Holy shit!
The design was tight and compact, with very specific routes in mind. It wasn't about figuring out what to do, it was just about execution. When done right, the playthroughs of these levels are visual spectacles of play. These levels were cool and flashy, but I couldn't help finding something cute about them. If you're around gaming communities at all, I'm willing to bet your ears perked up when I mention the phrase speedrun. Speedrunning is the act of running through a game with speed, finishing as fast as possible. There are actual documentaries if you are truly unaware, but they only have gotten more popular and mainstream. Most people know what a speedrun looks like. The thing about speedrunning, though, is it's not a genre. That's what's so cute about these levels. They didn't have to be framed around speedrunning. Literally every Mario Maker level that has been beaten has a speedrun, or more accurately, a world record. One of the earlier updates to Mario Maker was public-facing clear timers, with the world record fastest time being prominently displayed on the level's main page. It has instantly made Mario Maker a wonderful place for the speedrunning community to congregate. Any level could now be competed over and tracked, but I really mean every level. Kaizo levels were great and all because the skill floor meant a large portion of the built-in community had the capacity to compete on the leaderboard. Regular levels were plenty competitive too, as there were a lot of different ways to save time going through a level with more freedom in its route. But levels didn't have to look like your typical Mario levels to be incredible speedruns. Sean Hipp's one-screen puzzle levels had outrageously competitive leaderboards.
This room is one of the most complicated setups, so I had to throw the spring into the correct position and then quickly get these POWs over here. This allows us to bring the shell through the door in order to hit the question mark block with the bomb in it. So we're going to use the bomb to blow up that block, which has a shell hiding underneath, but also sneak in there and grab the fireball as well. That was probably one of the hardest individual moves here. I'm just waiting for the bomb to blow up. We had to blow that up in order to get through the question mark block door at the very end. So then we're going to put on the helmet, use that POW block, which I never saw when I was first playing this level, to get through the freaking door, and then finally get everything set up here to go through the P-switch door. And again, this was just a juggle fest. I went a little bit slow there because I almost forgot what to do at the very end, so there's probably an extra second you could get out of that at the very end there. I actually jump off of Yoshi at the very end in order to hit the gold tape as soon as possible. I ended up beating this record by only a few milliseconds, so whoever had this record previously probably used the exact same strat as me. I just did slightly faster.
A speedrun was something any level could have, yet here we have levels whose understanding of speedrunning seems to start and end with fast. Let me break something down about speedrunning with an example. Why, hello there, speed person. May I interest you in a death-defying challenge? It will be tough, but with skills like yours, I'm sure it will be the spectacle of a decade. Flying over traps with grace and grazing death with ease. I can only imagine the tact needed to overcome such an exhilarating situation. So, please, runner, won't you dazzle us with a demonstration of your prowess? See, the thing about speedrunning is it's not about the spectacle. It's about the time. It doesn't matter if it's the most fun and impressive feat there is. If it's faster to stare at a wall motionless, that is what a speedrunner will do. But ultimately, these levels aren't trying to accurately depict what speedrunning is all about. There are levels built to demonstrate the unique aspects of speedrunning, like routing and skips. Super Warp World was a collection of levels from a number of prominent creators like Carl and GrandPooBear that were made for this exact purpose. But the speedrun levels weren't made for that. Instead, they wanted to capture a feeling. The route is already planned, the tricks are built in, and the timer is already set. All the player has to do is execute. And even that can be deceptively tipped in the player's favor using clever level design. Some tricks can have a bigger window for execution than they appear, and sometimes the level can allow the player some hesitation or time loss if the timer is looser than necessary. It's not about being perfect, it's about feeling perfect. These levels make you feel like Spider-Man. I mean, a speedrunner. They were made not as a representation of speedrunning, but as a tribute to it, and that's just adorable. Anyway, someone made a troll version of this concept that constantly trips up the player, preying on this very adoration. Daily Speedrun Trollden by DankDrew is just that, a troll speedrun level. In order for the average speedrun level to achieve that speedrunner feeling, there are a lot of design tropes and concepts needed to convey information to the player very quickly. A lot of shorthand is borrowed from the Kaizo community. One could argue the overlap more resembles a circle than a Venn diagram when it comes to borrowing. Because of their quick and dense nature, that means some of the levels are more community shorthand than traditional Mario shorthand. Every player knows that a question block is supposed to be jumped into, but how many know that a curve track is an air stall? This dense use of meta design and shorthand lends itself wonderfully to troll levels. I've used this level to bring up the topic, but it's actually a pretty straightforward deconstruction. Some indicators are false, and some items aren't needed. Speedrun levels already require low reaction time from players, so no time is given to determine if any trick is a genuine instruction or a lying troll. It's a constant back and forth of actual execution and unlearning instinct on the player's part. It's no 7 trolley pieces as far as grand statements, but it operates in the same area of parody. Speedrun levels would continue to be made, and wilder yet, an official tag was added in Mario Maker 2 to further facilitate levels just like them. This wouldn't be the last troll speedrun, but it's a concept with diminishing returns. So much of the joke revolves around the player realizing just how dependent they are on level indicators and design shorthand for navigation.
It's so hard getting my brain to not learn, to like unlearn all the things that I've been taught to do in these levels. Oh, I'm supposed to. See, I forget which ones I'm supposed to do and which ones I'm not.
The last little dive into related Mario Maker genres I want to cover for now is the music level. There is a block in Mario Maker that makes music. The music block. There is also an alternate version that will play a specific note depending on where it is placed on the screen. That feels like all I need to say. The levels speak for themselves.
Oh.
Music levels were some of the earliest viral ROM hacks in the original SMW. It doesn't surprise me that this was a mechanic built into the foundation of this game. The only thing more impressive than the music made in these levels is that some of them are actually pretty amazing platforming levels in their own right. A lot of these levels simply played a song while the player had little to do with it. They set the pace with screen auto-scrolling, and as elements spawned, the music would play. They were an impressive showcase to be sure, but the downside to these levels is the resource cost. By the time a song is finished, if there is even enough level length to do that, there is almost no space or blocks left to spare for anything else. That didn't stop music level creators though. Instead, they had to integrate a path for Mario with the elements needed to play a song. Elements had to be reused to function not only as triggers for the music, but also as part of the level proper. Series creator Shigeru Miyamoto is often quoted saying that a good design is one that solves multiple problems at once. I don't think he intended for a design to provide an obstacle for the player and a baseline to the soundtrack.
This is sick.
When it comes to the creators I'm most familiar with, Composer and Bossman are the first to come to mind. They had incredibly popular levels on the platform and were even featured in GDQ, a very popular speedrunning charity drive with viewer counts in the tens of thousands. The music was amazing, and the platforming was exhilarating. What else can I say? Anyway, someone made a troll version of this concept that constantly trips up the player. But can you be too mad at a level that provides good tunes? Yoshi's Troll Land, the musical by Alethes, is my troll scapegoat this time around. And the level is pretty good. Honestly, the structure is very similar to the speedrun levels. The route is predetermined and very limited, and the pace is embedded into the core of the level design. I would say the main difference is that pace though. Speedrun levels have to be extremely fast because that's what they're all about. Music levels had to set a pace for its consistency, to make sure the level actually worked as intended. As a result, it can be comparatively a lot slower, and even these fractions of seconds can drastically change how trolls are designed. A little bit more time for the player to think is a little bit more time to get in their head. Other than that, here is a brief look at my favorite trolls.
Yeah. Oh, I bet this is gonna be bad. No! Yoshi's Troll Land, let's go. No! Oh, that's... Alright, that's just disappointing.
And with that, we can move on. Once, Twice, Thrice, Thrice by Hackacat is another one of those magic levels. A level that leaves you wondering how it managed to work out so well. I'll spoil it right away by saying this is another Twice Twice level, but done even better. Again, the first and second halves are mirrors of each other, but the level doesn't waste time making the player guess if they are in a Twice Twice. This level skips right to the ways one can play on this setup. But let's circle back around because there is more to cover here. The player goes through these sections, then ends up here. This section is the perfect time to explain a troll that only barely needed its own category. It's something I'm calling imperceptible consequences. I've needed this term for a while now, but I can no longer just lump these into other categories. Imperceptible consequence setups present the player with an interaction of elements that are hard to identify what their outcome will be. However, crucially, it is usually the case where a player can formulate a number of reasonable guesses as to what might happen, all requiring different responses from the player. The creator can play on this in a number of ways. They can simply rely on those player guesses and make them choose which one they think is more likely. Or they can hide a far harder to predict outcome to play on the unexpected nature of the setup. Both have pros and cons. If what the player sees is what they get, they are just choosing a 50-50 option, where a wrong guess is death.
I don't like that. There's something back there. There's like munchers back there. I'm gonna try hitting it from below. That might have actually been good. That might... Oh my god, that was actually right. Yo, we did it. Alright. So how does this kill you? I see. I see.
However, even if the player gets the outcome right on the first try, they can feel a little satisfaction in their knowledge of the game, and in some cases the creator can then use a similar setup but reverse the outcomes to trick the player even harder. Because this whole level is a twice-twice, that is in fact what happens here.
So it's actually this. Is it? Which one is it? Which one is it? I'm gonna do the opposite. Okay, that was... Can you make that jump? You can't. How do you not die here? This is gonna fuck me, right? Oh! That actually was it!
The setup could also have a result the player is never going to guess or react to. On one hand, this could feel cheap. A lot of trolling relies on giving the player just enough knowledge to allow them to judge, and then dodge trolls accordingly. If there was no chance of their judgment being correct, they may feel cheated. However, I believe as long as the outcome can be understood by the player, they can see it more as a surprise challenging their expectations than a trick they were designed to lose. Proceeding along, the player will hit the checkpoint and go through this door into this flag room. This is bait. This is a fake flag. I know it seems obvious, but everything here could indeed hide a real flag perfectly if there was one there. We then encounter a new troll. Entering this section, your eye should immediately be drawn to this little area here. This area is so suspect it's almost aggressive, just a bold statement of bait. When one sees a section like this in a troll level, they can do nothing but utter the phrase,
Like, how am I gonna end up in that? Wait, there's no way I'm gonna end up in those spikes. Why would I go in that? Why would I go in that? The question is not why would I go in that. The question is how will I go in that? There is... Okay, no, yeah. There's definitely no way that that's the solution. I suppose the real question is how am I gonna end up in that box? What is that one-way trap? How would I ever end up in that one-way trap? There's no way I'm ever ending up in that one-way trap.
These are in-your-face confrontational trolls. The result is plain as day. There is an area that no one in their right mind would want to enter, and the player is going to be on their maximum guard. Yet, the level is still confident enough to show the punishment before the trap is even sprung. Of course, the skill comes from the actual getting them to end up in there, but I love the moments leading up to it even more.
What just happened? I did not just do that! I did not do anything! There's some shit behind that launcher that took my grip off! I did not do that! Oh, where's that clip of me saying, how do you end up in this one-way? What is that one-way trap? How would I ever end up in that one-way trap? There's no way I'm ever ending up in that one-way trap.
I don't buy it.
What's so great about this troll is that it circumnavigates one of trolling's greatest problems, feeling cheap. The level can throw the greatest troll ever at a player, but if it came out of nowhere, most players will still feel as though they were robbed of the possibility to dodge it. In my opinion, the best trolls have to be dodgeable. Nothing is more insulting about a trap than the knowledge that falling into it was your own damn fault. When you present a player with a "how am I going to end up in there?" they know a troll is coming. Most cases even permit an unlimited amount of time to try and predict all the possible ways one could end up in there. Yet most of these setups are so clever that not only are they aware of what the player is going to predict, but they will often use that prediction to put them in there. The next room is where the twice-twice starts, and it is revealed right here with this small change. The level wants the player to be thinking about it in the context of twice-twice. In general, it works great. Some trolls are the opposite of ones originally seen, some are revisions, some new trolls are added to keep the player on their toes even in the downtimes. After a couple rooms of twice-twicing, the player will get to CP2 and proceed to yet another mirrored room with a pretty cheap troll door.
Let's go. Well,
It's not the best, but it's clear what needs to be done, and it's very close to the checkpoint, so punishment is low. But if the player then tries to apply what they learned to hold up through this door...
That didn't faze me. What? Wait, what's... Where am I? What happened? Where am I? Which checkpoint? No, that's the old checkpoint! No! 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 How? 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 How?
This is yet another example of the wrong door troll. The door they entered is not the one they expected to be there. Things are different when spawning at the checkpoint. Redoing some sections and some learning later, and the player will find more excellent twice-twicing and a boss fight. Completing this boss fight rewards the player with a fake out and another CP1. The player will be off to go complete the sections again, but...
There was nowhere...
The door was different yet again, leading to this copied room and a real fake flag this time. Just an excellent level overall. The only downside is this level basically killed the wrong door troll. The only way to achieve this effect is to use this launcher setup or some extreme glitches. It's a great setup, but it's too recognizable, thus a troll dies at its peak. Carl's Psychological Planes by Jujustum is famous, at least among Carl's fans. It's a good level, but it's really only worth talking about for two sections. The first is a truly brain-hurty twice-twice. I've watched this section alone like 5 times, and I can still barely grasp it. There are three sections that look like this. Unlike the last level, this one uses its twice-twice and bets the farm on the fact the player won't notice they are in a different section. It's a safe bet. The only thing you would have to be able to notice is the background elements. What's so tricky about this section is that they are all connected by doors and a gap. There are one-ways to block free use of the doors, and the gap can only be crossed going back. It makes me feel so stupid looking at it. It's all the same room, but due to the way you have to traverse it, I cannot for the life of me comprehend how it all connects without using 110% of my brain.
That did absolutely nothing. Wait, that's not the same area! Wait a minute! That's not the same fucking area! That is not the same area!
Very clever, very puzzle, but I have to stop looking at it now. The next thing we have to talk about is this amazing CP1. When you're playing 2D Mario, what is probably the last thing you're thinking about? Right, the camera. Mario's camera is perhaps one of the most technically impressive things about Mario games that we don't think too much about. It follows Mario so naturally we could delete the center of the screen and still have a pretty good understanding of where Mario is. We are trained to find Mario in the center of the screen. Camera trolls take advantage of the screen transition and the few situations where this rule is broken to troll the player. All this camera tech is used to draw the player's eye to this fake hint. The danger is clearly presented, but it's not what the player is actually heading into, and if they try and react to this, they are punished. But those setups aren't why people remember this level. People remember it because it's the level Carl spilled his tea.
So hungry right now, Chad. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Feed me. Feed me. Feed me. Feed. No! No! Oh shit! Oh, the tea went everywhere. I'm gonna go get a towel. I'll be right back. Dude, I knocked my drink everywhere.
Fucking iconic. Moving on. While we're on the subject of memes, let's take a look at one of the all-time meme levels. This Japanese level right here is probably one of the longest standing meme levels. It's just you, a Magic Koopa, and oh so many hidden blocks.
Come on! Come on!
This is probably the greatest example of excavation you can get until Mario Maker 2, when someone made a whole series of levels of just this idea with different modifiers.
Surely it can't be that bad.
High art. The next level has a bit of a backstory to it. Jeff's failed troll experiment by Jeff was apparently a failed attempt to make a troll level in the vein of those we have been seeing before. Instead, this level decided to go cute.
Okay. This is like... oh, this is like an anti-troll level. Like, everything trolls you, but nothing kills you. This is cute. Yeah, I was like, wait, it won't kill me then, right?
Nothing in this level is designed to kill you, and in fact, much of it is impossible to die on. It's full of cute trolls. Trolls that will have the surprise of a troll, but no punishment or maybe even a reward. The deadlier the setup, the funnier it is when it can do nothing to touch the player. There really is no other way to describe it other than cute. The only reason there aren't tons of levels like this is because once the jig is up, there is nothing really stopping the player from beelining it to the end. Cute trolls are great to sprinkle into other levels though. A really nice unexpected departure from more traditional trolling, and basically the exact opposite end of the spectrum when Super Expert is factored in. We'd come a long way.
Okay. No, that was cute.
On February 13th of 2019, the Super Mario Maker community was struck a blow that it could not recover from. A blow that meant the end was in sight. I jest, but this really did spell the end for the game. Not only was a significant amount of the community going to switch over to the new game, but the official patch support for Mario Maker 1 was going to be pulled. And, since we are talking about definitive ends, many people predicted the future of this game. What many feared this announcement meant was the end of these servers for Mario Maker 1. Fortunately, the servers are still up to play existing levels if they weren't moderated to death by Nintendo, but even this is a small concession. By March of 2021, it would be impossible to upload new levels to the servers. Much more egregious in my opinion was the closure of the official bookmark site in January of the same year. This was a site that allowed for a more robust amount of level information to be viewed and shared outside of the Wii U's clunky interface. This is Erasure, plain and simple. The levels still exist, but anyone's attempt to archive how to find them revolved around this bookmark site. This is another reason I've chosen to research these levels using playthroughs. It's the most accurate archive we have now. I can't even look up the level data because the site everyone commonly used to link the levels is dead. So just about every fear the community had at the time was fully justified. As a historian, it's hard to move past this point. Looking back now, it's clear just how much ended with this announcement. On the other hand, it was just as much a saving grace. The Switch had been out for years at this point, and it seemed Nintendo was desperate to make the Wii U a distant memory. The further the community got into the Switch's lifespan, the more nervous everyone became that it could all just be unplugged with nowhere to go. So while a new game basically cemented an end, it also affirmed a safe haven for the community on a much more stable platform. Unless we see Mario Maker 3 in the next couple of years, I think it's safe to say the Mario Maker 2 servers will be a much safer place in comparison to its older brother. It's a little sad historically, but in the moment it was hype. Not only would the community live on, but they would have a plethora of new toys to play with. We will cover all the sequel brought to the table in due time, but for now there is a lot to wrap up. I have 129 levels cataloged in the 16th month Trollden Age, and you can imagine how much more I didn't even get a chance to see. In all of what I have seen, there are a fair amount of trolls I haven't even brought up yet. Let's start with the trolls I've already mentioned, show off some of my favorite setups, and discuss how they were developing as traps. Carl boxes seem as good a spot as any to start. They were still being used to predict player movement, but as time went on, they were becoming much more their own troll. Having general areas where the player might go is one thing, but now trolls were being designed just to get the player into these boxes. giving the impression one thing was going to happen, but punishing the player for going in the increasingly suspicious areas just to avoid trolls that never came.
Well, that's bad. I'm just gonna hide in my Carl box. I'm gonna die. I know I'm gonna die, but how would I? What else? Like, I've got to do this. God damn it, dude.
Dick Vines basically continued to abuse players that held up, but now finding uses outside of doors.
But the fucking troll level creator is one step ahead, and there's a vine. If you look really carefully, there's a dick vine. And so they bait you into holding up and then make you hold up directly to the vine, and I bought it fucking hook, line, and sinker. I did it again because I thought I was past the vine.
And in some cases, outside of holding up.
If you were to do this, and then you hold down, you go in the fucking pipe! Holy shit, there it was!
Distractions came in two flavors: blatant key jingling and misdirection.
One of those is a fake. I think it's the middle one. And that is the best way to use a hidden block, because the reason that hidden block was so glorious is the hidden block is while you're concentrating very intently on something else, that's when you let your guard down. That's when you let your guard down, and that's when the hidden blocks really get you.
Fake hints were still fake, but some started to include the fake hints back into the level, so in a way they were real, you just didn't know when you were going to encounter it.
Look right there! It's a door over vines, so I held up to grab the vines. I held up to, but of course it's gonna do that, of course it's gonna do that. Please, don't push the up button if like your life fucking depends on it. Arrow says this, we trust the arrow, we trust the level.
Fake P-switch setups found more unique situations to take advantage of a player's natural panic of being put on a short timer.
How is this gonna screw me? Oh! Oh god. No! And that's how.
Fish.
Wait, it might be... What? How did he know? How did he know?
Hidden blocks could troll the player if they weren't hit in the correct order by blocking things off.
What? What was I?
There were also trolls that took advantage of the very unique property of winged hidden blocks to respawn as solid even if they are hit elsewhere, causing moments like this.
I'm gonna be trapped. I'm trapped. I'm dead. I'm sad.
One-ways were still one of the best ways to hide solid surfaces, meaning something could become impassable without giving a hint of being so.
Top of the screen? Oh, that's just the thing I hit. Okay, I don't know what's going on, but I think we might be doing something. No!
I can finally show off a proper key trap. A setup that will kill the player if they have a key, and the key can be given to them anytime they do something they aren't supposed to. I'm also including this setup where the player has the key, but they don't know it.
I don't. There's a key trap. I'm not getting it. What just happened? Where did the key come from?
The key can take a long time to get to the player depending on where it spawns from, but it's still usable that whole time. Pick a Path was dying out, but at least now there was a meta to play with. Is the level trustworthy or not? Pointless additions to the level that suggested a path or thing to do, but the correct answer was to not engage at all. A powerful troll because the natural inclination of players is if something is there, there must be a reason. Well, the reason in a troll level is to make you think there is a reason, so no.
I am not supposed to be in here. This is not... Why did I think this was gonna do anything? Why did I go in here? Why did I do this? What am I supposed to be? Is this all bait? Is that entire section shiny bait and I'm just falling for all of it? That was like Shiny Town. This is fucking Shiny Town population me, man. There's nothing to do here.
Checkpoint skip setups were quite popular. Some specific setups were becoming too easy to recognize.
Oh, no. No, I don't trust you. You're gonna give me a checkpoint right here. Told you, fucking knew it. Easy. Oh, that's a checkpoint. It's gotta be the checkpoint. Unless it's a trap. Oh no. No! It was a trap!
But there were others to take their place.
How do I get out of the cloud? No! No! No way, dude, when you dodge the checkpoint into the spikes.
Skull platform traps evolved a bit. Because they could screw over the players so quickly, players compensated by reacting before anything actually happened, leading to trolls that did nothing but scare the player. They were also one of the easiest platforms to hide, making trolls that shoot the player off in a direction without them anticipating it a possibility.
I feel like the great thing about this is how simple they are, and yet so effective.
Sound effects had a heck of a redemption story. No longer were they just a cheap tactic to annoy and distract the player. Now they were being used to mask other key sound cues like P-switch timers.
Oh, you can use this music to mask the fucking P-switch. Oh!
These visual distortions were also being used to unique effect, like this instance where a curved track appears straight.
This is gonna move a little bit. It moved more than I thought. Oh, you can't see the curve very well with the dizzy effect.
Maybe NASA has just been using sound effects this whole time. Dang, Flat Earth confirmed. Z is unique because the original intent of the troll was almost completely dead by the end of Mario Maker 1. But it's still being used even now. The main way it is used is to make the player question whether the level is being authentic in its direction or not, with some more elaborate setups suggesting one thing and having the reality be another.
Go fast. Oh, wait, no. How do you do this? Shit, I didn't see you. Oh! I can just kill the bomb, right? I can just kill the bomb. I'm so trained to never spin jump on bombs. Ever. For any reason. You actually fucking Z.
Those were just the quick ones, but let's save the rest until the end. For now, I want to cover some of the trolls I haven't had a chance to introduce properly. Auto Mario is actually another whole subgenre I could have covered, but aside from the fact that it doesn't really mix with other genres well, I know even less about its community. But the concept is simple. The level will automatically complete itself, sometimes needing a specific input to be held to complete certain actions, but it can be held the whole level, so no actual interaction is required. There can be portions of a standard level that are auto too, which lead to the auto section trolls, also known as the find the auto or auto till it's not. This is a super expert tier troll where the only path through is trial and error. The fake shell ride troll takes advantage of a very small quirk in the shell mechanics. So if a shell is shot from a cannon, the player can stand on it. If a shell is thrown by the player, it can only be jumped off of briefly, like an enemy. This troll makes setups that make one situation look like the other in order to get the player to mix up the inputs. Very specific. The fake troll has a lot of overlap, but it is when a setup is very obviously a troll, but presents no actual danger. The only difference between this and cute trolls is that believing there is danger can result in punishment.
Literally just stand here? Like, this section makes me mad. I literally don't have to do anything. I just killed myself out of fear.
A boot trap is a bit of a catch-all for traps that use the specific properties of the boot or shoe. This can be making the player overuse the stomp, leading to pits they can't escape from, having the subtle bounce movement of the normal boot walk cycle activate traps, having the puff of air from the boot stomp activate traps, or by having the boot outright kill elements that would otherwise be activated by a normal jump. I also had a category that just included all the trolls that required amazing timing on the level creator's part.
Wait, it might be... What? How did he know? How did he know? So, alright. Oh, what the fuck? The snipe. Oh god, we can key death this. We can absolutely key death this. We can 100% key death this. You son of a bitch!
CP0 is very simple and very rare. CP0 is actually the second checkpoint of the level, but it will be placed significantly earlier in the level than checkpoint 1, often at the beginning, meaning if it is hit, you lost all the progress you made getting to checkpoint 1. It's basically a forced start over. Look, I covered Z pretty extensively, and I will cover more memes in the future, so while we're doing the Mario Maker 1 history wrap-up, x = 9 is a glitch where things just don't function like they're supposed to at the 9th space on the x-axis of a level. It started from this level from what I can tell. I don't know how it works or what exact effects can be caused, and clearly Nintendo didn't either because it did indeed carry over to Mario Maker 2. It's kinda just a meme about how broken the game could get and a joke scapegoat when something can't be explained. While we are talking about carrying over to Mario Maker 2, let's talk about what didn't. There are two major trolls that couldn't come over to Mario Maker 2 in any capacity because they were simply not possible anymore. The first is Flag Suck. In Mario Maker 1, the flagpole has a small invisible hitbox over the flag that will drop Mario onto the very top if he overshoots the jump. But the effect isn't automatic and it's not safe. Basically, anywhere you could sneak the top of the flagpole, you also had an invisible wall for Mario.
And then I died fucking around with the next coin. Alright. Is that the flagpole? What? Is that the flagpole? Is that how that's doing that? Oh, we just... Okay, so the cannon fired the bomb. Oh, and now we can get the clearance over the top of that. Oh my god.
And lastly is the most famous, the stacked pipe. Back in the day, I remember people freaking out, worried at the idea that stacked pipes wouldn't make it back into Mario Maker 2. I can see why to an extent. In a way, it's a major feature being able to have warps that take you to different locations. Nintendo had been doing that the whole time, so why couldn't we? Well, the answer is continuity. Level design is already hard enough when point A leads to point B. Asking the player to keep a web of interconnected warps in their head could be too much very quickly. And let's be fair, we did abuse it a little bit. They did not return, and I don't think I've heard people complain much since a week after launch. Now, the last few might take a bit more explaining, or at least have more standout examples to show. One of the categories I'm most guilty of separating out, even though it applies to a lot of other trolls, is conditioning. When the level conditions a player to think one thing, then presents the opposite to trick them. This setup is the core philosophy of saw traps, fake hints, fake peas, and most notably, twice twice. While that is true, there are just some situations that don't fit anywhere else. There are some trolls that operate by breaking away from conditioning Mario has naturally given us. Others are on the macro scale, suggesting something about how to perceive the level, only for that perception to be ultimately false. Other trolls are wholly unique, but do work on the principle of conditioning the player to think a certain thing. My favorite example is found in this level by Bedcliff. A player hits a giant shell into some P-switches and dives. The section then has the player hitting Bowser Jr.'s shells back at him to prevent the same from happening again. But if the player beats this section, they are given this hint.
P.
Bowser Jr.'s shells can't hit P's. Only the first big shell the player hits can, because it's a Koopa. The player is frantically playing a minigame with Bowser Jr. when the solution is to lose. It's true this concept is closely tied with twice-twicing, but twice-twicing has a unique formula that itself is too abundant to track. Even before Larl does everything twice-twice, there were examples. like this section in Sean Hip's troll level where the player has to repeat the exact same section, but due to spawn magic the section changes every time.
Maybe one of them's in the ghost. I don't know how to kill a ghost. That wasn't there the first time.
Or this launcher that shoots a different projectile depending on the direction the player approaches it from. Even the exact idea of recreating sections was done by Buckaroo a few months before Symplectic.
No! This is the beginning of the level! No! No! Oh my god, I was convinced I had it! Wait. Is it not? Is it not? It's not! It's not actually the beginning of the level! It's not the beginning of...
In general, it seems like the popular way to do Twice Twice was to alter the original section, not recreating it. This does have the benefit of being more economic with resources, but depending on how much you do with this, the complexity of the behind-the-scenes elements goes up dramatically. I think the most powerful Twice Twices are well trained for. If a player is forced to repeat a section, they will lose their patience more each time. Then, once they have been forced through that section enough, the critter can strike with a Twice Twice that will punish the player for performing the same action they had been.
So that's the goal right there, but it looks like we have to go through the pipe still. No! No! Oh, I fucking know it! No! No! It got me so mad! Oh my god, it got me so mad!
The use of the checkpoint in that level makes for a good transition to CP1 setups. There are so many good CP1 setups, we will have to cover them multiple times. They started off pretty simple, taking advantage of basic forced entries and hidden paths.
I don't... Oh, that gets rid of... No! God damn it, dude! GG. No! 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 LOL. Let me out! No! What am I? No. No! No! I just got the checkpoint! I missed 2 back to CP1? Holy crap! Ben. Oh man! Wow, what a way to CP1 too.
But they quickly got more elaborate.
Suddenly raccoon suit. Oh no, I got tricked. No! No, dude, that was too fast! I had no time to think. You can't do it like that. You can't do it that fast. Mole overhead, Carl holds down, fucking body beyond space and time, dude. Okay, it shouldn't do anything. Oh. What the fuck? Did that checkpoint work? What the fuck? How did that just fall on me, by the way? Excuse me. How was that CP1? How the fuck was that CP1? I bet I don't even go in there. I bet I... No! What the fuck was that? Was that a CP1? What the fuck was that CP1? That was so fast! That was so fast! Oh my god!
Some played on the meta that was already growing stale.
No way am I going in that fucking pipe. There's no way. In my head, I almost said this. I literally almost said this. I almost said, what if we get to a world? What if we get to a world where an obvious fake take you back to the checkpoint is actually the only way to go? And it fucking was, dude!
Some more or less required a CP1 to beat the level, either because new knowledge was gained or because the end was actually closer to CP1.
If I beat the level, I can get this fucking checkpoint. Oh! I thought that one was gonna... Wait. Are you fucking kidding me? The axe was right there the whole time! Oh, it's a... No, it is a CP1! CP2 is CP1! CP2 is CP1! Wait. Can you really just do this and... No! How wasn't that it? How wasn't that it?
One notable exception is one where the player doesn't even know they are CP1'd at all.
It's just a scare. It's just a scare. There's nothing there. There's no way. What the fuck was that, dude? Wait, how did we... How are we back here? How are we back at the first checkpoint? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god, it's when it did the jump scare because it... Oh, that's how it covered the sound. Holy shit. Oh, it's up above the level right here? Is that it? It's when you jump up above that. This whole setup, this whole dick setup is the like dick checkpoint device that funnels you into the checkpoint up there. So is the right, should I duck? Oh my god, that's amazing. And then when all the sound happens, you can't even hear the checkpoint. It's hard. Oh, I'm not smart at all.
There is a lot of forced entry present, but there were plenty of forced entry setups used outside of CP1s.
Aren't I gonna die? Oh, Vine. No! No! I just got baited so hard, dude! You think you have to hold up to go up the vine, and the only thing that you needed not to do was fucking hold on! Alright, I think we want to put this one there, and then put this one there. Okay, that was much easier. Alright, we need to YOLO this, let's go. I hate this person! I fell right for it! I pushed up to throw the bow! I'm glad we fucking did that. Give me that spring and get out, bitch. I didn't mean to push up. It tricked me! No! Oh no.
Along with the theme of trolls that don't need a lot to understand them, hidden flags.
Alright, I'm gonna risk it, because it's possible to hide the flag. Oh my god, it's hidden. Okay, yes! If I were a sneaky level creator... You fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? It was right there the whole time! Oh. No. You wouldn't. It beat the level!
The most common ways to hide flags were under tracks or saws. There were a couple more complete ways, like hiding the top under a note block so that it could only be barely hit with the right bounce. Others were more devious, hiding the flags in arm's reach but completely hidden without a unique set of circumstances to reveal them.
Are you fucking kidding me? How did I miss that? Please, no. No! Wait. I want to die. Whoa! What? How come? What? Oh my god, is that the castle? Is that the flagpole? Is this the... Oh, it hits the bomb. What the fuck was that? That's the castle! They used the background of the castle to hide the blocks! Oh my god!
An extra trope a lot of these trolls fall back on is the fake out. Any way to make the player think they are more screwed than they are.
No! I don't want to go in here! I don't want to be here! Wait. This could be good. Yes! Yes! Oh, God. Oh my god, that was a good fake. That was a good fake. That was a good fake. Please! Are you fucking kidding? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Looking at the opposite end of the spectrum, we have pure punishment, anti-softlocks. Any setup that makes the player work for their death can be considered.
There's no way out! Please. I have to get... I can't... It's a soft lock if I can't get through that. Okay. Get the fucking checkpoint because... This is the worst anti-soft lock I've ever seen in my life.
But as time went on, it became more of a focused art.
Oh my god. What the hell is that glitch? It's an awesome glitch. Oh my god. Alright. I didn't want to go that way anyway. I wanted to go into this maze. This maze looks so much more fun. Is this an anti-soft lock? Is this a new work for the soft lock? Holy shit, why?
I have a fondness for the raw simplicity of the Star Spike Room, but if I had to pick a favorite for the whole first game, that award would have to go to Federico. And a bit of a spoiler, that's not the last time you're going to hear me say that.
How do I die? Is the only way to die by timing the bullet? No. Not like this. Dude, I may as well just time out at this point. Okay, bullet passes that. Holy dicks, I have to do that 3 times.
Antis continue to be the most punishing thing the troll community has produced, and it had barely gotten started. They were funny for any viewer, sure, but not always funny for players. If you just needed the player dead but wanted a funny interaction to go along with it, you could add a death trap.
Oh! Wait, he's like moving down. What? He's moving further away from me! What the fuck is going on? Why is he moving further away from me?
The player had already made the fatal error, now they just need to die in the most over-engineered comedic way. The next one is stupidly simple, but just hasn't found a good time to be in the spotlight as of yet. There are a lot of ways to kill Mario and stop his progress, but making that halt of progress a bit more indirect can add just a little bit of insult to injury. A great troll to do this is one that simply blocks the path forward. Nothing can be more frustrating than reaching an end to a path only to get blocked by the simplest of things. It's like an anticlimax, but it's that build-up that makes it painful. This kind of troll is in a similar vein to that of killing the key, but even that tends to be more direct. Killing the key takes something away from you, and usually requires more player action.
Alright. Like, why would it give me a POW than make me...
If the puzzle isn't how to get your item, it's how to get your item without it being taken away from you right away.
How's this gonna troll me?
The last of the trolls that does more or less speak for itself is the redirection. Sometimes it really is as simple as it sounds. Take something going one way and make it go another.
Expect the unexpected.
I made this category too broad for a timeline, but a little inside baseball. I was originally going to call this Spring Redirection, but I determined I would miss out on too many setups that did similar things. But it's not like I had no reason to call it that.
What the fuck? How you doing? Oh, fucking no!
I'm glad I broadened the category because there are some pretty unique redirection setups.
It must be with the music blocks. Okay, it's gotta be this one. Holy crap!
Sometimes it's not about what is redirected, but how. Some things we perceive as safe or timing we are very accustomed to. I've already mentioned that switch traps are the most abundant troll I could find. Their versatility is ridiculous, and it may be a failure on my part not to differentiate between similar trolls, but looking through it again, it really is neat all the ways these creators have managed to hit a switch. There are the simple proximity trigger traps.
Okay, there we go. This is gonna be a level.
There are more clever hidden switches the player hits more directly. Then you have the really clever stuff like this hidden switch that is technically proximity triggered, but in a not easily predictable way.
That's really it. So there's like this weird thing in SMB3 where you hold down on the white semi-solids and it makes you this tiny little jump. It's like a throwback to going behind the level. And I guess you can, that's enough to like position something off screen. Okay.
Or there is one that is pretty mundane on the trigger, but to disarm it, the player must hit all the shinies in the previous room, or else the trap will be triggered again.
Actually do that and something different will happen. Oh, look at that.
Lastly, I want to cover the phenomenon of the 50-50-90. A phrase I thought had its origins in engineering apparently goes all the way back to the Navy. The phrase being, if someone is given a 50-50 choice, they will choose the wrong one 90% of the time. It's not hard to see why this phrase made its way into other fields, especially engineering. It's basically a joke on how easy it is to overthink things. It's amazing just how perfectly it fits into the trolling philosophy, though. It can be interpreted a number of ways. The first is hyperbole. It literally is a 50-50 choice, but if failed will feel like a 90% failure rate. And when I say 50-50, it's not a true 50-50 odd situation. More literally, I mean a binary choice, path A or path B, to do or not to do. The reason that it's not really a 50-50 choice is because there's always a meta at play. The meta of 50-50 choices is absolutely crazy and goes back and forth all the time. For the time being, I will say that Mario Maker 1 was more full of answers that looked like traps being correct, just because that is the way to subvert a 50-50 in a basic way. We are technically early in this troll's life, but it's so simple to iterate on, it got hard to predict almost immediately. That wasn't helped by the fact that there was often a third option. The other way to properly subvert a 50-50 choice is to have none of the presented options be correct.
I feel like the beautiful thing about this section is I feel like there are two trolls in every section. I feel like there's answer number one, and then there's like more subtle answer number two. And I feel like the correct answer in every single section is you didn't even fucking think about it. Answer number three, none of the first two.
I think this is a better representation of the term 50-50-90 because it is a little closer to being actually true. If given a 50-50 choice, if 90% of people choose to make a choice at all, they will fail. I really like this take on the 50-50 troll because a true 50-50 is a bad troll. If you are just forcing 50% of your players to die with little to no thought involved, that's just super expert death inflation. If the meta of a 50-50 becomes too unpredictable, it gets remarkably close to being a true 50-50 choice. But if the answer lies outside of the perceptible options, that's a clever troll. But even that is not perfect, because if that method becomes too common, then the new meta is there is a good chance there is a third hidden option to find. The new choice is to try and find that third option, or to go make a 50-50 choice. The troll could be that both options were right as long as you made a choice. If you go thinking about that third option, you could be trolled. And if that meta gets too saturated, then we are back at a true 50-50 choice. It's a huge back and forth game of reverse psychology.
Okay, so this is one of those setups that you see in troll levels where it's like, LOL, you should press left or right or you're gonna fall on the P-switch and die. I bet you that I do need to push left or right. No, I bet you I need to push nothing. I bet I need to push nothing. I'm gonna push nothing. You get out of my head, level creator. You can't make me do nothing. They knew! They fucking knew, dude. It was a reverse psychology troll. No. Okay, this might be Twiceville population me. If so, then I want to not do anything. I'm gonna not do anything. Oh! I think go in pipe. Okay, in the pipe. What the fuck is this? Okay, what if now... Dude, I don't even know. This is the twiciest of twice. I don't know what direction to hold anymore. I'm gonna hold right. I have chosen poorly.
That term gets thrown around a lot, reverse psychology. I actually had it as its own troll category for most of the research process. It isn't as useful of a category as I thought it would be, but that fact alone is kind of a good thing. Here's another little behind-the-scenes story. I used this term when a troll was playing on the meta of other similar trolls, and using that knowledge to trick the player based off of the common response. I've actually ended up covering a lot of these changes as I cover each category. The point is, it's a term that was in my head from the start because I had an idea in mind going into this project. The idea was that trolls change and respond to how players interacted with them. I mentioned I was pretty familiar with the history when I started the project, and I did my research chronologically. In doing that, I had a really hard time identifying any changes in anything at the start. I was really scared that I based this whole long project around a bad thesis. I needed that growth and evolution to make the argument that the troll community was something worth looking at. Now that the research is done, it's clear that the timeline started a lot later and progressed a lot faster than I remembered, which is fine. However, the thing that got me to get over that fear was the first growth I saw. That first recognition that there were players thinking about these levels and talking about them. It was actually way back when I was also closely recording the development of puzzle levels, specifically Sean Hips. It was becoming well known that not only would Sean use just about every pixel the screen would allot, but Sean would also try and trip the player up if they didn't take everything they could to the end of the puzzle. In fact, it was becoming known enough for Carl to have learned this fact, and if we know one thing about Carl...
I've learned nothing!
So then, in Moving Parts Puzzle 2, Carl gets to the end with every advantage the level would give him, including this tricky acquisition of this Shelmet. Then...
Going to carry me to victory! Wait, I didn't beat it? I thought I figured out the troll. I thought the troll was if you don't have the helmet, then the muncher kills you. I have the helmet. Why didn't I win? Hold on. All hope is not yet lost. Nope, all hope is lost. All hope is indeed lost.
I know I'm putting the resolution of one of my major points in the middle of this essay, but I wanted to mention it now that we have actually covered a good number of trolls that have changed from how they started. After the announcement of Mario Maker 2, the mood changed. Some creators stopped making levels immediately, instead spending their time poring over the trailer and drafting ideas to make when launch finally came. Those who stayed chose to celebrate what little time Mario Maker had left. In general, it felt like there was an attempt to bring out every last drop of potential this game had before everyone moved on. I think my favorite way this came about was through the second massive collab of the era. CarlMoney Collab 2 Endgame was yet another collaboration in a very similar lane to the first one. Now, with a whole year of troll history covered, I hope you can recognize a few more of its contributors. Buckaroodle, iCay, Dr. C, Trollmaker Dave, Slantiva, Berg, Foggles, Mirror Doggo, Nicotech, Jujustum, Stevo, and supposedly some moral support from Potatochan. We are almost completely out of firsts for Mario Maker 1, but this level does give us one.
The first troll level to have a trailer.
In a world.
The revelry is thick in the air, and this trailer only enhances it. The sheer fact effort was put into making a trailer is funny enough on its own, but there is one thing that will become more relevant later. The level is organized like the rest of the levels of this scale, using an infinite checkpoint yet again. Not a lot I have to novelize, but there are some great setups in here. I'm fond of this redirection that gets the player to waste this POW they needed. I like that Booty Blast made a return. I like the way this path is blocked as a result of solving a non-existent troll, and the way this cannon moves is pretty funny. So the player collects all the coins and gets to the end, only to be blocked at the last possible second, with added insult.
No way. No way. No way! There's no way!
Of course, this isn't a real key death. Respawning at this checkpoint reveals a twice hub room that will lead directly to the end. That insult from before was just bait. It was going to trigger when the player jumped no matter how long they waited. Another very cool end to a level, and one that generally feels more playful and comedic with how it handled its trolls. The level is long and there is a decent amount of death, but nothing too mean. There was one more new troll this level introduced even after it is beaten. If you were to review that trailer, it would seem to show several sections that appear in the level. But looking closer, you'll see that the trolls have been altered in the trailer, meaning there is a twice without having even been in the level.
Where Kaizo bombs are filled with fish.
Oh, it shows you going in that pipe. It shows you going in that pipe.
Unlimited.
Oh, that one doesn't show that. Oh man, yeah, these are all different sections with different trolls.
Come together. To bring their trolls.
Every one of the trolls is different. Oh my god.
A troll that exists outside of the context of the level but still affects it, I have categorized as an augmented reality troll. And we will see more of them. The last level I want to talk about is JC Me Trolling #TheChamp by Berg. Released less than a week before Mario Maker 2's launch, and it does feel like it. Everything is pretty standard up until CP1 when...
This is fine. This is fine. Oh! Wait, what? What? Is this a glitch? What? What is this checkpoint?
It's fake. Completely fake. And there is no dev route around this. This is a glitched CP. It will never work. This alone is nuts. It's funny on the surface, but imagine if this were just a fact of the game now. If this was tech that everyone started using, levels would get insufferable fast. It keeps going like this too. There is tech to disappear springs, and a real CP, thankfully. There are now stacked doors that lead to different doors. We've already seen problems this causes when pipes do it, but now doors can do it too, I guess. But then again, at least it is a working door. These doors are completely fake. They do nothing.
I'm holding the fucking up button. What? Actually lunar magic. This is now a ROM hack. This is like map 16 ROM hack bullshit. You just put fake shit in your level.
And then we wrap up with this.
Pretty sure I know how to count, and that is a fucking CP3. I think we figured out how the other one is fake.
This level is a technical achievement I'm glad I got to see once, but it also terrifies me. If Mario Maker 2 was not coming out just a few days later, this would have been a red flag for me. Glitch tech like this makes the game less accessible both for players and creators who feel pressured to learn the most tech they can. Thankfully, we had a whole new game ahead of us. With so many new toys and tech, we wouldn't need to rely on glitches for like a whole week. What can I say about Mario Maker 1 that I haven't said already? Nothing. This video is already multiple hours long for a reason. However, we aren't done with it yet. We have to cover one more thing before we can move on to Mario Maker 2. And to do so, we are going to have to take a quick look at one creator in particular. Defender. I have 7 levels tracked for Defender in Super Mario Maker 1. Even if that is everything, that is a ton, considering his first level was made after the Troll contest. That's also not the end of it, because Defender is one of the earlier examples of a level creator that would update a level after it was released. Even on the second level, I have it labeled as Revision 19. A level creator might re-upload a level for a number of reasons, but the most common is someone found some crevice in the level that would function as an unintentional soft lock. To save the time of future players, creators would go into levels, fix their errors, and republish the level. To get 1 or 2 revisions like this is already a lot of effort, but 19 shows the dedication. And even that's not the end of it, because he was a very active playtester in Mario Maker 1, giving notes to other creators to help make their levels better. To this day, his community is probably the best when it comes to facilitating the talents of aspiring level makers. His levels are great. We've only seen his earliest one, but from there on the design was not only more refined, but focused on a positive player experience. He has what is probably the most extensive knowledge on some of the smallest interactions in the game. As a result, his trolls can surprise a player simply by exposing them to a set of interactions they may not have seen before. That's not even mentioning his contraptions. We haven't quite gotten to literal programming levels of logic when it comes to the Mario Maker 1 contraptions, but it's close. Events that are only tripped in very specific circumstances are basically the Defender special. Overall, he is a huge asset to the troll community, and it wouldn't be nearly as big or as good without him. But, as I've stated, it's of public record that the early Defender levels were not good. Other people have said it, Defender has said it, it's agreed upon. Here's the thing though, I think they were just average. They had some older, more unfair trolls, but others were pretty good, and no level was lazy or underbaked. So what? Well, this means that a lot of people look back on Defender's levels with the same level of scrutiny that they look at more recent Defender levels. It should be obvious that that's a little unfair. People get better at their craft as they go on. More telling though is that if these levels were average for the time, then it means that many people would label a lot of levels from this era as bad, including Defender. I think I've made it no secret that I personally find a lot of value in these levels, especially from a historical perspective. We wouldn't have troll levels as they are now if we didn't first have the most rotten of super expert levels. So I think Defender and I have differing opinions on this matter. That's also perfectly fine. You can hate all the levels before Mario Maker 2 and that's valid. That's not Defender, mind you, I'm just trying to make it clear that having different opinions of levels is fine. However, it gets a lot messier when you try to make a definitive statement on what are good or bad forms of trolling. There are certainly objective truths, but in general, I think stuff naturally comes and goes in a way that kind of regulates itself. But Defender thought it might be useful to draw a clear line for troll makers, and that leads us to the Troll Guide. From what I can tell, the first version of the Troll Guide was released alongside Defender's level Trolled Larl Who Lived in a Shoe on April 19th, 2019, hence why we are talking about it in a Mario Maker 1 era. The Troll Guide, titled Trolling for Dummies, is an 80-page Google Doc featuring pictures, diagrams, memes, and of course descriptions of multiple level design tips, most of which using the troll level as a base structure. I have actually not seen the original guide. I made a copy for myself on May 13th, 2022, and I would consider this the final version, considering it had not had any major changes in several months when I did so. The guide was originally penned by Defender, but has since been touched in some way by this list of creators here. But as I will explain, I find that fact nearly irrelevant. It has been incredibly influential and was the first suggestion I got when I made it clear I was going to do this project. There's only one problem. It's kind of a nightmare. Here's why. When I initially wrote notes on the Troll Guide, I wasn't done with my research, and everything I had done was kind of messy and unorganized. I was pretty sure I wasn't going to go too in-depth with it, but now that I know just how long most of its ideals hung around, I don't think I can just gloss over it either. The Troll Guide was and continues to be one of the most influential pieces of troll design content we've seen created to this day. Regardless of who has been influenced directly, the spread of philosophies would reach well outside of Defender and the guide itself. It was the meta, and it was the meta for a long time. I'm not basing this on the mere mention of the guide either. I'm basing this off of the philosophies I saw in play for the following years of levels I tracked. To give context on just how strong I feel this influence was, I was seriously considering starting the next era of my timeline here, instead of the release of the next game in the series I'm covering. I took a look at the guide again once I was done with my research and found it very disagreeable. I had notes written for every page, and I was prepared to go over each of them as in-depth as I had for some of the longer levels we've covered up until this point. I even contacted Defender to give him a heads up before I tore this thing apart. But, as it turns out, we had some similar problems with the guide. It doesn't really sound like it was touched much after the release of Mario Maker 2, so that would make it a very outdated document. Defender also said there are definitely ways in which it was too rigid and focused on some of the wrong things, a statement that caused me pause several times over the course of writing this section. I've stepped back and thought about it, and yeah, it's still a mess, but it's not the insult I thought it was when I was in the thick of the research. I was on a history high, man, and sometimes that makes the now a little harder to see. I think for the most part, I just don't like how the guide was written in such hard language. It tries to make clear lines and tell us what not to do a lot. I have a couple things to say about it still, but how about we skip to the conclusion first? I think it might give some of my confusing feelings a bit of context. We need to understand why the guide was made. We can find a bit of a mission statement right here in the beginning.
I realize this is somewhat long, but if you're a new creator, I do encourage you to take the 30 minutes to read the entire thing, as it will likely save you weeks, if not months, of the learning experience it would take to discover these things on your own.
It's specifically that new players part that interests me. I can't say what Defender knew going into writing this, but let me tell you what ended up happening. This guide came out in April 2019. Mario Maker 2 was coming out in 2 months and was only announced 2 months prior. A lot of the community members saw a storm coming. There was a new game on a popular platform with tons of people already waiting on the wings waiting for a good starting point. I can't speak for every content creator out there, but the one thing I saw get asked about the first game the most was, is this game worth getting a Wii U over? It was a hard question made harder every day the Switch was on the market. Even at this early juncture, it seemed like Switch was aiming to make the Wii U historically irrelevant as soon as possible. A Mario Maker seemed inevitable, so a lot of community members, or would-bes I guess, waited and hoped. Now that it was a reality, there were a lot of people chomping at the bit to make their first troll level. But the vets had seen this before in a way. The early days of Mario Maker were a mess of excited, inexperienced potential. The early years clearly gave us some great stuff, but it was also chaotic, and the community didn't want to go back. Defender was basically asked to make this guide. a collection of all the things the community had learned up until this point to help the new members avoid the pitfalls they took years to stumble out of. I think he realized that not only was he trying to guide new players on how to make a troll level, he may very well be guiding new players on how to make their first level ever. It's not uncommon for players to jump into a game like this just to make the one type of thing they're interested in. How do you make a guide for that? Well, you have to include a lot of what is more general good level practices. It doesn't matter how much Mario you've played, it's a different beast making it for yourself. And Defender knew that. There's another problem though. This is supposed to be a troll guide. Troll levels require a certain awareness of good level design to know what ways to properly subvert them. Those subversions are often antithetical to good level design practices. Which means Defender set out to make a guide on how to make a good level, and how to break the rules he just taught you about making a good level. That's the twist. This isn't the troll guide, it's a guide to make your first level ever that just so happens to be a troll level. The goal isn't a proper troll history or even an expansive explanation of how everything works. It was to onboard as many new people as possible as fast as possible that resulted in the least painful levels possible. And, in that case, it was wildly successful. Without dipping into Mario Maker 2 too much, the quality was very high right away even from a lot of the newcomers. And there were a ton of newcomers. It's an undisputed fact that the community wouldn't be as big as it is still without this guide. That is the guide's greatest success, but that still doesn't explain exactly what it is. So what about the contents? What does it really teach you? What does a level made from this guide look like? Well, it's generally going to be a bit conservative on the idea of consequence and especially punishment. It's going to shoot for high spectacle with little downtime. The player is going to get trolled and be able to move forward pretty quickly, no replaying sections over, and no reason to hit trolls much more than once. In general, it's not going to be too hard with little requirement in platforming prowess, critical thinking for puzzling out sections, or emotional fortitude to withstand something actually frustrating. Weird. It turns out it ends up looking a lot like a Defender level. That's the heart of it. Not only is it not the troll guide, even when it is trying to be, it's the Defender level troll guide. It's a guide to make Defender levels, more accurately, Deception levels. This is the single most important thing to remember about creating a troll level. Your level should be designed to make the player, and their audience if they're playing in front of one, laugh. You need to trick the player while still being fair, and still letting the player easily figure out how to progress after having been tricked. Even the name troll level is ambiguous, as trolls are generally malicious with the intent to laugh at you rather than with you. Good troll levels, on the other hand, should laugh with the player rather than at them. A better name might be deception levels. That's a term from the first passage of the first section, and it really does redefine what this guide is all about. I think this passage gives away the game right here. It tries to narrow the scope of what troll levels are before tossing the term out and making a much better one, the deception level. It's clear this guide is more worried about all the bad things people could make if they aren't told they can't, instead of teaching them all the things they can do with the concept of trolling. It insists multiple times that certain things like frustration and repetition have no place in troll levels. But that's not true. They have no place in deception levels. You call this document Death of the Troll level, Long Live the Deception level, and a lot of my problems go away. The guide insists that deception level is not actually a good way to describe the levels it's talking about. But that's false. It's actually such a good term, I'm going to steal it and continue to use it on and off for the rest of the video, because the rise of the deception level is very real. A deception level will always be a troll level, but a troll level won't always be a deception level. A lot gets thrown out in the name of helping newcomers make more ethical levels, but leaving it out of the picture entirely puts a box around the concept of the troll level. If this guide was more honest about its motives to onboard new creators and redefine the scope of trolling, I think it would be a fine guide. Plenty of newcomers need guidance on how to make good levels, and a lot of people would kill to make levels as good as Defender. But that's not the reputation it got. It was tossed around as the guide more often than not, especially early on. So that's the meat of it. That's my problem with the Troll Guide. If you disagree and wish I would just get back to the history, I understand, and you're welcome to skip to the next part because I have just one more thing I want to cover. I've been very general about the guide and have decided not to go page by page and complain about it. It's not worth it, and it's not very helpful for me to do so. Most of the guide is very useful, and the stuff I take umbrage with has largely been forgotten. But I do want to cover one thing because I think it's really interesting.
The best troll setups are those which violate the player's expectations. In order to do that, a setup needs to make the player think they know what they need to do, have them fail in a humorous way when they do it, and then let them know what it was that they were supposed to do instead. If any of these components is missing, a troll setup will fall flat. If a player doesn't think they know what to do, they won't have an expectation to violate. If they don't fail or there's no humor, then they'll wonder what the troll was. And if they don't have an idea of what to do right the next time, they'll just end up confused rather than amused. Make sure that each setup has all three components.
In this passage, we get what is basically the core of how the deception level builds their trolls. Give the player an expectation, have them fail, then show them what to do. In theory, this is a fine way to set up a troll. In practice, it's a bit messy. First off, there are very few trolls that are great because they will get everybody. The right Kaizo block or off-screen thwomp will get just about every kind of player there is. It is the trolls that are dialed into a certain mindset of play that are often the best. They obviously need to be avoidable anyway. It is the chance to avoid trolls that players will play a troll level for, not because they want to fall for every one, even if on a deeper level they do. However, when you consider this is the method Defender uses to make his main trolls, I think the idea becomes a bit clearer. If you make a troll that is very complex, takes up a significant amount of resources, and needs a very specific set of actions on the player's part to work properly, you need them to fall for that troll. That also explains the third part. The expectation and the failure are pretty self-explanatory, but it's that third part where the level has to show the player what to do. It seems to suggest that if you show the player what they are supposed to do and subvert their expectations, you can make the real solution as complicated or obfuscated from those expectations as you want. That can make for a good surprise, but I'd argue it doesn't make for a great troll. If that distance between expectations and reality is so vast, there is little need for the player to think about it at all. But it makes sense it's there, because one of the best ways to make a troll that everyone will fall for is to make a solution that no one will try, which explains why you would have to show them what to do at all. But what's the point if there's no chance? Go fall for the troll and move on. It's a similar philosophy to the ones the guide has about platforming challenges and frustrating design. If this is the core of the deception level, then there are not much levels to beat at all. They are roller coaster rides to experience and move on from. Some people love roller coasters, and we will see some amazing roller coasters, but trolling could be so much more. That's it. The time for complaining is over. The end times have ended, and it's time that we look at something new. It goes without saying the community was hype about the new game, but what was so exciting about it? What did it add? A desert theme, a snow theme, a jungle theme, the Angry Sun, tilting platforms, snake blocks, blowy joys, adjustable water levels, colored pipes, each with a different dispensing speed, on-off blocks stolen right out of SMW ROM hacks, vertical subworlds, the 50 coin, more player skins, bonsai bills, clear conditions, parachutes, the fire Yoshi, more auto-scroll controls, co-op play, longer floating platforms, and the night mode, which significantly changes how each level theme plays. How does it change the level? Ground theme makes Goombas swim, airships do the same, underground flips the level vertically, underwater levels are dark, desert levels are now windy, all terrain and snow levels will be slippery, the sky theme reduces gravity, jungle levels are now poison levels, ghost houses are dark, and the castle will make only Mario swim. That doesn't even cover 3D World, a whole new game style. What does that add? New physics, new moves, exclamation point blocks, the ant trooper, stingy bees, skip squeaks, green top, chop, mimics, the cat soup, climbable trees, piranha creepers, meowser, Koopa cars, bullies, boom boom and pom pom, and lastly, clear pipes. Even that doesn't cover it all. But is that what everyone was excited about? No. All anyone could talk about was...
Oh, they're adding slopes!
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 There's slopes!
They're adding slopes!
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 There's slopes! Oh my god! It's a slope!
Slopes! We got... Oh my god!
They're fucking adding slopes.
I saw that they added slopes, and I was like, alright, I'm done. I'm good. I don't care. Like, that's enough for me. Like, I don't need anything else.
Slopes were by far the most requested feature in Mario Maker 1. If you still don't believe me, watch the live reaction at the New York Nintendo store. It was clear we were in new territory now. No longer in the Trollden Age, but its sequel. There are actually a lot of similarities between the beginning of the Trollden Age and the beginning of Mario Maker 2. We just got something new and we were trying to figure out all the ways to make it trolly. It was a period of exploration and refinement. The troll community may have been going through some familiar motions, but the whole game had a different air compared to the first days of Mario Maker 1. It had experience. Not only were there thousands of talented creators pouring into this new game, but the internet had much more exposure to the level making process over the last 4 years. The novelty of making Mario levels Nintendo wouldn't was gone, but in its place was creativity unrivaled by the years of early Mario Maker. You want a good example of how different these games were? Look at basically any Super Expert from Mario Maker 1 and compare it to Day 1 of Super Expert on Mario Maker 2. The difference is night mode and day.
This is freaking great. This is fantastic. Alright. This is so fun.
But unlike Mario Maker 1, we wouldn't have to wait before we get into the levels. Literally the same day the game released, Potatochan uploaded the first level I think warrants talking about. Fishboned.
Not getting distracted anymore, this is Fishboned.
So I think it's generally recognized that Fishboned was a pretty good level, but it's not like it's renowned for revolutionizing the meta. I also don't think it deserves that honor, but the meta was so fluid at this point because no one knew what could really be done before literally this day. There was just a lot to play with. So this level is in a weird spot where it's pretty good, but I'm trying not to overhype it. The problem is, I think it would be genuinely helpful to go over literally every troll in the level because of all the new tech on display and how well those trolls demonstrate them. So here we go. Every troll. Due to the new multiplayer function, it is now required that the starting area of every level remains static. But that can't stop the creator from putting shit just outside of that static area, like these icicles that will fall immediately. Then we have the switch and the switch blocks. Hitting the switch will allow the player to cross on the newly solid blocks. But this is a universal switch, meaning anything can be triggered by hitting it, like this muncher falling. Then we have this switch. But it's not the troll, the wall is. A new feature of Mario Maker 2 is that a room completely sealed off by a wall will stop the camera scroll. But because of the way Mario Maker works, things will still be spawned on the other side. Things like a bomb, with a hitbox big enough to cross over the wall and still kill the player. This is one of the many new screen scroll trolls. We then have our first night mode room.
This is very peaceful.
Did you know night mode fucks with power-ups? Now you know. I don't think this one is new tech, but I can't recall someone using a Kaizo block on the ground to block someone trying to use the tail. Impressive. We then come to my favorite troll, a section that requires you to have a power-up but is too small to make it through with one. The player can use this handy block to push them through, but then this will happen.
Why did it hit me? What did it... Oh! Oh my god! Do you guys know what happens when you hold down on a fucking white platform in SMB3? It just does a short little hop like that. It made me do a short hop and it hit me and I lost my power up.
Another small change to Mario Maker 2 is that once ducked in a small space, the player doesn't need to hold duck. I want to preface the next section. Mario Maker 2 not only added a ton of new course elements, but also sound effects. Among those sound effects are whole songs from other Mario games that can replace the level music at a moment's notice. It can be really helpful to change the mood of a level at the drop of a hat. I wonder what reason the troll community would universally agree would need such a dramatic shift though. Their levels are usually so light and fun in this era, so what would be needed to offset that, I wonder? You guys have no idea how hard it has been to avoid using this song up until this point. Koji Kondo didn't know it at the time, but he wrote the slide theme for Anti-Softlocks. Not since Yakety Sax has a more fitting comedy song been written. Anti-Softlocks are mechanical insults, and this song just pours salt onto the wounds. It's perfect. Anyway. On-off blocks can get the player stuck. Okay, what's next? Oh god. This troll. This is a troll that only works in the first week of this game. For anyone well versed in Mario Maker 1, it will work 100% of the time. For anyone well versed in Mario Maker 2, it will work 0% of the time. This little setup here, this exact setup, will kill the player in Mario Maker 1. But here...
So can you just... Ah! Shit! Shit! I've been trained for years!
There are a lot of trolls that just take advantage of the migration to a new game, and it was always known they weren't going to last forever. But boy, they were a funny way to learn about how things worked. The checkpoint is now in sight, and while you may think this is a troll, it's just to make sure you don't bring the power up. This is the troll. Now that the lava is adjustable, it is now possible to hide shit in it. This setup would actually completely crush a player if they were just a bit slower. There are a ton of trolls that are introduced thanks to the changing water levels. Side note, this is another one of my terrible category names again, but it's not my fault this time. What am I supposed to call this? A water level troll because it's the water level adjustment that lets you do it? No, these are water levels, and these are too, I guess? But I'm talking about the level the water is at, not the level the water is in. Apart from English failing me, there is also the fact that it's not just water that adjusts, but lava and poison too. So when tracking trolls that use this tool, I called it liquid level. I'm sorry. We then get this level's titular troll, the fishbone. More specifically, a fishbone shot out of a cannon with a parachute. The parachute is a modifier like wings that changes the movement pattern of what it's been attached to. A lot of early trolls were based on the weird movement pattern that no one was used to yet, similar to the spike platform from before. Moles are here, good. Going through the pipe will more than likely get the player to perform a forced entry, with the instinct of the player to go back down the pipe to avoid the thwomp, but this is indeed bait. That is a sideways thwomp. Waiting here will reveal that it also doubles as a Carlbach punishment. That door is flatly a troll door. I'm going to call this a 50-50-90 because the real choice is whether to hit the switch and risk the pit being bottomless, or go in this door. Spoilers, it's the pit. Going in the door introduces us to our newest friends, claws. Claws will grab anything that touches them automatically and drop things when Mario walks under them. They can be jumped out of, but they can also just re-grab you if you don't move. Great for anti-softlocks. The pit is in fact not bottomless, but it's not safe either. Yet another friend is here, the snake block. They follow a path that the level creator can draw, but much like the game snake, they cannot cross themselves. Snake block trolls are pretty broad but function a bit like skull platforms. They are unpredictable, they can move objects, and they hide shit. The main difference is that they die when they reach the end of their path, which can actually be a pretty good troll in its own right. Did I mention that night mode fucks with power-ups? Because it does, it fucks with them and now you can't get that power-up. Then a switch trap featuring the switched track.
For anybody who's not familiar with that mechanic, that was a track with a fork in it. And the way that the track forks work is one of the paths is like broken until you hit a switch. However, since Potato's an asshole, he timed some off-screen shit to hit the switch right when I tried to hit the switch, which made it so that it like double hit the switch. I think I just sit here. I think the play is to sit here. Oh my god, I'm mad. If it— No!
The checkpoint is collected and the player is jump scared with a fake out, but don't worry, it gives you a key to progress. In the next room, we are introduced to poison shrooms. In their debut, they functioned a lot more like mimics, looking only a bit off and moving in a similar way to regular shrooms. That idea is gone now. It's all about the chase. They are now the smartest enemy in the game. They follow Mario and will even jump to get to him. That's alright, the player will just go grab the key and try again.
You better not.
They are twice-twiced and CP1'd. See, switch states don't persist after death, they return to a default. When the player first enters this checkpoint room, the switch state is not in the default position, meaning when they die and return, new things happen depending on the system of switch blocks the creator has set up. This is perhaps one of the defining trolls of Mario Maker 2, with potential rivaling the stacked pipe. In the final room, and we come across more liquid level shenanigans with a helping of bait. There is actually a platform to stand on down there, but if this switch is hit, there will not be. Now, just because this level is mostly new trolls doesn't mean it can't throw in a Kaizo block, or a hidden one-way either. Or another Kaizo block. There it is. Every troll in Fishboned. Perhaps I didn't need to go over every one of them, as some of them were returning classics, but that's just kinda how it was for a while. There was so much new, the classic stuff kinda got lost. I imagine the first few levels will be like that, but don't worry, I'll stick to the innovations from now on. Jedi Wars 7: The Trolls Awaken by Berg is our first foray into 3D world levels. 3D world was a massive shift in gameplay to the other level types. So much so that it's the only type that doesn't seamlessly transition. To switch to a 3D world level in the editor, you must start from scratch. Reason being is there is a lot of things that are not available in 3D world, and vice versa. I think the biggest exclusion, as an outsider looking in, is the loss of tracks. However, there are far more than enough exclusive elements to make up for any loss. And, as I mentioned, Mario moves much differently. The physics are different, but the moveset is essentially new soups with the addition of the crouch roll, and this big spin jump that is taller than the highest normal jump. The spin jump in the air doesn't protect like some of the older spin jumps, it's just for a slower descent. That's about all that needs to be spelled out, but know if you see something in this style you don't recall seeing elsewhere, it's probably exclusive. Onto the level, and this first troll is easily my favorite. This really feels like something that would only exist in the context of trolling. First, the player is taught something, then when they try to execute it again, it doesn't work. Well, the case being that what they thought they were taught in the first place was a lie.
So, okay, when you jump, the mouse jumps. mouse does nothing! Did the frickin' skip squeaks not even activate on and off blocks? And he tricked me into thinking that they do, because there's like an off-screen thwomp right here?
Fake hints have been a thing for a while, but it's another thing entirely to make a fake mechanic, and know the player will buy it because the game is new. Not a lot of people knew the game inside and out, but I feel like this will always be the case to some degree. That's why imperceptible consequences exist. Every player is going to try and reverse engineer a troll they can see. In their head it works, but because there is something unknown or unseen by the player, that impacts how the troll actually functions. A lot of this level works off of 50-50-90 interactions, with the 90 at play almost always being the odds of the player messing themselves up. These new crates can hide CPs, now giving new life to the skip CP setups. The catsuit is used in this level too. It allows for a ton of vertical movement and more platform options in general, but the only troll this level uses it for is a killing the key, because it sure would be a shame if you lost the catsuit and you needed to climb this wall. Even more skipped CP setups. Turns out it's easy to use launchers given the weird new ways there are to kill them now. Clear pipes are hard to talk about because anything I say about them is apparent with a single look. They are a cool way to move Mario, enemies, and objects a long distance quickly. Well, quicker is more accurate because depending on the length of the pipe, you can spend a decent amount of time in there. Enough to be a tedious anti-softlock, I'd say.
Not killing me fast enough!
3D World also gives us the easiest forced entry element ever, the warp block. As soon as it is touched, the player is whisked away to another location with no way back. It is a one-way system. No longer does the creator require the player to be holding a specific input to enter a setup. All they need is the player to lose focus for a second. We end on a clear Carl box where if the player gives in to their fear, they will not only enter this anti-softlocks Carl box, but also miss the goal. Overall, a pretty solid early 3D World level, but we're only getting started. Let's pick up the pace. At this point, I was really trying to stick to the categories I had created up until this point, only adding one when a completely new element was used in a unique way. However, thanks to Potatochan's Tower of Trolls by Potatochan, I realized I missed a crucial troll. The key skip, much like killing the key setup, deprives the player of a thing they need. The difference is, while killing the key removes the key from the player's path, key skip alters the player's path so the key is no longer obtainable. This setup specifically is a bit infamous too, or at least it had a number of iterations. Hiding the power-up behind a bonsai bill is clever. The bonsai is perfectly designed to be jumped off of like a platform, but instead it just needs to be killed to reveal the power-up. There is also a perfect opportunity for me to introduce the dry bone shell and the troll potential it brings with it. It essentially is a boot, but now with the added bonus of being a boat. In addition, you have a standard ground pound and this play dead move that can be used on land to remove your hitbox for a few seconds. You just have to hold down. But if you were to try holding down for any other reason, there's a good chance you play dead anyway. And while you can't be hit, you can be crushed. Skipping ahead gives me another chance to reiterate the weird landscape the community provided in regards to levels changing. While the end in Carl's case was just a fake-out with a neat showcase of the new vertical subworld capabilities, friend of the stream Juzzcook got a real Checkpoint 1 in an earlier version. The level was taken down and then made easier. I have conflicting feelings on this, but I think Carl will be able to sum it up much better down the line, so let's move on. Luigi has had enough. I don't need to dwell on this level a lot either, but it will give me a chance to introduce MYFIRST, which is a name we will hear a lot at the end of this era. I want to note that Carl boxes as a design tool really took off in Mario Maker Tool, and this level has a lot of examples I will simply show in the background. There are more trolls that simply rely on a player being in a certain spot at a certain time. They don't really need action on the player's part as often. It may seem obvious, but a lot of levels use these same trolls multiple times in different ways. And when I track for the timeline, each level only gets 1 point no matter how many times it uses that one troll type. It's become apparent at this point that I'm failing a bit by not capturing each way an idea can be executed. Unfortunately, I'm trying to capture such a wide scope it's necessary to do so. However, you could look at it this way. If anyone ever wanted to track the history of a single troll, it's still more than possible. I've by no means dried the well. The only specific thing I felt worth mentioning is the ends. The player is brutally CP1'd, then forced into what looks like an actual softlock, only to be given the end. All parts quite the spectacle, and overall benevolent ending. Moving on. The next level is one of my favorites across all of Mario Maker history, troll or not. I just wish it had a bigger impact at the time. The Red Room by Cats is an incredibly unique level that has easily the most effective use of theming in conjunction with mechanics I've seen. Few levels have tried it since, but the Red Room is one of Mario Maker's few horror levels. Unlike some of my other tangents, this is 100% a troll level in design, and a pretty standard looking one at that. I would say a majority of this level takes place in this standard lighthearted troll level, until...
Oh no, is this the Red Room? Oh shit. Oh shit. No shit. What the fuck is this?
And that's it. Before you know, you're back. Just a glimpse, that's all you get. After a bit more standard trolling, the player will take a massive L that leads to another red entrance. This time, the Red Room has an open path. This path is claustrophobic and darker than the others seen so far. But it doesn't last long before the end is reached, and then... a chase. But as soon as you can process what's going on, you're stuck. Panicked and confused until you are released at the last possible second to attempt to live another moment longer. Scrambling back to where you just came from, you see the door now has a platform to escape. But it's not a given. There's still that last action, the fumbling for keys in your pockets before you can make it to safety.
Oh, no! Go in! I tried! I fucking tried! It didn't let me in!
This is what I meant about theming. The darkness and uniform red environment is a nice touch, but it's what these Red Room sections have you doing that makes them a standout horror level to me. I'm not the one you go to for horror knowledge, but even I know the classic tropes when I see them. That's also why I didn't call this a spooky or scary level, because I really doubt anyone will actually get scared by what's going on. It's still undeniably a horror level though. It recognizes the motions and mechanics of the horror genre and has you play them out. The main thing I'm not doing justice is the pacing. A level with awareness of horror may be tempted to keep you in the dark the whole time, but this level not only shows you the light, but lets you stay there a bit before you have to go back. I also don't have the genre literacy to put into words properly, but I also love this blue room with a completely different feel of unease used for the checkpoint room. The next visit to the Red Room will put you in the brightest room in the subworld, but much the same as before will also lead to a dead end. Again, there is a switch, with this having the added effect of turning the lights off. There are also more pursuers this time around. Many more.
What? No! What? No! They're coming! Get me out of here! Get me out of here! That's actually really cool. That's like a throwback to those, like, you know, those horror fucking things, or even just, I don't know, any scary movie when like suddenly bugs are everywhere. I feel like that's a throwback to that. That's really cool.
With both sections of the Red Room explored, there is no return to the light this time around. Instead, you go deeper still through a dark platforming section. This section seemingly has no end, so the only thing to do is to turn around when...
What do I do? Nope, 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 nope.
After a couple more traps dodged, the player is returned to the surface right on the goal. I love this little weird side genre level that combined with its main theme with trolling to subvert expectations not for the comedic elements, but for the surprising ones best suited for horror. Another level whose concept grabbed me more than its trolls is Hey Troll Sister by Freakin' Geek, another contender for top troll creator from the Upside Down. This is a baby's first troll level by Geek to her sister.
Oh my god, this is cute. This level's really cute. Because it has like all of the grand troll ideas in it. Oh my... Look at this, it's like benevolent.
It really is a great introduction to the world of trolling and the mindset needed to play through a modern troll level. This is great because I've heard the question asked, where do you start playing troll levels? There are a lot of great troll levels, most of which are not too demanding from a puzzle or platforming angle, but the troll meta itself is so complicated it's still hard to recommend anyone to just jump into any old troll level. This level takes it slow and steady, keeping expectations understandable and subverting those in ways that are easy to see and grasp quickly. Honestly, if I had not just spent 43,507 words explaining the concept of trolling, I probably could have just shown this level and moved on from here.
That was really cute. I really like that.
So, we are about a month into Mario Maker 2. Don't worry, it won't be this dense the whole time. Yet, a lot of the levels we covered, and most of the levels I didn't, have a certain feel to them. I know it may be hard for you to tell with me jumping all over the place, but there's a commonality in the air. Well, I think that's the work of the Troll Guide. I think that all of these levels have a lot of ticks in the deception level category. They're not bad, but you can tell. They are all fairly pleasant with little in the way of challenge or frustration. They give off the impression of trolling a lot because of the way these sections were built, but these sections have that subversion built into the progression. It's not something to get over, just a lot of cool ways to go through. It's great, but I can't help but feeling the community could do better. So I ask, please, just do better. I actually skipped over the second most important level in the first month because it's not a troll level. Climbing Over It with Bonnet F by Nick is a quick little level that, like its name implies, is a reference to the viral climbing game Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy. If you were on the internet at all in early 2018, you likely saw this game played by every streamer under the sun. It was actually talked about in great depth in academic circles too. The game, like the level, is one where you climb a tall tower with a persistent threat to fall all the way back down to the beginning, constantly looming overhead. This level is fine, and it's mostly just using the game as a reference point, but it's important because it does cause Carl to say this.
Oh yeah, this is a Getting Over It style level. Oh boy. Everybody's favorite. Oh, with a with a vertical level. You could actually make an entire vertical level and you could fall the whole way down. Someone is going to make absolute garbage out of that. That is terrible. Someone is going to make absolute garbage out of that. I could turn this into a really freaking awful troll level. And that's what I did.
If I haven't mentioned it already, the idea for this project came about from a suggestion Carl made about a deep troll history. I thought the idea was neat at the time, but kind of figured there was already a bigger repository of notes that someone more entrenched in the community could just collect and present. But after a while, that didn't happen, and that kind of bugged me. I knew going over troll history would be interesting for those who entered the scene at a later point, and may not even know where some trolls started. But if that's all there was, I don't think I would have done this project. I'm not really a member of the troll community. The closest I can say is that I'm a fan. Then I saw Chariot Rider's video and thought of all the ways I genuinely think Mario Maker would be the best game to represent us. That basically decided it, but if I was going to undertake a project like this, I would have to add something someone in the community might not think to. There were 3 major factors that I wanted to cover that I think a more general history wouldn't. The first is the formation of the troll level and its subsequent community. I've already talked about it, but it can't be understated just how cool it is that we can track the tropes of a modern genre to its roots, all in this game series. The last point comes at the end of this era, but the second is the strongest, and that came from right here. This level changed the game. It changed it because it changed the goal of each troll. A troll can have a number of goals. The most obvious is to kill the player. But there have always been alternate goals. Trolls can confuse players, waste their time, or make them lose progress. It's pretty safe to say a majority of all the trolls up until this point tried to kill the player. In Super Expert, it was a way to stop the player's progress, and as trolling continued, it became the most merciful outcome. In just about every troll level to date, a couple trolls per level would focus away from killing the player. Cute trolls, or CP1s, are quite popular after all, but often death is the quickest way to get the player to progress while still trolling them. This level has almost no trolls that kill the player. What does that mean? Well, it means that each troll or trolley level aspect is designed to make the player lose progress. But unlike a lot of other trolls with a similar goal, they don't themselves have to be about transport. Things like forced pipe and door entries are about the method of transportation, which then makes the player lose progress. The trolls in this level aren't restricted to moving the player to an earlier point, because they are partnered with the most powerful force of movement in the universe: gravity. The fact that the level is vertical means that anytime the player falls, progress is lost. And while there are a lot of trolls that are great at getting the player to go to a very specific place, the entire nature of the game is designed to make Mario fail a jump. We've gone from working around the intended nature of the game to throwing our weight into it to make a much stronger trolling experience. The game is so tailored to making trolls that mess with the player's jump, the level design just feels so natural. This is also where we come all the way back around to trolliness as a feeling. A troll has primarily been shorthand for a trick or a trap that has one clear way to play out. They can be difficult to avoid, but few are meant to be impossible. When talking about trolliness as a property, it's not about avoidance. It's about how something modifies the experience of play to make it feel off from the norm. That pervasive troll here is one that can only be endured. And that is the wind.
The first thing that you might notice about this level is the wind.
Oh no. We have desert winds.
I already dislike this level because it's nighttime desert, which means all the platforming is going to be terrible in this level.
When you take a desert level and you put it in night mode, this wind blows back and forth. Now, something interesting about this wind is that in the Super Mario World theme, the wind will reverse directions. So it blows one way and then it blows the other way. In the other themes, it doesn't do that. It is just a happy, pleasant, windy night as you climb Mount Carl.
No, come on, get me up.
So you fight against the wind, and as soon as the wind stops, it just throws you off in the direction that you were pushing. It like keeps it like you, even though it looks like I'm not moving, I actually have a ton of momentum, and you just go flying at the end of it. So what a perfect mechanic for some simple, fun platforming. Smile.
It can't be avoided, and it's not one trap, but it certainly feels like a troll. The way it makes you question each jump and takes up a larger portion of your mind just to compensate for it is all that it needed to do to feel trolly. So we have some traditional trolls that are instances of traps, but we also have trolliness as a property that we can have on potentially any element if used right. So trolls have a simple goal to make the player fall, and any element that actively makes that harder or not feel right can be considered trolly. What else? Well, it's a long level, so if you want to truly make one monumental thing to overcome, how do you implement checkpoints? Well, you can't. Not perfectly. There are checkpoints, trolly as they may be. They can start the player pretty far up upon death. However, as we discussed, there is no way to die. These checkpoints only exist to give those who time out a bit of a head start. Seems like a no-loss situation, right? No. While these checkpoints can start a player a good ways up, it's the same section they were just in before, so there is nothing to stop them from falling far below the point the checkpoint starts them at. So just start back at where the CP spits you out. Nope, you can't. There really is no way to die other than timing out. So if you fall immediately after leaving the checkpoint space, it is effectively the same as starting over, which may be your better option anyway. If the player is really leaning on that position the CP puts them in, then if they fall below that, it is a significant waste of time. If the mindset of the player is, at the start of this life I am already this far up, then falling below that is far, far worse than death. They can try to make their way back up, but if they felt like they needed the time just to progress from where they started at the checkpoint, any time spent getting back to that point is not contributing to their progress. So the player can make these incremental progressions only to die to time a bit after their checkpoint spawn, if that. Or they can start over. There is a good argument that starting over is a far better option. Starting over does indeed put you at the beginning, but it guarantees a full timer. If there is one thing this level gives the player, it is the knowledge that it can be beaten from the bottom in one timer. That is the only way to have it have gone public. So if you stick to the checkpoints, every time you fall, it's basically guaranteed failure. But if you start over every time you find yourself at the bottom, you always know you have enough time to make it to the top. I was being a bit cheeky before. This is the level that deserves a comparison to Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy, and up until this point I've been approaching this level from a Mario Maker point of view, but that's not going to cut it anymore. See, I knew this level was coming, and the connection to Getting Over It is one that needed to be made. There has been a lot of writing about that game from individuals that could crush my credibility by glancing in my direction, so I'm only going to prod at it lightly and suggest a few things to check out if this interests you farther. Getting Over It is a perfect place to start when approaching this unique style of game because it was massively popular and triggered an avalanche of essays, some of which by my favorite creators. Chris Franklin's Errant Signal series is what I first engaged with in reference to the meta nature of Getting Over It, and I will be fervorously stealing some of his points and sources, so you should just watch that to get a more coherent version of this idea. What's important to note is that Getting Over It knew exactly what it was doing. There is a careful calculation to each fall, and it works not only as a game to engage with mechanically, but as a commentary on the nature of game failure in general. To bring it back, I believe Carl is a very talented creator and was able to transfer the feeling Getting Over It was trying to capture almost perfectly. But I don't think he had these same commentaries in mind. A point that Getting Over It seemed to fixate on is that while we tend to avoid failure, games all but guarantee it. So therefore, on some level, we too crave failure.
Trash is disposable, but maybe it doesn't have to be approachable. What's the feeling like? Are you stressed? I guess you don't hate it if you got this far. Feeling frustrated? It's underrated.
We aren't all masochists though. Failure fills a role. While we may not want failure in an instance, we want it on a macro scale because without it, the game wouldn't be satisfying. Every troll level has failure, and while at each turn the player wants to avoid it, no player wants to go through a whole troll level without it. If you are able to navigate a troll level without failure, it would feel like a terrible troll level. We need to fail at some point. This level and Getting Over It push that line of thinking to its extreme. The thing to distinguish between is failure on the player's part and punishment doled out by the game or level. To quote-unquote,
to discuss whether a game is easy or unfair, we should first distinguish between failure and punishment. When we say that games are becoming easier, it concerns not only our likelihood to fail at a given task, but also the punishment we receive upon failing. Jesper Juhl, The Art of Failure.
Again, this was written in the context of Getting Over It, but it's just as applicable to Mario Maker and troll levels in general. This quote actually accounts for both sides of the scale when we are talking about trolling. It's absolutely true that we need to fail in troll levels to get any satisfaction out of them, but we need the punishment too. Without the punishment, it's hard to actually get the player frustrated at the level. Again, to quote-unquote,
game designers take it as axiomatic that if the player feels frustrated, something has gone wrong with the design. Yet frustration is an essential ingredient in many or all of the most famous and influential designs. What would Space Invaders be like if you never had to start again? What would Myst be like if you were never stumped? A game that is completely devoid of frustration is likely to be a game without friction, without disobedience. Games that are perfectly obedient are mere software. Bennett Foddy, 11 Flavors of Frustration, Foddy.net.
Foddy, the creator of Getting Over It, suggests that gameplay can have something of a flavor. You can have your ever-indulgent walks in the parks, games so comforting in taste you might forget you're supposed to be feeling at all. But you can also have those harsher, abrasive flavors that challenge and hurt. That's pretty important to consider when talking about troll levels. There is a wide gradient to choose from. It's not bad to have a loose or poor definition of it, but to have a rock-solid definition leaves a lot of what it can offer on the floor. That's definitely what Getting Over It was trying to say of the whole games industry, and whether intentional or not, that is what this level says of trolling. I think the only thing the community lacks is the indifference that most games that have this abrasive flavor offer. There is no shame given from hard games for not completing them, especially not getting over it.
Starting over is harder than starting up. If you're not ready for that, like if you've already had a bad day, then what you're about to go through might be too much. Feel free to go away and come back. I'll be here.
It is quite aware that there is a certain player that it will mesh with, and just as aware that there are likely more that do not share that abrasive taste, that will choose to leave instead. And it doesn't judge those that do, but it will suggest that that taste was worth the effort to try. Trolling by its nature has a more playful attitude in general, so the taunts at the player's expense makes complete sense. But it is a finer line than may be obvious. This level is a thesis on using trolls to facilitate player frustration and the value of punishment in play. I could talk about every troll in detail, but instead I think it's worth looking into yourself, or finding a way to play this level and the ones it inspired. You may find a taste for the abrasive yourself. I could easily fanboy over that level for another way too many minutes, but alas, there is so much more to cover. Symptoms of Stupidity is next on the chopping block. Another level that will provide some excellent examples as well as some groundbreaking tech on its own. But more than that, it lets me talk about an upcoming trend. Smaller collabs. The only collabs I've covered up until this point were the 5+ designer CarlMoney levels, but we are now getting smaller collabs of just a couple creators. We have the returning creator, Symplectic, and Stevo, who has somehow managed to avoid being covered so far. It's a bit of a crime on my end. Stevo has been making levels since Mario Maker 1, but always seemed to release them just after other levels that were easier for me to talk about. So, unlike the larger collab levels, these are a lot more cohesive, with the creators working a lot closer to design how the sections will flow together. This is really neat from a player perspective because collabs were no longer exclusively infinite checkpoint sections, with extremely different styles right next to each other. As an onlooker though, it makes determining creator styles a little harder, and crediting nearly impossible. So every troll belongs to both of them as far as I'm concerned. Same with any future collabs. Screen 1 is a perfect introduction to a new element I haven't gotten around to mentioning yet. Seesaws are another element that get their own category because trolls they are involved with are generally doing a similar thing, blocking off areas or comically schlorping up useful items. We also get this Carl box using new screen scroll tech. One of the most unique things about screen scrolling in Mario Maker 2 is that a wall that stops a screen scroll can be destroyed to unlock the scroll again. That leads to moments like this, where the screen can be unlocked just to block off anything on the left side of the screen, if the player goes near this wall. Screen scrolls like this will quickly go beyond my capability of explanation. One CP1 and horrible anti-softlock later, and we get this pretty simple bait to make the player scared enough to keep riding the snake train to nowhere. Something these creators have really mastered is the art of player prediction. They know how to design setups that will give the player a specific expectation only to then exploit those expectations even if the setup doesn't appear to be built to do so. Not a massive troll, but we see a clear example of the power of the snake block to destroy things in its path. We then get this switch trap section, which as it turns out is impossible to live through, because it sets up this.
Yo, Corona, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Holy shit. Oh, that's... What's going on? And back in the anti-softlock we go. Oh god, where is this gonna go? Where am I? Where are you taking me? Which one is this? Is this the real one? Is this the real one? Oh god, imagine if you went up there. No! I think the genius of this setup is this makes it look like you fucked up and that you needed to do that. How am I not at the same place? Did I hit a CP and then fall off the screen and die? Was I up here and when I fell just now, I hit a CP2 right before I died, but because of the screen scroll mechanic and the laugh track, oh my god, that's genius.
This is one of the cleanest twice-twice CP setups I've ever seen. There have been great twice-twice rooms, and there have been setups where the player isn't aware they hit a checkpoint, but both together have been done so well here. The way they pulled it off, too, is just nuts. A lot of these levels have been full of wonderful iterations, but let's get to a level that really added something new. The Level is a Lie by AetherPie is a jank mess of a level that is absolutely famous among the community. Let's see why both are justified. Right away, there are a few things worth mentioning. We have another wind level thanks to the night theme, and this is our first noteworthy appearance of a clear condition. Clear conditions are just that, conditions the player must meet before they are allowed to touch the flag. Not only does this refocus play around a task besides getting to the end, it also guarantees there will be no checkpoint as they aren't placeable in clear condition levels. And if it wasn't obvious that the creator has complete control over what the clear condition is...
Reach the goal after picking up at least 69. Wow.
It's clear now. The interesting thing about clear conditions in troll levels is that there is now built-in bait. The player will want to accomplish their given task, obviously, and it has the added benefit to the player of guaranteeing necessity. This is no red coin shenanigan. The level cannot be beaten without that clear condition. This level, like most clear condition levels, isn't too long. Without the benefit of checkpoints, they can only expect the player to go so long on one run. That leads us to our grand finale troll.
The level is a lie. Hold right. A plus Y. This what? It's an auto? There's no way this is not A plus Y. What? No way. You know what? That would explain why it's so jank. Oh my god. Wait! That's why the setup felt so jank! That's why the setup felt so jank. What the fuck? It's really an auto level? That whole thing was an auto level?
That's why the setups were so weird! Whoa! Whoa! That's why the setups were so weird!
Everything falls into place. The troll level was all built around an auto level. This level is known for its pure shock, but it's no surprise that it had a significant ripple effect on the meta as a whole. Speaking of meta, let's take a brief look at Defender's level For My Australian Mates, revision 16+9. It's clear at this point that Defender has more or less mastered his own formula. This is the definition of a deception level. The player is guided through room by room as surprises follow them step by step. The deception method of making trolls is very much here, with the hint phase being fleshed out even more to double as taunting insults towards the player. We see a bit of a callback to Potatochan's earlier level, which will become even more ironic in just a little bit. If there wasn't enough evidence of the formula present before, we happen across perhaps the most famous Defender section.
Oh, this looks like Dick's Run! We made mistakes. We didn't win.
This section represents the deception method of troll design perfectly many times over. It is incredibly dense and has multiple stages to its reveal. Unless the player is running, they will fall, but then there's a hint to tell them to run. If the player uses this boot, they'll get stuck in these blocks, but there's a reveal of another door to go in. If the player tries to go in that door, they'll be anti-soft lock, but there's this section that tells them the order they can hit the switches to avoid that. The way it actually plays out is exciting because Defender is such a talented creator. His contraptions are now functioning on basic programming logic thanks to various switch states. He can make whatever he wants happen with little chance for the player to predict it. But after so many versions of this method, they will know what will happen. They will get trolled, then move on. Moving on, we get this spammy on-off ante I'm pointing out for no reason in particular, and then something that formed a bit of a meme.
That is... Wait, what? I ran out of doors. Oh. I ran out of doors. Okay, sorry.
This little message apologizing for this redundant step in the level struck a note with the community, as it came back a number of times, each time with a twist. It isn't really a troll, but I tracked this too because it feels a bit like a calling card, similar in spirit to 0451 if you know its origins.
I ran out of trolls. I ran out of... I can't see what it says. I ran out of creativity. Ran out of space. I run out... Oh, this meme. Remember this meme? I ran out of jokes. Oh my god.
And as much as I'd like to surprise you with the terrible CP1 turns out to be the flag, I feel you'd see it coming, as it is a bit of a staple of the deception level design. Have your trolley cake and eat your benevolence too kind of philosophy, I guess.
I don't understand what just happened.
But I liked it.
I want to know what the hell just happened. So Defender made a video to describe the stuff that the setups that he used in the level to make everything. The problem is that it's 33 minutes long. Oh man.
Now, Australia is nice and all, but anyone that's been there knows that you haven't gotten the whole experience until you've also visited Dummytown USA. Dummytown is a twice of the entirety of Defender's level, done by Stevo. Just about every setup is brought over in some capacity and redone with new trolls. The order is changed and the layout varies a bit, but it's clearly there. In fairness, this is not the first time this had been done. I feel like JustCook should get the nod for twice level recreations, but he did his recreation levels in the form of SNW ROM hacks, so they are completely disqualified from being mentioned here. Get out of here, this video is long enough. The use of twice twice is actually quite clever. Because the original solutions to a lot of these trolls were so convoluted, it actually leaves a lot open for the potential twice twice options. Doing the opposite isn't a valid strategy because you don't even know what part of the original troll you would do the opposite to. Instead, there are now alternate uses for the same setups. Worth mentioning again is Steve-O's uncanny ability to make a troll that predicts what the player is going to do without forcing it too hard. They may not be Defender, but they are also no slouch in the contraption department themselves.
It knows! It's homing fish!
Steve-O straddles the line of Deception level a lot more than Defender. While I couldn't call Defender's level anything else, Steve-O plays a lot more with traditional troll values. Values like punishment, including a real CP1 for falling for a troll that was so telegraphed it was in another level.
Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh!
I've shown a lot of them, but it's worth mentioning that, of course, this was the first time the ran out of meme showed up outside the original level. And just to put a bow on that meme, I showed a few, but I wanted to save the last one I found.
I ran out of meta. Wait, this is so meta though. This is so meta though.
There is actually an amazing sound effect troll that is based on an earlier version found in a Federico level.
What? Always do as you're told, or never do as you're told. I have so many emotions right now. I have so many emotions right now.
Only here, not only does the choice actually matter, but the shrooms will switch places when the player goes off screen, making it even less likely they'll guess correctly.
Oh, it changes the colors! Wait, which one was the mushroom? Wait a minute, which one was the mushroom? Shit. Shit. I think it was the left one. No! Wait, I thought it was the left one!
But let's be real, the best thing sound effects do is cover up other sounds.
Okay, now we can go see this. I don't know if I want to go in this door or not, though. Yeah, the door didn't... Wait. What? What? What the fuck? Oh god! It totally tricked me. Wait, I thought it was over. Was it the sound effect? Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
This was a neat little experiment. Taking setups, recontextualizing them, and adding new stuff on top really makes the two levels go great together. I realized when going over my individual troll notes that when it came to clear conditions, it's hard to not just talk about entire levels. Clear conditions change how the player beats the stage, so it can alter how they play the whole level. For a great example, let's take a quick look at The Fastest Troll in the West by Bearware. This level has perhaps the most unique clear condition the game will allow.
Wait, hold on. Don't land after leaving the ground? Do I want that? Can I go in this then or no? Wait. Answer to that question is no.
If the player jumps and lands anywhere other than directly onto the goal, they will fail. So many little things get Mario airborne, the player has to take a lot of care just to move around normally now. More importantly, this means that all a troll has to do is get the player off the ground.
I'm assuming it's gonna kill me to go right, so I'm gonna not... Oh, that's unfortunate for me.
On a personal note, I think the limited timer in this level is genius, because with this clear condition, it is advantageous for the player to carefully think through each step, but the timer limits just how much they can wait around. Just like the anti-softlock or please just do better, the base mechanics of Mario are recontextualized. The only downside is it's a lot more limiting of a design decision. Turns out Mario was kind of meant to jump. It's still an interesting level idea I'm glad got explored in the troll space a little, even if it can't take off as a whole trend. The only problem with taking a more historical approach to this project is that you have to follow the timeline pretty closely. I've fudged some level orders here and there, but I'm not taking levels years out of context. I haven't really needed to do that, but it does mean that I can't save the best for last. And when I say best, I mean my favorite. And that's a subjective fact. There are better, more impressive levels down the line, and we're not done with complete meta shifts, but taking my personal taste and nostalgia into account, this is still one of my favorites. It's time we finally talk about a creator by the name of Federico. Or Paulo. Or was it Matute26? For now, let's just stick with Federico. I've mentioned a few of their trolls already, but I've glossed over a ton of levels. The unfortunate problem with Federico is they've done nothing but make really good levels this whole time. They didn't have an arc or a level that changed the game, they've simply always been one of the best. That's a problem because, as I've tried to make clear, I'm skipping over so many talented creators and well-crafted levels. Good levels, even the best levels, don't have to change history. So for all the great levels I can't talk about, we are going to talk about LOL by Federico.
Don't do what the title says. Oh, wait. No! Read the description. Don't do what the title says. Oh, you already did. What a disappointment.
Simply put, LOL might be one of the most consistent levels ever made. It's not terribly long, there is little downtime, yet nothing so intense it draws the attention away from other trolls. The trolls won't blow your mind with their complexity, but they will hit more often than not. The best trolls are actually 50-50 90s in a way. Given two clear paths, it is usually path 3. But it's a bit more complicated. This is where that age-old puzzle influence steps in, because while the answer is not as simple as one or the other option, it's also not an obscure hidden one. The real answer will often be a use of both options in a critically thought-out way. It's funny because this structure of troll making is very similar to the way the Troll Guide described building its trolls, but I like this so much more. Players will almost certainly fall for one of the trolls the two options present, but if they blindly run into the other option after that, they will be punished for failing to think about the situation they're in and the tools they're given. And instead of having to spell out a solution with hints, the real answer becomes clear when both options have revealed how not to approach. The level doesn't handhold, and it doesn't kick the player after pushing them down. It's the perfect balance that will always have the player feeling responsible for their punishments, even if it's exactly designed that way. It's not all so thought out, but that's a strength too. Sometimes you just need to show the player something silly to break their guard and laugh with them. And I know I have been a bit too critical of hidden exits in these levels, but they are almost always clever, and LOL is no exception.
This is currently a soft lock. Hello? Oh, it's in the same spot. It must be a hint. Follow. See, there it is. Carl, learn. Carl, learn. Carl, learn. Oh! Heck yeah! Heck yeah! Oh my god, that was amazing.
And although you might think this is a classic example of the beginning is the end, well, if you were to try this solution before playing the level properly...
It was there all along. Wait! I didn't even consider the ramifications of what I missed. Wait! You cheated not only the— oh, okay. You tried to cheat the level, but you only cheated yourself. Oh, but you just cheated yourself.
I'm covering the shifts, innovations, and inventions when it comes to the grand scheme of trolling, but I wanted to show this level because all the creation that falls just outside of that classification is just as valuable, and I wish I could cover it all. The difficulty anyone has covering the history of games in the modern era is how the games themselves can fundamentally change with patches and content updates. Luckily, the patches rarely affected the meta in a noticeable way, and the content updates were very infrequent. There were basically just 4 big ones across the whole history of the series. The CP and Red Coin update shortly after Mario Maker 1 launched, Mario Maker 2 as a whole game, the Link update, which happened about now on our timetable, and the final one just a month into the next era that we'll cover when we get there. It's not as groundbreaking as you might think, but it's worth pausing and mentioning that all of these are in the game only as of now, per the Link update. The big one was Link, which was a massive addition to SMB's verb kit, which were these. It won't have a massive bearing on the troll meta, but I thought I'd show them off so there was no confusion. The troll community got a little blast from the past around this time when DaNtheTANK made his Mario Maker 2 debut, with Rollin and Trollin 4 3/4 a new era. I don't have a ton to say considering how much attention Dan got in the earlier eras, but it's interesting to see the community look back on itself. It seems Dan went the way of the Deception troll level, but even closer to Defender style than other creators. A lot of trolls that could almost never be avoided, but there was some spectacle or contraption at play to justify that fact. It's a massive departure in some ways and perfectly fitting in others. Dan was not so much the first modern troll maker as he was the bridge between old and new styles. What was unique about him was his approach to combining the two into long-form levels with a defined goal to troll the player. By setting those expectations, he could get away with a lot more and experiment with what was being done. But like I said, he wasn't truly ahead of his time. But I do like this thread of looking back. I'm documenting it, but seeing how a creator within the community expresses retrospection is much more interesting. Dan started a conversation, and MYFIRST TRIL LEVRL #DGR by GigantT-Rex brought it to a point a few weeks later. See, what GigantT-Rex did was make a terrible hot garbage super expert level in the year of our Lord 2020. They wanted to make us appreciate what we had thrown away in the art of the trash. As a connoisseur myself, I can appreciate that. But they messed up. The trolls and the concept is there, but there is a structure here, a format. This is not the chaos of Mario Maker 1 Super Expert. GigantT-Rex couldn't help but show their hand early because the truth of the matter is that they are in fact a modern troll creator and couldn't help but make this level actually good.
I'm so not used to these trolls that they're all getting me. I've forgotten about these. Like, nobody puts hidden blocks on base. Gosh.
After a helping of trash, the player is then funneled into this reference to Aether Pie's The Level Is a Lie, complete with the auto section at the beginning.
What? Does it say, is it saying to walk? Oh, come on. Come on!
The garbage was just an opening, a facade to set player expectations. The remainder of the level is a modern troll level of the time, and a pretty good one at that. Not only was the main reveal done within a half level's worth of build-up, but the modern section ends with the player returning to the level is a lie reference to reveal there was more to the auto. A proper innovation to the auto troll meta. The player is then rewarded with CP2, which is great, until they realize they could have just had the ending instead.
Since the level's a complete ruse to begin with, it doesn't matter if you just softlock somebody. You may as well just start from the beginning anyway, but it's not really the beginning, it's like CP3 beginning because you have a knowledge checkpoint. Enjoyed that. I think this might go down in history as the only actually playable #DGR level.
Carl's Trash Can by Shano19 has one of the most famous endings of modern trolling, so let's just play it out so I can talk about how it relates to the rest of the level.
It's not gonna work. Oh my gosh, what's happening? Auto level? There's no way that this is an auto level! Hold right. There is no way. Hold right. Right and up. What? Dude, this doesn't work. This doesn't work. I'm doing it. I'm starting over. Hold up and right. I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm about to lose my mind. Oh my god! What? Oh, I hit my switch! I turned my switch off! What? Wait, what? Is it real or is it not? I'm very excited for what's happening right now. What is it? Lol JK times 3! Am I at CP1? Am I done? Am I at CP? Look, different things are happening. Oh my god, it's actually fake, but it's actually real, but it's actually fake. That's why that thing went back there. My god, what is happening? Oh my! No, what is happening? I don't even... So it wasn't. Now we're actually back. The switch status is back. We're actually back. That was like every single troll in one. It's an auto level, it's a CP0, it's a fake out, it's actually the end, it's not actually the end. You have to redo the level, you don't have to redo the level. Oh, that is what you do! Oh my god, that was amazing. That was amazing.
It's another auto-section troll followed by a magnificent display of fake-outs, japes, and reveals. So why was this level so important to the meta? Well, the auto-section was still pretty early on in its troll life. I know I've shown a few, but there wasn't much outside of that. More than that though, it got people thinking about how it was used until the term knowledge checkpoint got thrown around. Essentially just a hint that allowed the player to go to an area they had previously been and progress another way. It's a troll not because it tricks the player by making them replay a section, but because the recontextualization of the previous section is surprising. All the auto-section trolls I've mentioned so far used a form of this, but I think the term only came about in Carl's Trash Can because it was using that method of progression with other hints too.
Wait, this is the part... What is going on? It means this, right? It means this. Wait, I think I get it. Oh, I think I get it. 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 Oh! Oh my god, was that completely useless? You know, one thing that I have to say I really like about these setups is that now I have progressed, but it's like actually at the beginning of the level, so I actually have less run back time.
As pointed out in the last level, after a knowledge checkpoint is obtained, lost progress didn't matter because it really did function as a checkpoint. The knowledge allowed you to bypass sections and progress onto new areas. And, something something innovative, something something Outer Wilds, we'll see the knowledge checkpoint again. A brief mention to Double Double, Troll, and Trouble by Chichiri for not only some serious plays on the meta, but also one of my favorite hints ever put into a level.
We have obtained Smart. How long will it last? No mushroom, mushroom Yoshi. What?
Chiri was already more on the puzzling side of the troll scale, so hints were not out of the ordinary, but I feel like this one was just a joke. No mushroom Yoshi mushroom is one of the silliest hints put into a level and deserves to be immortalized among the rest of troll history. It doesn't really matter if the hint makes sense. By the time the player has gotten here, all other options with the mushroom and the Yoshi have been exhausted, so the right answer would present itself by process of elimination, which makes the absurd hint all the better. There's also this section, which is a reference to a defender level, and another trend going on where the simple placement of a pointless spike might suggest that something good lies hidden there.
What is this? Is this another one of those? Hold on just a second. Is this another one of those disrespectful defender trolls when it's like, LOL, there's just a spike block, as if some idiot is going to just jump into it with absolutely no reason, because that's where the troll meta has gotten to, is that you just put in a spike, there's no reason to hit it. Yeah, I can proceed down here fine, but you put it here just to tempt me, because I have to do it. Yes! It finally happened! It finally happened! All these years of jumping into spikes have finally paid off!
The last thing I want to cover is this CP1, which triggers because the CP2 was hidden behind these wigglers. It's a take on the hidden/fake checkpoint where the player isn't even aware of where the checkpoint was hit. Only this time...
Did I hit a CP2 and not know it, and then go back to CP1, and now I'm in a don't want to be here CP1 anti-softlockville? Oh, what happened? Am I at CP2 or CP1? No, I'm at CP1. I'm at CP1. Okay, and then I think we did we do this right or not? Do I not want to be here? There was a pipe here. Wait, that's a flagpole right there.
The reality is that this incredibly suspicious wiggler section is actually just that. Suspicious. There is no hidden checkpoint. This checkpoint here is checkpoint 2. After this point, the player is going through an actually identical twice section, and the only difference is that this one hides the flag. Not only is it subverting the hidden checkpoint true troll, but this also takes the cake for longest twice without revealing its copy. Levels like this go to show that even long-standing tropes can evolve into mind-blowing trolls. Speeches about good levels aside, it's not like I was only going to talk about Federico once. The best level ever, Kappa, is an interesting one, and the first red coin level we've seen in a while. First off, this whole level has a dusting of twice. The first troll in every section will be different depending on if you enter it after a death or from another section.
Yeah, okay, red coins beginning, get out of here! What? Wait, that's definitely not what happened last time.
The death twice has nearly infinite possibilities, I swear. The sections are all bangers, of course, with a special shout out to this troll that I tracked for some reason, even though I think only 8 levels used a dry bones to trap the player. In case it wasn't obvious why they can be trolly, here is Carl with an in-depth explanation from the only other example I could find.
They don't move when you stand on them!
Thanks, Carl. Also, in case you thought we were done with the saw trap from over 3 years ago at this point, here it is again in a nearly unaltered form. Anyway, the player goes through the last section and... Are you kidding me? We have yet another successor to my beloved 7 trolley pieces. with a twist, because if you attempt this from the start, you will find nothing but a red coin. This level bets 100% of its troll stock that the player will play this level from left to right. Only that last section has the end. But even more impressively is how it bends to make the player believe that fact, because this is a real red coin in the fake exit. So the section before the real exit has to collect that red coin in order for the player to need only one more coin when they reach this ending section, so they are convinced that they are about to enter the door. Well done, indeed. At this point, it feels like I'm just summarizing levels, and I really don't want that to be the case. I want to showcase major shifts in troll meta, but I want to give a better picture of the attitude around trolling too. The assumption might be that it's like how trolling is everywhere else. Maybe a little cheeky, but mostly self-gratifying, or at least exclusively gratifying to everyone but the victims. The Mario Maker troll community could feel this way sometimes, but overall it was far more jovial. Everyone was in on the joke. It was just as common to laugh at the game as it was at the player. The absurdity the game allowed the creators to make was something for everyone to behold. Examples are hard because it's a broader feeling, but if I had to pick just one creator to represent this, I think I might go with King Bling. King Bling had only a couple of levels I'd tracked up until this point, but let's look at the second on my list. What Lives Under the Bridge?
What lives under the bridge? Could it possibly be a troll? 15 hidden moles made with love. Alright, let's see if we can find every last hidden mole.
Right away we get a little of what I mean. This level has secrets. 15 moles in hidden blocks scattered across the level. Each level is self-contained and there is only one win state, but I love it when creators throw the extra accomplishment in there for the player. Very similar to blocking the top of the flagpole off as a separate reward. Not only is it technically pointless, but these hidden moles are often only in places where the player ends up if they have already been trolled. It's not the salt in the wound, it's the consolation prize. Beyond the general point I am trying to make, there is a good reason to bring up King Bling anyway, and that is their style of level making. These levels are very dense, with each troll often being multifaceted. Just because a troll didn't work out one way doesn't mean simply doing the opposite is going to work. The assets are reused often.
Oh, and it blows up super early too.
This, in conjunction with a lot hidden off-screen and in the poison, results in sections that are dense in trolls but are not too visually overwhelming. In a way, they are like one-screen troll sections, self-contained and concise sections that are then chained together to make a level. The trolls themselves are often silly, unexpected interactions or complex abuse of player expectations. What feels so light about the trolls on hand is that few of them are caused by the level. Just about every troll is tripped when the player tries to go out of their way to avoid being trolled, which results in them plowing their face into the most suspicious sections to try and outsmart something that isn't there.
Big brain players to take damage here. Big brain. Small brain. Shut up. Get out of here. Is that okay?
In general, I think these levels are a testament to the attitude behind the community, but to convey the thing I think outlived the levels is a bit of a story. I tried to keep my categories pretty robust so I can have them cover a wide range of similar trolls. Sometimes this hurts me when I make categories that are too big and bloated, and sometimes I still end up making anemic categories that have 1 or 2 trolls each. When I was making the anti-softlock category, I was considering lumping in all sections that just killed the player without an exit together, but I decided to add the death trap category too. A lot of trolls ended up fitting into it nicely, but when I decided, King Bling came to mind because they mastered the death trap.
XD, funny guy, haha, funny guy. Not this stuff again. Not this again. Not this again! Whoa, wait, how did that happen? Oh, are we counting moles? How many moles was...
The King Bling Death Trap was a widely known thing, and it's easy to see why. They are flashy, they are funny to watch play out, they are still a bit of a punishment due to their length, and they still manage to subvert expectations because of the way you die coming out of nowhere. These levels do a lot right, but the death traps are just a perfect crystallization of the desired feel. I'm glad that if these levels get to be remembered for anything, it's the death traps. There are 2 levels left to cover for this era, and I want to end with the best one, so it's just a matter of choosing which one that is. On one hand, we have Carl's next major level. He is arguably the main subject of this video. I spent several pages and a third of my thesis discussing his last major level, and the whole of the troll community seems to shift whenever he puts out something new. And on the other hand is Thwompsuck. And let's get this trash out of the way so I can end this thing with a bang. Rhymes with Fun by CarlSagan42 is what some would call a de-escalation from his last level. I would call it a shift in focus. This is by far Carl's most traditional troll level he's ever made. The structure is very similar to the common troll level. The emphasis is on deception, and it's indeed kinder than please just do better. But that's a bar so low it's practically buried.
Carl, you are actually a monster, and I hate this.
What's so useful about Carl is he sees the potential in trolling and rarely uses a troll the same way someone else has. He's only going to make a level if he genuinely thinks he's going to add something to the conversation, which means when covering the conversation, aka the meta, he tends to come up a lot. If it's not clear by now, I've gotten a lot of my analysis right from Carl's mouth. I try to put his quotes in when directly applicable, but I'm piecing a lot together as I go, which is why I can't add too much when talking about this level because he released a commentary for it. I will try my best to avoid just putting his whole video into this one, but I also don't just want to pawn his words off as my own, so it's going to be a bit of a back and forth between us. Let's start at the beginning with the impetus for this level and the troll that started it all.
So my decision to make this level all started with this particular weird mechanic with the stun that Bowser Jr. has. So check this out. If you set up a contraption like this, Bowser Jr. will bounce off of the note block, hit the springs, and for some reason that immediately makes him do a ground pound. And he'll just ground pound over and over and over again. However, you can actually briefly jump out of this stun, but that's only in Super Mario World theme. In SMB theme, there is absolutely nothing you can do. You cannot get out of it. It is permanent stun lock. So naturally, my first thought was, how can I make a horrible troll level out of this? We have this nice, alluring looking 50 coin here. But what I want people to think with this is, Carl, look, there's no way I'm jumping down that pit, okay? I'm never jumping down that pit. Why would I ever jump down that obvious, stupid death pit? So I was hoping that players would have very little respect for me, run directly past that 50 coin and be like, psh, psh, Carl can't trick me with these low tier trolls. So then they come over here and they see Exhibit A, the Wiggler Claw Box Distraction of Doom. The player's eyes will be on this.
What the hell is this? Oh my god! Oh my god! I can't do anything! Oh my god! I couldn't do anything!
And so as they walk forward, they will not pay attention to the Bowser Stunlock of Doom! Down the pit you go!
The whole stunlock section then leads to this section.
But then again, I've presented the player with terrifying looking options, which is all a distraction.
No! Okay. Stop!
Let's go. Why is any of this here?
It's all a distraction. So the idea here is the player will get spooked by they'll be looking at this, but then they'll be like, oh, the falling snowballs, I got spooked. And then when they're not paying any attention, I hid an ice block behind one of the snowballs.
Distraction trolls are not as common as you might think, because few times is something distracting harmless. Most times what draws the player's attention is just another troll they will have to worry about later. A true distraction troll has the confidence in its distraction to not need the distraction itself to be deadly.
I love it when you give the player the exact same troll twice, because then when they fall for it twice, they feel even tougher. Alright, look, I've been through this. I've experienced this pain. Because while they're distracted and they're like, wait, are these swamps gonna release something from these question mark blocks? What's happening with that cloud down there? There's a vine, there's a door? What's the right? Oh, I'm permanently stun locked.
What Carl is getting at here is more of a general pacing and layout thing. But repeating trolls gets its own category because there is a lot of meta in the concept of putting the same troll, or even the same type of troll, right next to each other. We next get a bit of an inside look on how a creator might implement a snake block trap. And for those not familiar with how something like this can look in the editor, it gets crazy.
If you look at the path that this snake takes, it's kind of crazy because you have to make sure that at no point the path actually overlaps with itself. The reason I put all these gaps in here is so that the player would not know which path the snake might go down. It sort of left open a lot of options. If there was only like one hole open, it'd be obvious that's where the snake's gonna go.
No. No! Stop!
Oh shit!
Benevolent level creator. What? Nice.
This is an impressive setup and probably the biggest snake path we've seen, but the use is not out of the ordinary for this kind of troll. What's really interesting is how Carl changed it.
So I actually changed this part over the course of playing. I really do think that this holds true for all troll levels, and that is that the best troll depends on the person playing it. Like, there are some people who are going to try to cosmic brain solution the answer to something. Like, if they've played tons of troll levels, they might look at this and they'll think, no, Carl's gonna do something sneaky. It's not gonna be as simple as going in the pipe over here. So they're gonna actually sit at the beginning, touch the snake, and wait all the way for it to see what it's gonna do, to see if it's gonna go all the way around and come back all the way around. And so for those players, I tried to make it so that going up here and letting the snake go all the way around was the actual troll. But then for other players that are less experienced with troll levels, I don't think they're even gonna think about that. They're just gonna be like, okay, blah, 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 there's some dumb trolls here, whatever. I just need to get into this pipe. So for them, I made the actual solution going up here.
God.
Ryukar, I'm sorry. This means I had less respect for you.
This is something I haven't really touched on, but it's absolutely true. All of the analysis and logic I've tried to put behind the explanation of these trolls is never going to be 100% true. Some players will just completely circumnavigate a troll's intent, and some will get hit with its full force. I'm going to take this a step farther and say that this also applies to how they engage with the troll emotionally. It's the same kind of bias that lets me gush over super expert and getting over it levels while simultaneously turning my nose up at more rigid, beautifully crafted deception levels. I talk a lot about how trolls are designed to make the player feel, but it's important to understand that even if a troll has a targeted emotion, it will end up hitting a wide range. Some people will just not find it as funny.
I don't know whether I should be going this way. That is a schween.
Huge dick. Penis.
Male genitalia.
Giant dick. Checkpoint dick.
But we can't be too worried about it. After the checkpoint, we get a bit of a fake platform, followed by...
This P-switch block looks really dang close to a donut. especially with the addition of this arrow here. But it ain't. It is just a portal into evil anti-softlock land. And my goodness, is this evil.
I love this part. Said no one ever.
This is awful. What is this? No!
This is a terrible, cancerous anti-softlock.
You didn't think he was completely done with getting over its design philosophy, did you? You know, I'm actually shocked. I remember a lot of anti-softlocks, but not a lot of them get referenced outside of their original appearance. That's kind of what it takes to reach infamy, some kind of reference or remix. But only a few anti-softlocks have gotten that. However, there is no doubt that this is one of the most famous antis out there. It's chaotic, it's annoying, it's long, it's hard, it's punishment, it's everything I want when I think of the term anti-softlock.
But I'm sure that players will have so much fun in this area, they won't mind being stuck here.
Even when they think they've escaped, I bet not too many were expecting that fake platform from before to double as a deplatforming technique. Meaning...
Don't worry, we won't die again, it's fine. No!
But even those that succeeded got a nice surprise.
A little longer than a few minutes later.
Why are you giving me anti-softlock music? Alright, I guess I have to go in here. What?
No, not this, Carl. Anything but this.
Oh. Why is there Bowser? Oh. No!
No! Wait, what? Oh my god, he fucking came! What? Oh my god, this is a new section!
Oh! Oh my god, we're 2/3 down.
I'm honestly was a little scared.
Carl wouldn't send me back to the anti-softlock again, would he? Wow, Carl's so evil. But that's okay, I'm gonna outsmart Carl. I'm gonna just sit here, run down the clock, and then maybe I can die to that thwomp. Aha! I've outsmarted Carl. Oh, that's a checkpoint!
There is almost immediately a section that threatens a CP1, but I just want to bring attention to how the design explains how to progress through this section.
We come into here, and we see on the left, uh-oh, there's a checkpoint 1 over there. So when I originally made this back to CP1, when people were testing it, they fell into it literally dozens of times. So I figured it was probably not the best idea in the world to make that a real CP1. So I decided to be a benevolent level creator.
Wait. Wait, what? Oh my god, what the heck is going on?
I showed the player exactly what to do. See, they're racing these Potobos right here, and you can see, oh look, I can destroy Potobos. So they're gonna use the star to destroy the Potobos. Easy.
This game has this cool feature where if you're invincible and you can kill things, you can kill things. And then they're dead. And the level also had 3 platforms on it that had fireballs above them that I had to kill on the way into this room where I needed to kill the fireballs.
And once the player gets through this section, and they realize that they can kill the Potobos, then they'll see that there's now a friendly sun out to play with them. Surely, everybody will see that I've put this nice hint here that tells you exactly where to stand to get by from the sun.
No! And now I can... Oh, no!
And I've even put another hint here. See, we have all these little ice blocks over there. All you have to do is stand right on the hint, and everything will be fine. Trust in the level creator. Oh look, the level creator's even given us these happy little mushrooms. Oh wait, how are we gonna get through here as Big Luigi? I better take some damage from Sun Friend. If you let the sun scroll too far, it will release this twister, which makes it impossible to go through the door. And once again, back down to CP1 you go. Look at that sun, he's such a troll. He didn't even hit me. Instead, you want to wait for the sun to swing all the way back to the other side and then go in the door.
Any writer worth their salt will tell you that if you establish a theme, you must return to it. Well, the same is true in level design.
Oh God! Hi. Oh.
Oh no. No, 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 no.
No! Oh my god. What the hell is this?
What is this abomination right here?
So we've come full circle on the Bowser Stunlock of Doom.
The beauty of this setup is the player thinks they've messed up no matter what they've done and ended themselves in an anti-softlock. And boy, does this look like an evil anti-softlock. If the Bowser Juniors hit you, you fall back to the beginning and you have to start again. And it looks like you have to take this crazy path through this without ever getting stunned by the Bowser Juniors. But in reality, the Bowser Juniors both explode and you're able to freely proceed past this completely unsuggestive looking pipe. Carl's actually a benevolent level creator.
But before the player can release a sigh of relief...
No, I shouldn't have moved.
No, you're again.
Carl, no!
No! But any level designer worth their salt will tell you that if you establish a theme, you must return to it. Well, the same is true in trolling. We've seen the twice. We've seen how repetition is used. You were just released from what you thought was an ante.
I love it when you give the player the exact same troll twice, because then when they fall for it twice, they feel even dumber.
So wouldn't it make sense to release you from this one too?
This is the place where I was meant to be, you know? I spent majority of the time...
Wait. God, you never know with these freaking levels though, because sometimes when it recycles you through, like something is different, and then there's like a way to beat the level that wasn't there before. Like, look, it's different. See, it's different now. The goal's right there. See, it's totally different.
See, the key to this section is to remember that the player thinks that they've already messed up. They think that they have done something wrong, and Carl is actually just that evil. So when I made this, I was really curious to see how many people would start scaling this, resigned to their anti-softlock fate. This wall is designed to blow up on a very simple timer here. The Potaboo goes around and comes back, and I had to tweak this timer a lot just to make it a believable amount of time. But if the player at any point starts scaling the anti-softlock, they will become permanently trapped up here and watch in horror as the goal is revealed to them. So one of my absolute favorite things that happened at the end here was when people thought that they were trapped, they thought it was over, and literally the wall blows open and they didn't even notice. Freaking Defender was sitting here with Mario in front of the flag, typing out ban Carl in chat.
I'm not really a fan of the whole joke ban thing, but in this case, I think we're gonna have to make an exception. Time out. Carl, 340 seconds. Because that is the amount. Never mind, I take it back! Abort! Abort the ban! Abort the ban!
What else can I say? I skipped plenty, so please go check out this video yourself, especially if the actual building mechanics interest you. I just don't have the time. An absolute masterclass of trolling, but enough of this trash level, let's talk about Thwompsuck. Thwompsuck is surely one of the levels of all time. Brought to us by Bearware, a level designer worthy of the title, creator of Thwompsuck. I think the brilliance of this level more or less speaks for itself, so ladies and gentlemen, I present the titular troll, the Thwompsuck. Thwompsuck is almost an AR troll by itself, because the main troll it brought with it was trying to get people, or at least Carl, to play Thwompsuck.
I did a new non-suspicious setup.
Wait, you did, Wilfred? You did? Oh, heck yeah.
I also did a new non-suspicious setup.
Oh, did you, Bear? Do you want me to play it now? Or is it ready right now? Hold on, we actually got two, it sounds like. I'm very interested in this. Kidding. I hate you, Wilfred! I hate you so much! I hate you so very much!
The level itself is rather unremarkable. It took a few more cheap shots than the average level at the time, so I think that is why getting others to play it was seen more as a prank than an actual endorsement.
Because Bearware has respect for the player, he thinks they're gonna see ahead and realize that it looks like getting the mushroom will trap you. And so getting the mushroom actually won't trap you because something is gonna hit you off screen, question mark, Thwompsuck.
However, even the general perception of being a bad level is not wholly earned, because there are a few really great setups in here. Bearware made it this way intentionally. They are a competent level creator after all. This level has one of my favorite power-up trolls.
No! Ah! Give them, oh my god! Oh my gosh. Okay, nothing there. Nah!
And the return to CP1 is truly something to witness.
I don't like the looks of this. Alright. F me up, fam. Wait, we didn't get the CV? We didn't get the CV. Oh, go in the door twice. No. No.
The level didn't stick around too long, but the second left behind would persist.
All I have to say, that's the sound of Bearware being banned permanently.
It is with that tremendous suck that we bring this era to a close. But this is possibly the densest era we've covered yet. The absolute manic fervor towards the new game made the first year of Mario Maker 2 a non-stop stream of released troll levels. I obviously cut a lot of them, but before we move on I want to cover the individual trolls I skipped, starting with the ones I haven't covered yet. We've only covered a couple 3D World levels, so the exclamation block has made an appearance, but its troll utility has been largely ignored up until this point. They are simple yet effective. When hit, they will expand on a path determined by the level creator. When ground pounded or blown up, they will expand fully instantly. They are either used to crush the player...
Alright, what does this do? God damn it!
Or move something else that will inconvenience the player.
This is gonna be bad. I don't want to do it, but I have to do it.
The comedy comes in their timing and the odd paths that they can take. Power-up abuse is one that feels like it should be used more. I had to separate it out from unwanted power-up because that troll deals almost entirely on whether the player is damageable or not, while power-up abuse uses the unique abilities of a given power-up to troll the player. That could be unique ways to kill enemies, or hit blocks, or just a power that is often useful but not currently the right call.
I feel like this is trapping me. I feel like this is trapping me into spin jumping because a spin jump will release fireballs, which will kill that guy. I think it's a trap. I need to just damage boost under this, I think. I'm calling that being a trap.
With the additions of slopes came a lot of new trolls, but they are most known for being... jank.
The thing is slopes have been broken. Slopes have been broken. What year is it? It's 2020. What year did Super Mario World come out? Because slopes have been broken for over 25 years. They haven't fixed them yet.
Slopes can send things in unpredictable directions and were the focal points to a lot of seemingly glitchy setups. The last wholly new setup is the wrong pipe.
I don't know what was different. No, not this stuff again! I hate wrong pipe so much! I hate wrong pipe so much.
A little bit of a meme, but more of a formal joke told in a few ways. The player goes through a section to a clearly telegraphed exit only to be told to go back in a pipe they had already been in before, or a less than telegraphed pipe in general.
Alright, this is just the new troll meta. The new troll meta is you're missing a piece to get in an area, and then you get that piece, but that's not the area that you actually go in. Symplectic, you caused this. Blame Symplectic for this.
I'm not 100% sure where it started, but I believe it was here in this Bearware level. It's at least the first time I can find the text "wrong pipe" showing up in the level. My favorite goes to this Symplectic version though, because it is only after several other reveals and hints just to get to this pipe does it tell you, wrong pipe.
Oh, not this stuff again! Come on! Come on, not this again! No!
Night mode added so many aspects that basically became trolls on their own. Any wind or rising liquid had built-in troll potential, but perhaps out of some mercy, some of the more terrible effects were rarely used. Almost no levels had the swimming effects, and fewer still used the vertical screen flip or the darkness. I'll give a quick shout out to my favorite dark troll that abused the player's expectation for the camera to draw focus. And my favorite vertical flip that recreates a section to look normal once flipped. Screen scroll more or less started in Mario Maker 2. There were a few clever ways to manipulate the scroll in Mario Maker 1, but the sequel added some tools that completely blew them out of the water. A more subtle one is screen locking. Screen locking is what allowed creators to stop the screen scroll and was what was most widely used in terms of this type of troll. Screen lock allowed for those off-screen elements we've seen put to use before, but what this tech thrived in was reveals.
Okay, I think I still have time to go.
Just about any wall, floor, or ceiling could hide new trolls in the right creator's hands. The screen lock was crucial, but the custom scroll was responsible for most of the more advanced setups. Custom scroll allowed the creators to change the direction of the camera scroll and its speed, but the main way it was used was in conjunction with screen locking. With clever use of both, they could get the screen in precarious spots that allowed for several avenues of trolling. It allowed for objects and elements to be hidden just off screen, sometimes hiding entire paths. It seems like the farther we progress in the meta, the more important screen scroll becomes. As creators came to know what it was capable of, it was put to more and more disruptive uses. There aren't really a lot of trolls that died out from this era to the next. We are in the same game, and there was no major shift in the meta that took out a bunch of trolls, like moving away from Super Expert. There are some that just lost their popularity, so I think it's fair to cover them for the last time. CP0s had quite the fall from grace. Not only did the guide taint the perception of punishing trolls like it, but Mario Maker 2 itself had much more interesting uses for CPs and death when switch states were in play. There were just a lot less real CP0s in general. If a CP returned a player to the start, it was usually either a fake out, twice-twicing, or spitting them closer to a knowledge checkpoint, all of which really take the kick out of the original concept. Fake CPs were a similar story. A CP you didn't want was a bit of a waste of a CP considering all the ways to use them in Mario Maker 2 level design. But more than that, the meta for them just didn't change much. I like this setup that mixes them with an unwanted power-up preventing the player from getting the flag, but beyond that there isn't much to say. Outside of infinite CP levels, we've talked about the rare use of red coins. They are almost always fake, and it's always in the player's best interest to bet against them. Well, it's still true, there is one level that really took advantage of that notion. Right away, there is this very impossible red coin. Then, a whole level later...
Why is there a key door down there? Hold on just a minute. Get that key door out of here. Why is there a key door down there? Alright, we're making plays. Surely that was the last troll. Federico!
I guess it was real after all. This is the troll Thwompsuck wishes it had, and it's not one that was tried too many times after that. I've mentioned several times just how weird it is that the saw trap comes back in basically the same exact form many times. I really don't even think it's a reference, it just seems like every creator has a slightly different take on this one idea. Well, Federico had the last form that I'm going to point out.
Alright. Oh man, just any time that you get launchers with saws, like, you know there's 25 fucking things. Look at that, look at that. Like clearly that middle one, the middle one is gonna knock my butt up into that star shit fest. So obviously we just skip the middle one. Your tricks are old. It's welcome to old age, Paulo. How does it feel? How does it feel? Carl won level like 742. No way! No fucking way! No fucking way!
The only way this troll was getting mixed up at this point was requiring the player to fall headfirst into it to progress, so that's what was done. That really is it. The rest of the trolls lived on, and I'm sure we will talk about them in the next era too. But this era still contributed to some of the more popular troll categories, so let's see how those changed. Unwanted Power-Up is in the running for the most popular troll category simply because it's one of the easiest to implement and creators don't have to get crazy to surprise a player. You could simply suggest something meta and then not go with it.
Not doing it. Yes! Yes! Yes!
Otherwise, there is still plenty of obscure tech that plays well with an unwanted power-up.
Oh, the boo! The boo! Look at this! The boo gets stopped by the other boos! Really?
Good timing is usually rewarded on the creator's part if they can manipulate or predict player movements enough.
This entire track! That was the only block! And I landed right on it!
But timing is just as much something to subvert as anything else. If the player has timing in mind, altering it slightly can do wonders. The standout tactic introduced in Mario Maker 2 was the parachute. The parachute was paramount to messing with player timing. It continues to be a solid troll to simply add them to elements the players might not expect. I'd be remiss to not mention switch traps. We've talked about a lot of them already, but I don't think it would be an exaggeration to say that switch blocks and tracks were the biggest tool given to level creators in Mario Maker 2. So much tomfuckery can take place with switch states, it's actually hard to determine some of them because they are either so organic or so well hidden. Blocks that can be anywhere or taken away with a simple switch state is a powerful troll tool and has nearly infinite uses. I think I covered most of the knowledge CPs in this era, but there are a couple of things yet worth mentioning. Knowledge CPs are not a formal thing. They exist entirely outside of a level, just between the creator and the player. The game can't recognize them. This means there can effectively be as many CPs their creator can fit into one level, and they can be in levels not intended to have CPs at all, like clear condition levels. This fact alone made clear condition levels more viable because it could double the amount of content without asking the player to perform double the amount of platforming every time they died. Since knowledge CPs are entirely outside of a level, that also means they are prime real estate for AR trolls. This is a brutal one, where a combination lock was put into the level after a key door, and the code was put in another level. So the player had to elect to lose all of their progress to get the code, then replay the level just to enter it. And there are still too many fish. There weren't as many fake flagpoles where the level actively tried to get the player to believe something that wasn't the flagpole, but my favorite still has to go to this one.
Like, that can't actually be the flagpole, but it could be the flagpole.
Carl really has to think hard about it, and it did in fact pay off, but he perhaps forgot to consider something that likely would have altered his decision.
There's no flag in SMP3! I didn't even realize that there's no flag in SMP3.
Death traps didn't really change, but here are some of my favorites we haven't seen yet.
Oh my god, and it keeps taking longer and longer because he has to keep going. Oh god, oh no, oh no. He's just like, hey! Yes, yes! Do it again, do it again, do it again, do it again, do it again! Alright, F my hot button, let's go. Oh, you can't jump over it. I was gonna wonder what happened if you can't jump over it. Yeah, you can't. Uh-oh, 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 is that gonna kill me? Oh man, what's... Oh, what? What? Come back, I need you! I need you! Oh my god, it comes back! I know, that was a sign of true love right there.
Conveyors suck was now such a regular thing, players basically expected it every time a lone conveyor was visible.
I'm gonna run on this, I'm gonna bounce on this, I'm gonna somehow get momentum sucked down into this and have no way to stop it. Like, this is gonna, a piece which is gonna hit, he's gonna turn into coins, and I'm gonna go down this pit. I don't know how I'm not gonna be able to hold right, but somehow it's not gonna work when I hold right. Calling it right now.
Like every era, some of the most impressive trolls are forced entry setups. Some are cerebral, being able to predict a player's input and use it against them. But in this era, there were a lot more setups to position a player very quickly to abuse these inputs. Some so fast and impressive the player was hardly even needed.
Wasn't bad. No, don't. What? How? Holy shit, that was so perfect. It was lined up so perfectly. I even paused a little bit. At the front. How was it lined up so perfectly? That fucking setup was programmed better than this entire game was.
But what would these setups be without a punishment to go with them? I talk a lot of shit about the lack of teeth the troll guy has, but even with it in place, the amount of anti-softlocks skyrocketed in this era. Even more interesting though is that there is a clear distinction between types. Depending on the tone and the feeling the creator wanted, the antis could work in different ways. There were really short ones that kinda just wanted the player dead, but had enough space to add insult to injury. There were more traditional, full pain, horrible anti-softlocks, of course.
This is bullshit! What the hell is this?
Oh my god, how many bullshit anti-softlocks are there? What is this? Oh no, they go up, I can go back up. No!
Some were benevolent fake-outs that were never meant to be completed. And there were some that were very unique and deserved their own quick word. This Aether Pie setup actually uses one of the very few instances of actual RNG. 3 spots that have a 50-50 chance of being blocked or not, with all needing to be unblocked to die, meaning only 1 in 8 visits to this room will result in death. Of course, Carl is a bit of a gambling man.
Do we go in and test our luck, or do we see what else to do? I kind of want to know. Do it. Look, I got lucky. Oh, dang it. We're denied. Look, the scientist in me needs to know the statistics, alright?
Carl entered this room 7 times, and he won 4 times, the probability of which is 0.6%. But the room got revenge because he tried to die a 5th time, and it took him 15 room entries. 29% likely to happen. There's also this Shano 19 setup. I don't know if it was supposed to be a reference, but it is the exact same concept from this super expert level made all the way back in 2017, which I just find funny. One of the more playful anti-softlock metas is the trend to make anti-softlocks feel more like minigames than actual punishments. The example that immediately comes to mind is this small circle setup, which in combination with the Mario Kart music is perfectly framed as a little race. Make it around the track a few times without crashing into the other players and you're let out.
We're actually playing Mario Kart right now. I think it's the best part, because we're actually just playing Mario Kart right now.
There were plenty of mini-games though.
I'm just playing the mini-game that I've been presented with.
Australia even made their scrapped speedrun level into their troll levels ante, so the player had to participate in an actual race to get the chance to die.
Wait. What? Oh, I have to beat the shell? Wait, I have to continuously redo this speedrun until I beat the shell? Uh-oh. Oh my god, I just realized what's going on. That's amazing.
All this to say that anti-softlocks were becoming more diverse and serving more purposes than before. Of course, if punishment is the desired goal, there is always the ever-popular CP1. I've actually shown a lot of the CP1 setups I noted in this era in the levels I covered. The only big one that escaped me was this Symplectic setup. On paper, it is not entirely new. The whole goal is to get the player to willingly collect CP1 thinking it's CP2, but the measures done to accomplish this are on a different scale. The major trick is right here. These are the same room, and that is the same CP. Looking at this, I wouldn't fault any player for thinking otherwise. Not only does it look entirely different, but the CP1 is uncollected, meaning the player would have had to get CP2 before this to really sell it. Symplectic made a whole room destructible and hid the real CP in the room before just to accomplish this effect.
Hold on. This takes me back here, right?
That's kind of the thing about CP1s in this era. It felt like none of them were content with just plopping the player onto the checkpoint and having the effect come from the fact the player now had to redo some of the level. There had to be spectacle now, and not just some. Levels had to fake out the player, then make a setup look like the fake out, but it's just real, then promise to benevolently return the player back to the CP2, only to twice the first fake out by having it be real. CP1s were spectacular, and I love them for that, but it did feel a bit unsustainable. This type of level design wouldn't die out completely, but something needed to change. This is the last era that I am going to distinguish. What makes that statement especially pointless is that I also made up the eras. Up until this point, the cutoffs were pretty clear in my opinion. The timeline starts with the first game in the series releasing. The first era ends once troll levels are an independent genre and the community around them forms. The next era ends when the game it was associated with dies and another comes to replace it. But the next era is in the same game we have at the time of writing, and the troll genre is solidly established and self-sufficient. So why another era at all? Well, when looking at the whole picture like I am, you can see a big difference in the first levels of this era and the last that I had time to track. So then it would make sense to break up these dramatically different feeling levels into different eras. The hard part is determining what that shift was and when the most appropriate time to claim a pre- and post-shift. I had 4 points in mind. 2 of them came very close to the end of my research. We'll get there, but for now let's just say I felt it was too late to call it there. I was thinking early on in the project that Please Just Do Better would be a perfect shift to mark an era. However, it came sooner than expected after the game's release, and its impact wouldn't be noticeable until much later. That is why I landed on April 5th of 2020 with the release of Bearware's level Uno Mas Non-Questionable Area. This level came far enough into Mario Maker 2 that a definable era could be placed before it, and it did signify a change that I think warrants its own era. However, to anyone familiar with this level, I'm sure the choice is highly questionable. This level isn't a wholly new thing. In fact, it's borrowing from a format from another series of levels. So let's talk about those levels first. Let's talk about non-suspicious setup levels. Uno Mas Non-Suspicious Setup by WilfredBoss was uploaded August 18th, 2019. This is the first of the non-sus levels and is where the name originates. The Uno Mas is also a codifier of sorts, being a long-standing signifier of a short level, usually a demonstration of interesting or obscure techniques. That name comes from Carl's claim to fame habit of doing just one more level, or Uno Mas.
Alright guys, that's definitely it for me. Been playing for like an hour longer than I meant to, and I was having lots of fun, but I think we're gonna call it after one more, just one more, just one more. Let's do just one more, guys.
Which also explains the short nature. They were designed to be highly digestible and interesting, making it really easy to do one after another without fatigue. This level follows that same format. It's so short, I'm just going to show you the whole thing.
And now we ride the CP1 Express. Oh my god, how do you do that? How do you do that? Holy moly.
That's the whole thing. A setup contrary to the name is incredibly suspicious and a comedic way to return the player to CP1. Obviously the CP1 doesn't actually matter, but because this is so clearly a presentation, it's meant to represent a setup that could be in a full troll level. Wilfred went on to make 6 more of these levels by April of 2020. They were all iterations on the same basic structure, and they were great.
Get him every time, they'll never see it coming. What? Someone needs to use one of these. Oh my god. Someone needs to.
But now we come all the way back around to Bearware's level Uno Mas Non-Questionable Area. The reason this is where the next era starts is precisely because this is a non-sus level, and Wilfred didn't make it. Not only that, there was a contest announced shortly after to find even more non-sus setups. So what this means is that it's a recognized genre. A smaller one, sure, but it's its own genre. The reason it's so important to us, though, is because it's the first genre that could only be derived from trolling. There have been tons of genre mix-ups that have featured trolling from music to puzzles to speedruns and Kaizo, but only this one exists solely because of trolling. Even better is that it's not the only one. Trolls were starting to branch out into their own things, and the limits were coming off now that the troll community had found a solid footing in this new game. That is why I have deemed this last era troll diversification. It may be hard to see the shift considering we are just entering the era, so let's look closer at non-sus setups to get a better idea of how these shifts became more obvious. This is the first genre to come directly from the troll genre, much like how troll levels came from Kaizo and puzzles before it. These levels fulfill a couple needs that just don't serve themselves well in troll levels as they were commonly known. One is length. These levels often labeled themselves as uno mas levels because they are just trying to show off one thing, not implement it. They are uno mas levels, sure, but they came to represent a little more than that and to some extent required more artistry. I've basically completely skipped over uno mas, but that's because they were very mechanical in nature a lot of the time. They were played to see what could be done, not necessarily because they were fun ways to play using the text shown. Not to say none were fun or aesthetically pleasing, but they were more utilitarian than artistic. Non-sus levels were different. They were made for spectacle and comedy, which kind of brings us to the other reason they couldn't really be a normal troll level, and that is the resource management.
And now we ride the Bowser Jr. Express. That's interesting, so it follows wherever he goes, and his movement is weird, yeah. Oh my god. Wait, what? What's he doing? Oh my god. Alright.
Once a certain level of creation proficiency is reached, creators will find themselves butting heads with the game's sprite and real estate limits constantly. A lot of the tricks advanced level creators use are just to cut down on resources needed to make certain other things happen. Sometimes it's through mechanical exploits or reusing elements in multiple setups. It is probably the hardest aspect of level design in Mario Maker that is nearly invisible to the average player. However, no matter how good the level creator is, there are going to be setups too complicated or resource intensive to integrate into a continuous level. And that is where non-sus levels come in. With the expectation for these levels being that they would only have one-ish trick, the resource limit was almost removed. A creator can take up a level's entire sprite and space just to make one fantastical setups. And creators did.
I've been up a lot of shafts in my life, and this is definitely one of the least suspicious shafts I've ever been in. It spells CP1! Mario Maker Etch a Sketch. Wait, is it key death you? Key death you, doesn't it? You can smell a key death and everything. Oh my god, dude. He's too good. He's too good. He's too good.
So these levels often had two parts, a trap and a punishment. The traps could be silly and over the top. They were rarely something the player would actually fall for, and that was fine. The expectation is there is one singular trap almost immediately. It's not like a lot of subversion could be done anyway. Without the context of a level, a trap can only be so much of a trap. There were some that still managed to properly subvert, and my favorite non-sus levels might be the dumbest example of that.
Alright, hi, smiley face. How are you? Aw, today. This is a nice level. How are you doing, level creator? Oh, I'm doing absolutely fan. Oh my god! Oh my god, that actually got me!
The punishment could be a number of things, mostly just taunting, meanie death traps. Some ridiculous auto-adjacent contraption that will end up killing the player. Some would be a bit more cruel and force the player through an anti-softlock, though. Non-sus levels were an exercise of the troll creator's creativity without restrictions. They combined the mechanical exposition of Uno Mas levels with the flashy showiness of auto levels, while still having a troll levels attitude. They were always meant to be ridiculous and comedic. Now, the way I described it makes it sound a bit more grand than it actually was. Not only did the genre fizzle out pretty hard after about a year, but the content of a lot of these setups were questionable. More than a couple were parodies making fun of the fact that these levels were predictable and similar in premise. It's an understandable point coming from the context of a traditional troll and deception level, but non-sus levels were far more in tune with the comedic aspect. Which led to another unavoidable truth in that a lot of these levels were the mechanical parallel of a shitpost.
Alright, so this is suspicious. Wait a minute. Suspicious non-setup by Parker G. Well, they're very right that it's suspicious. Bearware! You recommended me this one. The level delivered exactly what it promised. It is indeed a suspicious non-setup.
Big dumb jokes that are funny more because they are being played at all rather than anything the level itself is actually doing. But all of that is kinda why I love them. I'm not claiming anything here is high art. I'm saying it's perhaps the most human art I've experienced through level design. They were an outlet. They were statements, they were trolls, they were shitposts. Non-suspicious levels were great, and the shift for what trolling had to be got rolling here. After the initial wave of the non-sus levels, the shift to dramatically different styles was a bit subtler. The structure of the modern troll level hadn't gone away, and it never would. So then that shift becomes about the trolls themselves, and how they inform the feeling of the levels they are in. Well, sometimes to move forward, we have to look back. Carl had once again decided to re-escalate the challenge. His last level offered a lot of unique troll setups, but was otherwise a very standard level. So for this round, he decided to take inspiration from one of the oldest wells of garbage. Master and Commander came well before trolling had been established as a genre or level format, and itself was firmly in the Kaizo category. So what can a level that old in another genre offer when mixed with years of troll meta? Well, making it dark is a good start.
You wanted this. Don't pretend like you didn't.
In a lot of ways, this is more of a Kaizo level than a troll level, which makes sense if it takes after Master and Commander. It has serious difficulty, and unlike Please Just Do Better, it's not really designed just to frustrate. It has significantly deadly challenge that requires a certain level of skill. But now, in some magnificent role reversal, instead of Kaizo's meta being ever-present, like the early days, the modern troll levels meta is all over this Kaizo level.
Underwater is better than wind. At least you can sort of control it. Oh!
Kaizo can have trolling in it. It is one of the progenitors to the troll genre, but this is so clearly the meta that's been established in the troll community, making its way back into Kaizo. I think a lot of this comes through in its tone and how it gets its difficulty. The challenges in this level are plainly quite stupid. They are ridiculous. I can't explain it exactly, just look at this nonsense.
So I need to hit this on the way down. I need to hit one. Oh god. I don't know of a good spot to go hit it.
It's not terribly unfair like Super Expert, and it's not the trick-based precision that the Kaizo community is normally associated with, but it's clearly difficult. It's trolly. These falling hidden blocks, these springs, and of course, the darkness. It's all just goofy and trolly. But we can't progress farther without discussing something of grave importance. Lemmy's balls. Since the last level we looked at, the game was updated for the final time. Tons of things were added, including the frog suit, the power balloon, the super acorn, the boomerang flower, the cannon box, the bullet bill mask, the SMB2 mushroom, Goomba mask, red pows, mecha koopas, the cursed key, on-off trampolines, on-off blocks to 3D World, and finally, the Koopalings. Right now, we just need to talk about them. They are all interesting mini-boss enemies, each with their own variety of moves and attacks, but we only care about Lemmy and his balls. Lemmy has a unique projectile that is a bouncing ball, and the only thing this ball can do is bump into the player. And wistful Nintendo, figuring that you may want to have a level containing all the Koopalings, allowed 14 to be placed in a level, meaning you can have 14 Lemmys doing garbage like this.
Ah! No! I was so close! I need these ones to push me through, actually. Yeah, push me through. No! Don't leave me! Don't leave me behind! Take me with you!
What's worse is that this has one of the most punishing forgotten key setups I've seen since Sean Hip, requiring the player to reuse and bring a P-switch from an earlier section.
Oh, use the P-switch. Oh my god. Carl. Honey.
But even that's not all, because there is the most punishing dick vine setup I've seen in a while, making it incredibly easy for the player to lose the P several times. Every time the P is forgotten or lost, the player must trek through the torrent of Lemmy balls.
You can use the P-switch to get in the door. It's nice and easy, really. Uh-oh. See? No problem at all. See? No problem at all. Not even one tiny problem getting in this door. See?
If you haven't noticed, the level geometry is primarily pipes. This, in combination with water physics, means that forced entries are incredibly easy. And where else to take the player but an anti-softlock?
No, 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 just let's cut that out right now. No, 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 come on!
I think Rhymes with Fun's anti is a bit more iconic, but this one is more demonic. An underwater dark reverse getting over it with P-balloon controls. This isn't just a 1 or 2 time thing either, there are tons of ways to end up back here.
I don't like how this setup happened. Are you fucking kidding me?!
What's so great about this is that after the player gets deep enough into the level...
That wasn't there before.
Seriously though, in my last troll level, they took the quit pipe or just restarted the game to be able to get out of my fun, beautifully crafted, with love, anti-softlock sections. This time, there's no way out other than to get through the entire thing. So really, all of the pipes in the previous section, all of it, was training in order to beat the level, in order to get through the end. And all of the people who let it time out or who quit and restarted were in fact just cheating themselves, because there is no way out other than to actually get through this. No more cheating my anti-softlocks. If you want to win, you gotta get through it. Easy, see? First try. I'm sure people will have absolutely no trouble getting through that.
Don't look at the clock.
There remains only one more Carl level to cover, but there are more levels in between, so let's move on. We finally have another 3D World level to talk about, and it's another massive collab. And as tradition, it has a trailer.
Oh, it's 3D World. That's right. It's 3D World.
This is legitimately 10 times worse than Bean Burrito 2.
This really is garbage.
It's awful. I hate it.
This is disgusting.
Oh god, this is awful!
I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all.
Why did you put this in the game?
Mario Maker has ruined society.
I'm not going to be shy about it. I think this is the most stacked collection of creators the collab series has had. It's also nice to see 3D World get some love. My biggest regret of the tracking process is that I didn't track the level theme or game style. I would have really liked to make definitive statements on what game styles and themes were used most and least. That being said, I think it's fairly safe to say that 3D World has a lot less entries. It was incompatible with other styles, meaning the level would be deleted if it was decided later to switch over to another style. It also lacks some of the more important tools in a level creator's arsenal, namely tracks, and it didn't get on-off blocks until the game's final update nearly a year after launch. There isn't technically a lot of new troll territory to cover, but just the fact there were trolls being done in an essentially new game is worth looking at. This first section has a number of new blocking the path trolls that only work in 3D World.
I mean, I'm assuming I don't want this, but like, I kind of need to know. Oh!
And the next section has one of the only couple Goomba suit trolls I've ever seen. Well, to be fair, all suits like this in 3D World removes your ability to hold items, which I guess you could say is a Goomba suit troll. But this level uses the unique property of the Goomba suit that removes enemy aggro, to make the player think that this is a safe thwomp.
Why did that thwomp only wake up when I was that high up there? Even a sideways thwomp should have... Oh, it's because I'm a Goomba! Oh yeah, that's like the thing that it does! It's literally the one thing that it does.
This level also granted us a new type of suck, being car suck.
Why does getting... Oh, I think the car sucks you... Car suck? Is car suck a thing? Yeah, is that car suck, Chiri? I think that's car suck.
With another rare use of the dry bones trap, we encounter the first anti-softlock of the level, which utilizes these zoom pads. Another great example of taking something that is usually beneficial to the player and turning it into a detriment. I think another argument against 3D World's usage is how everything is just slightly off. Of course, this can have its benefits when it comes to trolling.
See, like, there's two ways we can go here. There's, like, grab the mushroom troll master path, or the Nintendo doesn't know how to program path. See, any day of the week, I will take the Nintendo programming makes no sense path. Exactly. See, exactly. Always bet on Nintendo jank. Every time, no question, you bet on Nintendo jank.
It's the small things, like objects appearing bigger than they are, or being solid when they normally aren't, that all throw a player off quite a bit. It's hard to describe unless you're intimately aware of the quirks of the other styles, but 3D World for Weirdest Mario IMO. We have some seriously interesting how am I going to end up in their setups, a lot of which use trampoline platforms, which have similar properties to semi-solids, making them highly versatile and very easy to hide.
Whoa, he's coming back! I did not jump into that.
We have many non-sus legacy creators here, including Wilfred himself, so it makes sense that we would see a reference to that style. But it turns out if you put a non-sus setup in the context of a level, it just becomes a setup.
Wait, it was! Wait, it was! Wait, it was! I didn't actually think it was!
As we approach the end, I'm not going to try and hide it from you. The end is not actually the end. If the player reaches this room with the key, they will be forced into a death trap and a key death.
Does this mean you have to go through a room and complete it, and then go through this?
It's quite impressive, but I'd argue the last troll is the best one. And it all has to do with this guy.
Oh, that's all.
Are you kidding? It collected a key when it fell? Are you kidding me, dude?
New game, new key trap, I guess. A really funny way to end it off, and possibly my favorite collab to date. But enough of that trash, it's time to talk about a good level, like Crate Suck by Bearware. That's right, the prolific creator of Thwompsuck has graced us with yet more suck, in the form of this 3D world level. We don't even have to wait long for the level to spell out exactly what it's all about.
I feel like it's gonna be a... Yep. Crate suck obtained.
This level is all about the crates, a weird 3D world exclusive item that can float and be broken. And that's about it. Oh, and it can suck. There are several trolls built around the crate and the builder power-up that lets you spawn them, like this order of operation troll that requires you to despawn the crate you placed before, or else you lose your power-up.
When I pulled out the last one, the crate got sucked out from underneath me.
There's also this forced entry that somehow detects how many crates you've spawned and takes advantage of the player's up input needed to spawn a crate to make them enter the door. But I'll be honest, most of these trolls are just suck. That forced entry leads to quite the anti-softlock, by the way. It's more of a death trap because it's merely a ride. A cute little slide down the entirety of a vertical subworld. It's a nice reflection on the joys of troll making, and perhaps a grander statement on the role of creators to give the player a fun experience, so they will walk away with a warm feeling and a big smile. Cut. Yeah, hidden flag, last troll, you know the drill. But, oh man, best use of a vertical level since Please Just Do Better. Next level.
Help, I'm on the floor. Okay.
Another King Bling level, but is it really a King Bling level if it's not SMB1 poison? Fear not, their fingerprints are still all over this. Despite what the title of this level and my memory might suggest, the major theme of this level is not 50-50 trolls, but indicators and fake hints. Over and over, this level tries to convey to the player what is going to happen, or at least give them the vague idea of what might happen. King Bling understands that it's not rewarding to get a player with a troll they had no chance of predicting, but it is rewarding to take any predictions they might have had and subvert them. Not only will it reliably trap the player, the closer the troll is to what the player might predict, the dumber they will feel when they fall for it anyway.
Always trust 50. It said always trust 50. Oh my god, dude. Come on.
This level also has one of my favorite Carl clips ever, and another patented King Bling death trap with a twist.
No, go in the door, go in the door. What? Wait, where is that? Oh, it's a hidden. Oh, this is juicy, dude. There was the spikes that I've always wanted to jump into, and I didn't even think to jump into them. No, I just realized what this means. No, we're back in this. Oh, dang it, dude. We're back in this. Return of the King. Oh my god. Oh no, am I blind? Oh god, no. I apparently blinded something very important! Oh no. So that means I'm at least going to die happy knowing that... We're gonna die happy knowing that at least I couldn't have big brained the spike.
Oh. Yeah, that's a pretty big Carl Blind moment. I'm not gonna lie, in the history of Carl Blind moments.
I'll admit, I'm not a perfect historian. I want to move this along and get to the meta-shattering stuff that most would expect in a video like this. But I have to be honest with myself. Sometimes I just want to cover something that is plainly good. Mario Drowns in Soup is a smaller scale collaboration between Wilfred and Soup Bowl. This essay has been pretty kind to Wilfred considering the timeline bent to the trends they started, but Soup Bowl is another story. Soup Bowl is in a somewhat unfortunate place from a historical standpoint. Like so many creators, Soup Bowl has committed the cardinal sin of only being really good at what they do. Something I continually try to make clear is that sometimes the best trolls are not the ones we need to talk about to understand the history. History will hone in on the creation of new things, even if those things were perfected to a much more admirable degree by someone else. So let's look at this level, because even though it didn't change everything, it is quite good and worth talking about.
Okay, I can literally just bonk this. I did it. No! Oh my god, it's too good! It's way too good!
This level does let us talk about a few things I've just not had a good chance to talk about before. Water levels like this have few applications outside of what an underwater level can have. And they don't have the benefit of hiding things like the opaque lava and poison levels do. However, there are ways to severely mess with Mario's jump, and it is nice to have the option of some underwater trolls without having to dedicate half your level real estate to them. Similarly, the frog suit doesn't have a lot of unique properties to exploit, it's just another power-up to make Mario bigger and swim better. But for all the newness this level lacks, it makes up for in refinement. Simply put, this level has the most realized version of so many trolls. The frog suit might not be useful, but it can be perfect for an unwanted power-up troll.
Are you serious? All it takes to break the frog suit is a single conveyor and a pipe. This is all that it takes.
This level has the perfect implementation of a knowledge checkpoint. It's not the macro crux of the whole level, but it does perfectly function as a third checkpoint, relieving the tension of the pacing just as well. It has some of the best timed seesaw traps I've ever seen. There is also a flawless twice-twice that uses the circumstances given to the player in a hint to change the outcome of some rooms and trolls.
Wow.
It's not a fake hint, as it is absolutely critical that the player goes where it shows, but it's also not as straightforward as it seems either. They did do their take of a fake hint. It would only activate on the twice-twice round of the room, and it was just a big shiny box to make the player waste their time and miss their bus. It also wouldn't be a Wilfred level without some kind of nod to non-sus setups.
Carl believes in troll magic! I didn't believe enough. I didn't believe enough. Wait, how is the contraption moving? Look at how it's moving. Wait, that's... Oh my god. That was CP1 right there.
Even without the main joke of non-sus setups, some of the forced entries in this level are something to behold. The timing and the player inputs required to make them work look so specific it feels like an unfortunate miracle when you stumble into them. And what is a good forced entry setup without a proper punishment on the other side?
Do I have to make it? Wait. Oh, it's Frogger. Wait, it's literally Frogger. Wait! They have a setup that forces you to Frogger?
Even the minigame anti-meta was taken and sharpened in this level. They made a perfect facsimile of the game Frogger in Mario Maker and used it as an anti-softlock. It's just such a good fit between the motif of frog trolls across the level and the tone being far more joyful than vindictive.
Then I want to go the top way here for sure. Let's go. That was actually like a sick Frogger minigame.
I'm not even mad.
Historically speaking, I can't say this level did anything new. But creatively speaking, I can't say this level did anything wrong. Anyway, we have an equally good level in Oops All Kaizos by Larl. Just as good, but I'd hate to take away the joy of playing it for yourself. Maybe one day I'll come back and write another 90 pages just about this level, but I'll save it for now.
Alright, we're going for top of the flagpole.
Boy, it didn't take me long to recognize that it would be quite useful to revisit Supple to demonstrate yet again just how refined some techniques of trolling were getting. No does so many things right on just the first screen. It pays off a joke made at its description.
Is Mario... I saw the words no.
It manages to guide the players into the only deadly object on screen, and it has perhaps one of the most visually impressive uses of screen scroll I can recall.
No way, dude! No way, dude! Holy crap, this level is amazing. This level is amazing. Aww. Oh my gosh, the coin scared me.
This is the fake hint style of troll taken to its logical extreme, or at least its most dense. The screen scrolls so rapidly and erratically it can kill the player while revealing a new path multiple times in a row, each time leading the player to believe they've finally figured it out. And it's not subtle in the least. The screen changes so dramatically the player can die falling off the bottom where they were just standing less than a second ago. Since I am studying a subject, Carl, I may have the chance of interpreting a troll that is not actually there and is only perceptible through the gameplay I'm watching. That's an even greater risk when the troll in question is a purely visual one. Background elements or general stage aesthetics are rarely their own trolls because of this ambiguity. They amount to optical illusions. But when the geometry of the level seems to go out of its way to make these aesthetics a focal point for the eye, I think it's fair game. So yes, Carl, I thought that was a wall too. Not sure about that one though. Can't rule being bad out of the equation entirely. We get a pretty solid how am I going to end up in there with a boo anti-softlock. However, it is with a heavy heart I must proclaim the boo anti-medically dead. The whole of the community kept it on life support when it was discovered the tech no longer worked in Mario Maker 2. But it can be justified no longer. Rest in peace to the hardest working anti-softlock in the business. No lava bubble can replace you in our hearts. Aside from one piece of timing more precise than Hawkeye, there isn't anything left to cover, but thankfully we are not done with Supple. Bringing this next level up might be a fool's errand, because I have no understanding of the technicals of this level, and I don't really care to learn. Shano 19's The Salt Mines is a mind-bending experience. It's also a pretty big step away from the morality taught in the Troll Guide. I would say confidently that this isn't really a deception level. That comes down to one thing, and that is brutality. The player can die a lot. There are trolls that are easy to fall for even when the player knows they are there. And some of the trolls are done so quickly they really ride on the border of unfair. All this, and it's still not a very hard level. The brutality is a mental thing. It can feel like there is little progress being made, but it's all carefully calculated and is actually paced incredibly. On the whole, there isn't a section that is more difficult than the others, and the checkpoints are fairly close together, meaning the punishment on death is low. This level is still brutal though because the player will not feel this progress until they are basically done.
Nice. Okay, wait, I'm gonna wait here. That doesn't make any sense.
This is the first level I've mentioned that uses a very complicated technique to make death practically irrelevant and twice-twicing limitless. Without doing it massive injustice, all you need to know is that the creator can make each section different based on the amount of red coins the player has and which CP they spawn from. This is very similar to the twice-twice method of having different switch states before and after a death at checkpoint, but there are more inputs to work with, more twicing. So this whole level, the player is getting red coins and falling for traps that lead to CP1, and redoing sections with scattered twice-twice elements. The traditional sense of progress is destroyed. If this is the first time you're seeing a level like this, it would feel oppressive. This kind of thing has entered into being a norm in the troll community. It is understood as long as you keep moving through sections, the level will eventually fall into place right under your feet. It makes for a weird feeling of having no idea where the end might be, but it is still all but guaranteed as long as you keep playing. Compare this to the troll levels of Mario Maker 1. There were dead ends and multiple paths at every possible junction. If the player wasn't trying to pick at the seams, they might never find their way through. We've basically reached the complete inverse in navigation design. The salt mines is where a lot of people saw this pacing style emphasized hard. The trolls were good, but that is the legacy it will be remembered for.
GG. Oh, I thought it was gonna go on even longer. Wow. Shano says the level took around 200 hours to make. And yeah, it's really complicated. I'll do an explanation stream soon. Yeah, we need to see a setup video for that. That sounds ridiculous to set up.
I think I've demonstrated how comedy was integrated in the troll community, but I'm not sure if I've explained how. The obvious answer is the trolls, and that's true, but there is a lot of attitude that exists between the trolls I've chosen to cover. I think a lot of that can come through a level's theme. A lot of levels play into a theme pretty hard, like committing to a bit. But this is the internet we're talking about. You're not going to find Abbott and Costello on every random forum you go into. So a lot of these themes play more like dad jokes than scripted comedy sketches. Which brings me to Fish is Still Funny Geek by Kaizo. This level is the embodiment of a running joke. That joke being fish. Lots and lots of fish trolls.
Wait, what the heck is...
This is the reason so few trolls truly die. I think off-screen thwomps are out of fashion, and then we get thwompsuck. Just slapping the player in the face with a fish too simple? Nah, just do that 30 more times. Since the goal is comedy, what's considered in good taste is going to be up for debate. If it can make someone laugh, it's usually still on the table. Is a hidden block with a fish a good troll? Common knowledge of what's possible might say no. But if it's the 50th dropped fish setup you've encountered, the only conclusion one can come to when faced with this level absurdity is to laugh. That's the other trick to it though. Even this is not effortless. It is dedicated and well-crafted trash. Whether we know it or not, we are laughing at the effort on display more than the troll itself. More than most art, I think comedy is one of the most subjective things we can experience. Some call it hubris, others might call it cold, but I think it is possible to distill comedy into a design. I just didn't think it would look so dumb. I have seen the question asked where people should start if they want to get into troll levels. If they want to play them, that is an ever-changing question because of what's even up on the servers at a given time. A lot of troll history is only available to watch now. So let's assume that if someone wants to see what trolling is about, what should they watch to get the idea? I would suggest the trio of levels released by Federico in early March of 2021. And bias on the table, Carl's playthrough specifically. And you know these levels don't play around when they start like this.
Wait, no, come on, you absolute colossal piece of shit. Come on, dude, this is just my level. This is just my freaking, come on, dude.
The real strength of these levels is to demonstrate the troll game. The troll game is what is happening between the player and the creator. Mind versus meta. The creator will set up traps and the player has to parse out what the traps could be and how to avoid them. This happens on every troll level, but Federico has refined the levels down to make this loop much more prevalent and much more interesting.
Fire. I feel like I should have seen that fire the first time? Or did it say mushroom? Did it change? Oh, it changed, didn't it?
That is also why I recommend watching Carl play through this. He is very vocal about his thought process and is trying to engage his audience in that troll game too.
Oh, what's this? It's gonna somehow go right into the spikes. Cause like if you look at the shadow, okay, look, if you look closely, okay, there's a tiny bit of a shadow right there. See, the shadow of this part of it's right here. So that means that there's off screen, this one is gonna go to the right into this, which means that I go up here and I just have to quickly jump again to go up there. That is my troll prediction. Federico, come on! Look, there's even a shadow. Look, he knew, dude, he knew, he freaking knew. He knew, look, the shadow is there on purpose to make me see that, to make me think that. Dude, he freaking knew that, he knew that.
It's funny when he fails to guess what will happen, but it's not always how it goes. Sometimes he gets close, or even spot on. Carl is an experienced player, but I'm going to give credit for this to the trolls themselves. Federico's trolls are simple, or rather they are very readable. It will be clear as soon as one is tripped what happened, which makes it fun to try and predict. However, if it were just a series of simple to predict trolls like this, it wouldn't be as noteworthy. What's important is the use of that simplicity to chain trolls together. Federico layers their trolls, so they are either fallen for in the same spot or dense enough where no downtime is given. What ends up happening is the player will either fall for or predict a troll, but then immediately lower their guard, falling for another layer of the same troll. More of that puzzle influence living on all these years later, challenging a player's critical thinking.
Okay, now I just don't do anything, right? God.
Not everyone can play through the history of different levels that led to modern trolling. There is a lot that you don't need to know, but everyone needs to learn how to play the troll game, and these levels are a perfect example of it. Look, I am not proud to have to give Bearware this much time. I just can't help it. There are things I'm compelled to talk about that just don't fit into the wrap-up. I can keep it short, though. All the colors of the Painbow is a very traditional infinite checkpoint setup. This level only has 3 sections, and I don't really need to talk about the side 2. Just this middle one. One thing they all have in common, though, is a dense design. They are essentially one-screen troll rooms. Get the red coin and get to the end while avoiding a lot of trolls. What needs to be talked about is this fake hint, because yes, this hint is fake. Following these instructions does get the player farther in the section, but it's not the end. It just leads to this other hint.
I freaking knew it, dude. What do you mean go there? Where even is that?
This is something of a knowledge checkpoint because it shows the player something they can do earlier in the section to get to the real end. Or it would be if it wasn't also fake.
That is that pipe right there. I just went in that freaking pipe right there.
Well, maybe not fake, but dishonest. But even that's not it, because the real exit is even farther back in the section. Just an incredible amount of fakery for the player to get to the end. Just kidding, there is another reveal. But that really is it. The player replays the section a few times, and they can finally progress to this room.
No red coin. No red!
Only to learn that this whole section was pointless. There is no red coin here. There are 2 safety coins. I haven't seen a long con like that turned out to be pointless in perhaps all of Mario Maker. And with that, we can stop covering Bearware levels. Is what I would say if there wasn't another one a bit later. While we may be stuck with Bearware for a bit longer, there is actually another creator we are going to be wrapping up on. And that is none other than Carl. For as much as I cover him, Carl doesn't make levels too often. I'm just such a lost cause, I couldn't help but cover most of them. Now, this isn't the last level Carl's made, but it's the last I'm going to cover. And to say it's wholly his is a bit of a lie. This was a level Carl designed on stream with his chat. People could submit ideas for trolls or layouts, and Carl would fit them in where appropriate. It's almost more accurate to say he was the director, while chat provided the details. This level was another option when deciding where to place the era transition, but there were signs that we were going to get a level like this eventually. But before I explain, let's just jump right into the level.
If anything, I want this to be like one of the most fun parts of the level, because the fact that it's really fun will suck them in. and then we're going to abuse that trust in the second half.
The first half of this level has trolls just like we'd come to expect up until this point, but thanks to the submission process, all the fat has been cut. Nothing in this level feels like a B-side, they are all potentially that submitter's best idea. However, the unique format of this level starts to rear its head early, as it doesn't take long to wind up in the first anti-softlock.
And it is now undesirable to restart the level, alright? And then we do this. Uh-oh! Instantly, simple troll, nice and easy simple troll, directly into an anti-softlock.
There are deadly trolls, but the vast majority of trolls are just for pushing the players into the many anti-softlocks. While it's clear the focus is on the antis, the trolls used to get the player there are no slouches.
No!
Forced entries like I've never seen, misdirection to make the player anti themselves, and trolls I thought were dead given new life. Not to mention what is likely my favorite implementation of off-screen thwomps I've ever seen.
Funniest troll! Funniest! I'm telling you, they're the funniest troll in Mario Maker!
There is a balance with this many antis to make them punishing enough to have an impact, but not to make them so malevolent that the fun is sucked out of the experience. There is actually a lot of mercy in the design here. But this is Carl.
So like, if you fall down here, there's no anti. There's no anti, you just fall down it. And then you like actually uninstall Mario Maker.
After that is checkpoint 2, and the level is basically over. There isn't anything new for the player to get through. But there is a red coin. In fact, a lot of the sections had red coins. But I seem to recall all of them being in anti-softlocks. And that's when it hits you.
No, I just got it. I was thinking, I'm like, but you're going in the wrong order. It's supposed to count down from 12 to 1, 1 to 12. But I realized earlier, I was like, oh, you're going to have to go back through these antis to get everything. And that's when it's going to go in order. At some point, I'm going to have to go back through, and that's when it's going to go 12, 11, 10, all the way back to the one Christmas tree right before that key door. And the one Christmas tree is the only thing that can actually kill you with the spike, which means that you could get through all 12 and then die at the very end.
The whole level was designed to be played backwards, but not in the same route. The return trip is designed to be the player's trip through The 12 Days of Geeksmas.
On the 12th day of Geeksmas, my true law gave to me 12 thwomps a sucking, 11 spikes a spitting, 10 ledges leaping, 9 babies bouncing, 8 mushrooms marching, 7 seas a sawing, 6 limmies laying, 5 golden swings, 4 letter words, 3 trash bins, 2 turtle shoves, and a pink coin in a Drac tree.
"12 days, 12 anti-softlocks, one way to die on the very last day." It's stretching the original use of them, but the essence is still the same. Sections you can't die in, yet are incredibly difficult to overcome. We've finally come to the tipping point for a trend that started all the way back in Please Just Do Better. The shift in focus away from death opened the doors just a bit. Working with obstacles but avoiding death as a consequence makes the actual completion of a section feel a lot more taxing, even if it's not. That is why anti-softlocks feel so punishing after all. Please Just Do Better was perhaps the first to realize it, but it was on an unrecognizable scale. The non-suspicious setup boom made it even more comfortable to put one type of interaction into a level, and that's how we got anti-softlock only levels. Now, here we are. A troll level certainly, but one that is over half anti-softlocks. Anti-softlocks and death-free level design in general changes the type of interaction the player is having drastically. I wouldn't say it's enough to warrant the distinction of a genre, but it is an entirely separate flavor of gameplay that wasn't wholly its own until around this time. It is only through the lens of troll levels that we could have gotten levels like this. You can't just make more complex, easy levels because the challenge is integral to the experience. And you can't expect this kind of level to come out of Kaizo because death and precision is baked into that genre. For a deathless level like this to be engaging, failure needs to be encouraged and frequent. The anti-softlock touched on something pivotal. Please Just Do Better took that philosophy and spread it over an entire level. Non-sus levels refocused them, and this level opened the doors, making it an established thing.
You've got some great ideas, and you do a very good job building them. That was a lot of fun, even if it wasn't supposed to be.
After this level, new creators stepped up to see how they could further add to this flavor. So now we talk about the anti-only levels. To claim anti-only levels started here is pretty misleading. As I've already pointed out, some core anti-designs were lifted right out of early Mario Maker 1 Super Expert. Even after being formally recognized, we saw anti-softlock only levels in the form of contest entries and non-sus setups. However, I wanted to wait to talk about them because we finally have the piece that makes them all fit together. The 12 Days of Geeksmas launched a stronger appreciation for these kinds of levels. The scale is a major factor here. I think having a level as big and grand as Geekmas, primarily focused on anti-softlocks, got a lot of creators to turn their attention to that style of design. That and the fact that Carl was basically begging them to. There was an audience for this kind of design, even if that audience was only Carl and Tanuki Dan. What's interesting about this last boom of anti-only levels is that they take a lot less from 12 Days of Geekmas and far more from Please Just Do Better. Even calling them anti-softlock levels is a bit of a meme. A lot are based around the premise of death as a goal, but they are so much more focused on the surrounding design, it's a little disingenuous. That's not even taking into account the levels that don't need the player to die at all. It just feels right because the approach is the same and they accomplish similar results. These sections want to make the punishment immediate and constant. Death is an immediate punishment, but it is not at all constant. Death breaks up the pace. Instead, the punishment is the performance of the task itself being tedious, and the loss of progress making you do a lot more of that task. Death is a way to make a player lose progress, but good deathless sections will only make a player lose progress incrementally. Resetting them back to the same point is basically just killing them, but setting them back just a little gives them the hope they need to continue pushing forward. It's all a bit of a mind trick, because the section can send the player back a lot more times using this method. A player that has to go all the way back even a couple times might quit a lot sooner. The deathless method makes losing a lot easier to swallow, even if for just a fraction of a second before losing more and more. It's a way to make the player lose more than they ever thought they had to lose.
I at least have, like, never mind, I speak, and I spoke!
That was your first mistake.
Oh! You just fucking got me all the way down.
Got me too.
And here we are.
That holds true for all of these levels, but this bunch in particular brought an element that I really haven't touched at all yet. Multiplayer. This set of Deathless Levels was basically requested by Carl and Dan for them to play together, and it sparked a short fixation on the concept of multiplayer trolling in general. I really wanted to cover it because it does offer a lot of unique design elements, but I need to stress that the timeline is all but absent in this section. Multiplayer has been around since the beginning of Mario Maker 2, and while I have noticed one or two standouts, it's just not something I saw a lot of. This is an issue for me, because I firmly believe there were always Troly multiplayer levels out there. I just had no good way to get data on them that fit in the rest of my timeline. And I especially had no way to play them. Unless friends are provided, multiplayer experiences are usually a no-go for me. To shift the blame for a second, it's not like they are a completely separate entity. Nintendo didn't have the guts to commit 100%, so all levels must be uploaded in single player, and any level can technically be played in multiplayer. This is obviously completely game-breaking. In some cases, this stacks the decks for the players. The way loading and death works is completely different when played in multiplayer, meaning some levels can just be brute forced with a couple of players. However, in just as many cases, this makes the levels nearly unplayable, with levels including more complex contraptions completely imploding. There are rare cases where it does all work and it doesn't matter if the level has 1 or 4 people in it, it's just as fun. Much rarer though is the level specifically designed for multiplayer. There are a few layers of jank these levels have to overcome just to initialize. There are complex setups for detecting multiple players, exploits that exist in multiplayer but not in the upload process that can force the level to be played as a multiplayer experience no matter what the players do. However, I can't fault the creators that just have to rely on the honor system. This door beats the level, and it's how it's uploaded. If you want to play with your friend, please proceed through these pipes. It's chunky, but it works, and I like to think that this makes Nintendo's skin crawl. Playing in multiplayer is like visiting a weird parallel universe of a level. Levels don't reset after a player dies, but because Nintendo did have some sanity, they made it so one-time elements like platforms and power-ups are constantly resetting. The result is some elements that were only supposed to be around once are replenishing themselves, and others are gone permanently even if they were needed again. It's a very weird feeling, but it does have its benefits. The most clever account I've seen for this mechanic is a multiplayer-only checkpoint. If some blocks are cleared from a path in one life, they will still be clear in another, so if used correctly can mean infinite shortcuts for the players. There are a lot of new design principles to understand when designing a multiplayer level, but I am only interested in the trollier ones. That being said, I encourage anyone interested in multiplayer level design to brush up on troll tactics. The core tenet of multiplayer troll levels is that no matter what you do, the players will opt to troll each other far more than the level ever could. If the players are the trolliest element of any level you make, then any multiplayer level has a good chance to end up quite trolly. I think a lot of multiplayer level designers know this in some regard, but it's another thing entirely to lean into it like troll makers. Not only letting the players troll each other, but giving them the tools to make it easier and funnier to do so. It is so easy to make a play space that invites trolling between the players themselves. Even just condensing the level design, forcing the players to fumble all over each other can be enough, especially in a deathless level, where a fumble could mean minutes of lost progress.
Oh, this jump is just...
You fucker!
On-off switches are rife with trolley opportunities in multiplayer as well, and it doesn't even have to be malicious players, it just has to be selfish ones. Switches are global, meaning they affect the whole level, so if a player is just trying to unblock a path for themselves, they could be unwittingly dooming another player even if they are technically working together.
1 star, the calamari was not good.
Why
twice in a row?
Oh, did I get you there,
You
Carl?
got me,
Nice.
you got me, you got me, you got me!
Multiplayer troll levels are best when they are simple. Players won't be able to dedicate a lot of brain power to sussing out trolls because they are already going to be fighting to navigate the levels with the other players. Trolls are going to be triggered multiple times, so it's best if it's something that can be hit quickly and moved on from. What is unique to these trolls is that they can be a lot more unfair. If a random Kaizo block kills a player, not only will it stay there for the next attempt, but other players can learn to avoid that same unfair trap without having to fall victim to it just by witnessing the death of their friends. There have been some incredibly clever premises for multiplayer levels, but I think my favorite is this Ronaldo Mun level that separates 4 players into teams to run through identical troll sections trying to beat the other team to the finish. The troll sections can be unreasonably trolly, but they are still quite merciful, because there are 2 people to overcome these trolls and the sections form shortcuts almost as quickly as they are passed. The error is frequent, but the trial is instantaneous. That's not all. The winners are then put against each other in one last section, but this time the losing team gets to control the trolls. This brings out a whole new definition to players trolling each other. The level isn't just encouraging trolling, it's outright handing the keys off to the 2 losing players and letting them go wild. I could almost certainly go on for hours about the unique possibilities in multiplayer Mario trolling, but I don't have the info to do it justice, so I'll just say, trolling is more fun with friends. To say we're wrapping up is a lie, but I'm going to talk about the remaining trolls I haven't had time for. Anything that didn't get covered in a level or just made more sense to group together. I've given up on rhyme or reason, so let's just go down the list. At this point, the 50-50-90 has been all but solved. Either bait the player into a section that really was a 50-50 option, or hide a third option. The mind games haven't really evolved. I can't see how they would evolve without circling back onto itself. The benefit is that both options are still valid, and now it's just a matter of presentation. The only really new thing that I have seen done with this concept is the long con.
I really don't... Wait a minute. This is actually making an arrow out of right arrows that points left. In this door, I think I actually go left. I'm gonna hold left. Oh, yeah, I think it was just made to get you to see that. I'm not going in that box. Okay, I'll go in a little bit. All right. Oh, it's back here. Okay, last time I had to hold right, but there was nothing to the left of me. It was a wall, and I don't think it was a P-switch wall, so I think I still have to hold right here. Is this a twice room? I don't think, it's not a twice room. You can see the block that I hit before. So I'm gonna hold right still. And maybe it's just to make you hold left out of fear. That I would have been very impressed if they had found a way to make me hold left right there. Let's see. Wait, we're back here again. What does it mean? Oh, if it's actually hold left, come on, there's no way though, there's no blocks there. I'm gonna hold right again there, and I think it's a triple fake out. There's no blocks there, it's gotta be hold right. Yes! They did it! They did it! Oh my god, yes! That was so good! I think this is back. Yeah. Now, how did this... Is that block fake? God, which room am I in? I'm holding left, because I'm big anyway.
Auto sections had also matured. It was still pretty easy to spot when an entire level had been built to accommodate an auto path, only now some level designers weren't fixated on exclusively using them as endings, but trolls themselves. More like death traps than the auto section / knowledge checkpoint of old. Background elements and aesthetics have shared a troll over the years. Once you have been looking at these backgrounds and non-interactable aesthetic elements that get generated with the other objects for long enough, you begin to not even process them as unique things. A clever level designer can take advantage of this by placing them in a way that makes it look like they really are part of the playable environment. Objects you expect to hit and platforms you expect to land on can really throw you off if they are in fact not there. This is basically the Wile E. Coyote / Roadrunner tunnel of setups.
Wait, we already did. Oh, but now I can go down this. Alright, the whole level was worth it.
Benevolence is recognized as any time the level creator could have trolled or did troll the player, but gives them an easy way out.
Very salty. I'm very... God damn it, dude. Wait, what was that? Wait, what? It gave it back to me! Oh, that's benevolent! It gave it back to me! That was the cutest troll. How did Bearware and Steve-O make the cutest troll that I have seen this year?
This may just be faking a troll, or in case of the anti-softlocks, killing them early. Of course, if you are the creator of Please Just Do Better, and actually like the antis, this may have a bitter taste in your mouth.
Oh, it had a benevolent switch. We had pity win. I don't want your pity win! I don't need your pity win!
However, it is still worth recognizing it as a troll because it is an established part of the meta. That means if a player thinks they are getting benevolence, it's a great opportunity to turn that right back into their face.
Aw, he even lets us retry the end. Oh, what?
Limping all the way back from the super expert era, I actually have a number of setups dependent on the blind jump. Everyone knows it's bad level design, but playing on that can still be funny. Using a blind jump to get the player in a state of mind is useful. They will be looking for the first thing to land on, so they may be blind to any other setup in their path.
I just need to jump. Boom! Boom! Wow!
Or you can make it so there is no place to jump. Just a funny thing to jump into. And it will be a little funnier because they technically did do it to themselves. I haven't had to bring up Carl boxes explicitly very much because they are such a general tactic. However, as time went on and the community got better at recognizing them, it became a game of chicken. Do you dare go into the Carl box? Is this the real answer? The benefit as someone watching is that either outcome is usually quite the spectacle.
Well, we're in a box.
While we are talking about dangerous areas, why don't we get this mouthful out of the way?
Now, how Say the line, Carl. Like, how am I gonna end up in that? Wait, there's no way I'm gonna end up in those spikes. Why would I go in that? Why would I go in that? The question is not why would I go in that. The question is how will I go in that? What is that one-way trap? How would I ever end up in that one-way trap? There's no way I'm ever ending up in that one-way trap. All right, look, like, I don't want to be the one to say it. All right, look, I don't want to be the one to say it. There is... Okay, no, yeah. There's definitely no way that that's the solution. I suppose the real question is how am I gonna end up in that box? It's a there's no way I'm gonna end up in their setup. Why would I ever go up into that? Why would I ever go up into those spikes? I'm going into here! Yes! My dream has come true! But there's no way I'm gonna end up in there. How am I gonna end up in there? Really though?
The how am I going to end up in there is almost the anti-Carl box. While the Carl box can be subtler, the how am I going to end up in there is loud and explicit. It is obvious to the player that it's an area they don't want to be in. The fact that the player can be so guarded yet still fall for these trolls is a testament to how clever a lot of them are. I am somewhat at a loss for a general statement on how these are consistently accomplished. The only thing I can muster is that distance plays a good part. Once the player identifies an area like this, they will try to stay away from it. So if the trap to get them in it is away from the area itself, the player is less likely to put thought into it. These are also just great distraction trolls. If the player is worried about an area like this, then that's where all of their focus is. It wouldn't be hard to take advantage of their attempts to avoid ending up in there. Bonus points if you just put them in another area just like the one they were avoiding.
What is... Steve-O, what are these red coin trolls even?
Let's do one last meme entry. A troll that wasn't really ever a troll, but an in-joke in the community. One day, Carl was exploring the tag section for brand new troll levels that were almost always trash that were likely someone's first attempt to make a level ever. He was playing one of these levels when he came here.
This literally says like no or something, right? Like you can literally see the... I love how you can see the text. You could see it though, you could see the end. Maybe it says yes. Okay, wait. Somebody take that and have it say yes and have it be the way to go, and it's actually a fucking amazing troll.
Now, Nies is a concept that I don't think has ever been successfully implemented the way Carl is suggesting. I am only covering it at all because I kinda think it's this generation of troll designers Z. A joke that almost never gets fallen for that is just passed around because we are all so broken. The suggestion of a joke is just as funny, if not more so, than an actual joke. We have uncovered many forms of suck over the years, and we have finally reached the last one that I feel the need to talk about. Fish suck.
What do I do here? I can't get hit. I now understand the fish. Alright. It would appear that fish suck is a thing that exists. Who knew? I like this. That waiting part just sort of sets you up to just wait. And this looks like you're getting siphoned into... Actually, I'm gonna hold right.
As much as I love that clip, it actually isn't fish suck. It's SMB2 suck. The SMB2 shroom doesn't come up a lot, but it added a ton of trolls. It can only be used in the SMB style, but it allowed the player to crouch jump, pick up objects in a game mode that didn't have picking up normally, and most goofy of all, ride on enemies without killing them. Jumping off of enemies is such a core element to normal Mario movement, it feels weird not immediately bouncing off of every enemy. Instead, Mario is grounded, meaning as long as they are in contact with that enemy, they will go where that enemy goes. even down into an anti-softlock. SMB2 suck was the first unique suck we saw in a while, but it is also the last. So for now, let us remember the sucks we had along the way. Clear conditions remain to be one of the greatest wells of untapped potential in my opinion. Normally the only power a level designer has to set limitations on a player is through geometry and their ability to navigate what is put in it. But with clear conditions, the limitations are limitless. By forcing a new objective onto the player, it reels in the player's potential options without strictly railroading the experience. The player will feel more agency, and the level creator will have a better idea of how the player is going to move through the level. With an objective like collecting coins, the level creators now have something the player is guaranteed to want. Or you could just do stupid shit like this.
Let me do it.
To avoid talking about a whole level, I need to bring up a specific troll. Here in Geek, Faces of Evil's CCC collab, Shade Kitty, and presumably others, built this whole section to abuse the screen scroll for one purpose: to get the player to collect this coin. The reason they had to use the screen scroll is because this coin is that coin, the safety coin. This setup makes the player unwillingly collect the safety coin, making key death all but guaranteed. I just wanted to bring this up because I have seen a lot of play with the infinite checkpoint system, especially in Mario Maker 2, but this is the only significant setup I can recall that forces a safety coin onto the player. I gave a decent amount of time to discuss when Carl said this.
I love it when you give the player the exact same troll twice, because then when they fall for it twice, they feel even dumber. Alright, look, I've been through this. I've experienced this pain.
However, I didn't talk about the troll I think best represents this logic, or at least represents its extreme. Bear24 brought us this section with this weird setup that could also fairly be chalked up to imperceptible consequences. The player is either trolled or makes it through only to be greeted with this, and then this, and this. So many times the exact same troll. The player will no doubt have detected a pattern by now, but that's the point. What player is going to feel comfortable doing the same exact thing in a troll level? It gives me the same vibes as this image of a multiple choice test with the same answer being correct each time. If nothing else, you have to appreciate the dedication to the bit. I have little to say about switch traps this time around. They are so useful they find their way into most other categories just as a tool to make them work. I did want to showcase this Stevo/Soup Bowl setup that activates a switch when the player tries to get rid of this stack of springs. That's a clever use of redirection to trigger a switch and a funny visual to boot. I also just needed an excuse to play this clip of Carl and Tanuki Dan trying to get through this contest level.
Oh, it's like an ever-changing pattern. Oh my god.
How? I don't get it. I don't understand.
The switch trap is constantly screwing up their jumps, but the kicker is it takes them way too long to realize that their jumps are the thing triggering the trap.
The thing is, I don't think...
Wait, we're so dumb!
You get it!
Wait,
You get it now, right?
Oh my god,
You get it! We're stupid!
How did...
We're stupid!
Holy shit, we're idiots!
Great stuff. Camera trolls are so interesting because they play with a much larger meta. How we are trained to view a screen of Mario is deeply ingrained in us. So to see a troll take advantage of that is almost primal. Can you even tell me what is wrong with this screen of the level? You've been looking at it a while, yet I'm still willing to bet not everyone noticed that this wasn't the edge of the screen. That is obviously not every troll, but it is every troll that needed my insightful breakdowns. There are trolls I can't explain, and trolls I probably didn't need to explain but did anyway. I hope I did an adequate job giving these traps the attention they deserve. From the stuff I have explained, the community has thrived on iteration, combination, and innovation to make some incredible stuff that would only be diminished by my voice. If this retrospective has been unfair to anyone, it's Defender. I've dunked on his early works just like everyone else, I've been critical of his core design philosophies, and I've gone back and forth with the Troll Guide. I've tried to keep my feelings on the matter out of it, but they still stain my words. What's worse is that I know for a fact I've chosen to represent him based on works he's moved past. Defender has gone on record saying much of what I have about the guide and the early levels. So let's finally represent him with a much later entry, Trollwitz Fail to Succeed. This is the Defender level in a lot of ways. All of his classic trademarks turned up to 11. The contraptions, the hints, the way the trolls are designed are all still classic Defender. I've expressed how I feel about the way Defender designs trolls before, so is this any different? No, but it is the perfected version of this method. Defender still really doesn't want the player to not fall for a troll, but he has loosened up on the lengths he will go to make sure that happens. One of my biggest issues with older Defender trolls is that the logical distance between the path that gets the player trolled and the correct path was too far apart. There were instances where the player had essentially 0% of getting the correct solution before just seeing the hint explaining it. This level does the same thing, twice. He has saved this larger distance for the two biggest reveals in the level, whereas the rest of the trolls are a lot more likely to be figured out with some critical thinking. This is how it should have been the whole time. It's the best of both worlds. The player can feel like they're an active participant in the level by guessing at some of the smaller trolls, and Defender can still come in with an atomic bomb of a sucker punch as a reveal. That sucker punch being that this level has a required order to beat the sections. A reveal like that is worth removing that player agency, in my opinion.
No way! You have to do the rooms in the right order?
Defender has also come around on the unique design opportunities a bit of brutality can offer.
Oh good, a pick a path. Everybody loves that. I'm gonna go slow and steady. You can't intimidate me. Both wrong!
This is the trolliest troll level he has made and the least like a deception level. Not only does that initial reveal come with a key death resulting in the player needing to play the level again, but there is also some real anti-softlocks and overall reuse of trolls. Another major issue with the way Defender used to design trolls is that there was no value placed on the repetition of those trolls. Once a player fell for the troll, there was no use for it. This level shows a shift in this perception. The player has to go through these sections multiple times, which means they will be repeating these trolls. This leads to players getting comfortable. Comfortable players are very susceptible to twice-twicing and new trolls altogether, and if anyone had the technical know-how to sew all these together, it was Defender.
Something's different. Something's different. Something's different. But what is it?
Not only does this repetition let new trolls hit, but it also builds impact for the larger reveals. Reveals like that it was required to leave a red coin behind while still maintaining this room order. With this information, the player must navigate all the sections without dying. But this is actually less brutal than it sounds. Thanks to the previous repetition, the player can clear these sections much faster, unless they encounter yet another new troll.
No way. No way. No way, dude. There's all the stars! How was I supposed to... Do I have to replay it again? This is like a thrice quintuple key death. I'm too impressed. I know. I want to ban Defender, but I'm too impressed. That's exactly what's happening right now.
I wanted to include this level in the final stretch because it's a good capsule of all the skill and growth the community had throughout the years. Defender will go down as one of the most talented designers simply for all the technical wizardry he accomplished and the high bar that represented. But the only reason he will be remembered that way is because he had the desire to change and learn. The secret is that Defender was always good, but he changed with the game until he was great.
Amazing level, Defender. Y'all, can we get some hearts in chat for the amazing troll community and for Defender? This is a masterpiece.
Defender represented the high bar for many people when it came to complicated contraptions and grand reveals. But that wasn't the only way to make a level. Tuda had a method that was represented in the title of their level, Casual Trolls. Some might agree, but the label more often given to this style is simple trolling. I feel simplicity gets overshadowed by the complex. Perhaps it's just because the complex setups just require more words to explain them. Simplicity, on the other hand, is rather obvious just by looking at it. Or at least you'd think it would be. Simplicity will always be a great way to do trolling because as long as a setup looks simple, the player will feel fairly confident in any predictions they make about it. And if there are reliable expectations, the job of the creator, to subvert them, becomes easy. In other words, the simplicity is a lie. If you thought something was simple to explain, then you've already been trolled.
I don't like this snake. 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 Ah, no! That's the freaking goal right there. There is something just so beautiful about these trolls.
Carl mentioned that this simple troll design felt like Mario Maker 1. There is a case for that, but it's not one that I have to make. There was already an exercise in the community to make something new from something old. Creator Box held a contest requiring Mario Maker 2 creators to limit themselves to the tools of Mario Maker 1, to make a troll level that fits within the modern meta. I think Shade Kitties is my favorite of the entries of this contest that I've seen. The level feels like it could have been pulled directly from the first game. A simple change in toolset not only changes the approach of most creators, but even goes down to the aesthetic. The theme, the blocks, and most striking are the green pipes. I didn't realize just how much the addition of new pipe colors changed the identity of Mario Maker. As for the design itself, I'm a bit torn. It's a great level, clever in most parts, devious where it needs to be, and engaging throughout. But why? Where does the credit belong? Did it get like this because it's simply a good Mario Maker 2 level with less element variety? Or did we lose something given the new options in Mario Maker 2? As with every set of opposing rhetorical questions, the answer lies somewhere in the middle. I've tried to make it clear through this whole essay that I find a lot of value in the levels of the past, not only as stepping stones for what was to come, but in their own right. So I'm sure it's of no surprise that I love the concept of this level and how it goes about building its trolls. I think it's a testament to the older designs that this level mirrors them so much. It shows us that we were truly limited by our tools more than our design philosophies. But just because I admire the history doesn't mean we shouldn't value the lessons we've learned from it along the way. There is a lot of modern meta that makes this level better than its Mario Maker 1 counterparts. I just think that it's subtler than the former. It's a tightening of the design and pacing rather than a complete turn away from it. The conclusion I've reached is the same for both of these levels, and that is that there is value in many different formats of trolling. The fact that these levels could pull design aspects from different points in time and still make something fun and modern shows how a broad definition of troll levels makes for a healthy genre. Creators come and go. Ideas, effort, and time are not endless after all. I'm not even a community member, and I get quite attached to these level creators. It's always a little sad and a little hard to believe when a creator steps away from the game. Mostly because a lot of them end up coming back even when they say they're done. But honestly, I know I was affected when Soup Bowl announced their last level around when I started research. Picking favorite creators feels unfair, but it's not about quality, it's about how certain creators align with how you find fun in levels. There are narratives surrounding certain level creators, especially ones that interact with more public figures like Carl. I've talked about a lot of them, and I have favorite moments from each. I really didn't think of Soup Bowl as one of my favorites going into this project, but the further I got, the more I realized just how much they popped up for me. Their timeline mirrored mine, in a way. Just as they end one thing, this project starts. There are very few levels left to cover, so before we wrap up, let's look at one of my favorite Soup Bowl levels. The remaining colors of the Soup Bow. In a lot of ways, this is the perfect capstone to the modern troll level as it is commonly known. Each of the trolls in this level refined to its best possible version and used to their fullest.
Ugh. There we go. I have to actually see.
The pacing is perfect. The design marries the deception and the crueler troll level design philosophies to make the most entertaining mix. I think a lot of what makes Soup's trolls feel so special is that each element involved is part of more than one troll. Once a troll is dodged or fallen for, the player's focus shifts to the next thing. But the level isn't done using that element. Again and again, trolls are accounted for only for another aspect of them to be revealed to troll the player. Like a Russian nesting doll of trolls.
Okay, I think I hold right. Oh, there we go. That piranha is getting a lot of use. Hold right, and then I just
I think I've made my position on glitches fairly clear, but I do feel it necessary to gush when a setup deserves it. When a glitch leaves you speechless, it deserves to be shared.
Okay. That doesn't work in this game. There's no horizontal, there's no vertical screen wrap in this game. What? How does this work? How does this work? How does that work?
If Carl's reaction didn't explain how crazy this is, I don't know what to tell you. This feels like actual magic. Soup added a feature to the game with this glitch, and made it an anti-softlock on top of that. I just have to tip my hat in respect for a move like that. There are multiple opportunities for key death, but they're also blunt. I love them. When they're not blatantly unfair, they are really dumb.
Easy.
It's not just out of malice. The level is pretty short, only sporting 3 sections in an infinite checkpoint setup. But more importantly, the key deaths are better set up for the twice-twices. Each section has a few trolls depending on what point in the current life they enter from.
Oh, jeez. Wait. That didn't go off. I think the P-switch doesn't go off. It twices you only if you beat a section on the first try? Only if you beat a section on the first try does it twice you? Do all the sections twice you if you beat them on the first try? That's amazing because it makes key deaths even worse.
Overall, it just feels like a perfect way to summarize all of the progress the community has made. The design is so tight now, and the structures so well defined. Soup really understood what worked, but it's clear they took inspiration from all across the troll spectrum. It's really heartwarming to see, and in a way, kind of beautiful. Anyway, let's talk about Thwomp Swallow. Thwomp Swallow is a twice of Thwomp Suck from Bearware, the creator of Thwomp Suck, and SenatorBus, the accomplice. Thwomp Swallow is an improvement in every way over its predecessor thanks to the inclusion of several real softlocks that force the player to start over. And while some may argue it's brought down by its thoughtful and clever use of twice, defenders of this level will point to the mountain of trash that preserves this level's legacy and makes it a worthy follow-up. Truly a level for all to strive to, and deserving of being one of the last levels included in this grand historia. The one thing you can't say about it is that it sucks. I have been looking forward to this level for a while. It's perhaps one of the most unique concepts for a level ever, and it's all the worse for it. Carl Goes to Las Vegas, Nevada is the streamer Geek's rebuttal to Carl's 12 Days of Geekmas. When I last mentioned Geek, it was about her introduction to trolling level. It was cute. However, based on everything else I've seen from her, she's basically another Carl. She sees the artistry in the frustration and thrives in the trash. If it wasn't obvious from the naming scheme, her and Carl had a bit of a back and forth going on between them. Since this level was a response to Carl's anti-based chat-made level, that's exactly what this one is too. Geek was the director, input was taken from her chat, and more technical work was done by these creators. The antis are all pretty great, and you will see plenty of them, but they are not why I want to talk about this level. The theme, the concept, is what excites me. This level is random. The roll of the die determines all of your progress. So, on paper, I'm sure it sounds weird to say the level is random and that there are rolls everywhere, but I think this first room will clear it up nicely.
Oh, we go left this time. I wonder if it could have also... Wow. I wonder if that setup could have made us go to the right also. What does this say? Yesn't? Yesn't? Wait, so it just straight up didn't work. And that's the end. All right, this level is off to a flaming hot start.
To put it simply, you have a 50-50 chance to start the level. That's it. Just a 50% chance of getting soft-locked and having to try to start the level again. A lot of the randomness looks like this. Just an unfeeling chance to screw you over. Upon winning that roll, you get to the heart of this level, the hub. This is an infinite checkpoint level, and this is the hub that makes it work. This hub does a lot of things, but to start it will allow you to enter one of 7 sections at random. Those thinking ahead may see the impact, but this is an amazing setup that deserves to be remembered in the annals of troll history.
Wait a minute, is it a red coin level where the door that I can go in each time is determined by RNG? That's genius! That is genius!
Eons ago, when I was talking about AetherPie's RNG ante, I was able to calculate the chance of success, and more specifically the odds of Carl's exact outcome. I really liked that, and I did it because I knew this level was coming, and I was so looking forward to doing the same thing. But it seems my college dropout is showing because I simply can't do it. It's too much. Luckily, the rolls are easy to understand, so at the very least I can explain all the odds you'd have to overcome, and hope that someone smarter out there can put the proof to my prattling. Each section the hub can lead you to is an ante of sorts. They range from minigames to platforming to other challenges that themselves feel like RNG. Each will reward you with a red coin, at which point you can get funneled into this secondary hub. A lot of infinite checkpoint levels have these. It's just a section that allows all the others to converge before the checkpoint that will allow the player to save the coin. Only in this one,
Oh my god. Is it RNG whether it saves? It's RNG whether the red coin saves?
there is a roll for the chance to hit the second checkpoint and save the red coin you just got. The other path leads to a door with the end. This is normally a tame way to do the key door, but because Carl is a gambling man, he made sure to grab the safety coin, meaning his ability to beat the level will come down to a 50-50.
Oh, thank goodness. Alright, we're saving the safety coin. Let's go.
Regardless of the roll, you will return to the main hub. This time around, it will somewhat mercifully allow you to choose any of the other sections you didn't go into the first time. Emphasis on other because you can't choose the section you just played. This will net you another red coin and another chance to save, meaning if you failed to save the first red coin before, you have another chance. Ultimately, there are still only 2 passes and 2 failures, so it's still 50% on whether you can save any given coin. And I do mean only, because the third visit to the hub guarantees death via a returning softlock with a Steve-O twist.
This is Steve-O's, nerfed it 3 times.
We can now get a better understanding of what this level has to offer. There are 7 sections with 8 red coins, the 9th being the safety coin. 8 because this section has 2, the second of which has to be collected on a separate pass-through after the first is already saved. I'm also going to argue there is another check here in this section. This is technically timing based with an equal amount of filled spaces and empty ones, but for anyone with less than superhuman timing, this is yet another 50-50 to even grant you access to this section's coin, and that's before you have the chance to save it. And this is a little off scripting here. During the editing phase, I was looking at this exact section, and it's even worse than I thought because some of these blocks don't even trigger the switch, meaning it is entirely random and way less odds than I thought to get this coin at all. The absolute best odds to save this coin is 1 out of 4 times, and there is good reason to say that it will likely be worse. That's technically everything, but the more you play and the more you think about the actual math, the worse it gets. Your first few coins are not going to be too hard to get. It doesn't matter which section you start off with because it's likely one that you haven't been to, and there is more than likely a chance you will get to visit another unique section of the second run-through thanks to the hub's mercy choice. As you clear sections, you want to continue to go to new sections. Once you get the coins for a section, there is no need to enter it again, and exiting the room always requires playing the ante. But you have no control over that. The random nature of the hub makes replays guaranteed. Even the second pass through isn't as merciful as it seems. If you want a second chance at the coin with a roll just to collect it, or the room with 2 coins, you will have to die first because you can't re-enter the same section twice. With each coin you collect, the more sections that become redundant, yet every other life they are just as likely to be selected.
Please give me good things. Give me a pipe. I don't remember which pipe I need, but give me a pipe. That's not a pipe. Oh, not this shit again, dude. Not this shit again. Oh my god.
Once you get all the coins and pass the 50-50 to get to the end, or you stupidly get the safety coin and risk playing the entire level again on that 50-50, you can finally get to the key door.
I'm so scared. Yeah! Get smooth, bitch! No! What? 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 No! No! I'm just holding right in case there's a fish. You're kidding me.
In my heart of hearts, I can't deny that I would have absolutely loved if the level required a 50-50 to win. But as a fan of the rivalry at play here, it is just as satisfying seeing the swings return. But it will haunt me forever not knowing whether or not this last spike is real. I couldn't do the math to properly give you the odds of the optimal run, but I can tell you that they are low. Between the constant threat of lost progress, the required replays, and the promise of death, you will be in this level for a while. This is one of the most brutal levels I have ever witnessed. There have been levels with harder antes or more grueling design, but this is different. Something about the raw mechanical unfeelingness of constant dice rolls that makes the experience feel so unique. It's not just one creator vengefully lashing out at you, it feels like the whole world is against you when you get lucky enough to grab the 2 hardest coins only to have this face deny you the chance to hold on to them. In essence, it is just the creator putting the player through this, but that hope of benevolence obfuscates the malice onto the machine itself. There hasn't been another level like it before or since, and I think the players are grateful for that fact.
This one has to go down in the history books. We're saving this one.
So here we are. It only took an eternity, but we are finally at the last individual level I want to cover. I don't actually need to run through its setups and break it down in detail like I have before. Instead, it serves to represent another pivotal milestone in Mario Maker 2. You Just Got Troll Leveled by Ableton is the most outwardly glitchy level I came across in my research of Mario Maker 2. I'm only singling it out because I can't help but feel like it fits the cycle we saw in Mario Maker 1. At the time of this level's release, the game had been out for about the same amount of time as Mario Maker 1's entire lifespan. It makes sense that we would start seeing this stuff more and more as more discoveries accumulated. The difference is there is no other game to follow it up at the time of writing.
This is giving me such Mario Maker 1 vibes when like the game was broken so much that like all the crazy glitches were like combining on top of each other to form something truly amazing. So that means, and then immediately Mario Maker 2 came out. So that means that Mario Maker 3 is going to be out next month.
It was reported 2 years ago that Mario Maker 2's sales doubled its predecessor, and that number has only grown since then, so I'd say the future of the series isn't hopeless. However, for now, Mario Maker 2 is the game we have. I don't mean to sound too foreboding. I don't think this level is a harbinger for the end. Technically speaking, it doesn't hold a candle to the brokenness we saw at the end of Mario Maker 1, and even though it's beyond my cutoff, I know there are levels made more recently that put this one to shame. I could say a lot about glitches, and I have, but here's what it means when they become more prevalent. Glitches get exploited when creators push up against the boundaries set in place. When I see more levels implement them, I don't so much see a broken game. I see creators that have matured past the limits the game has put onto them. If I had to end it there, I think it would be a bit dour. But luckily, that very same creator gave us a perfect troll collage to end this thing out on. Super Ableton World. Yes, world. Not just one level, but essentially a whole troll game inside Mario Maker. Super Worlds were actually added all the way back in the final update, but weren't utilized as much as you might think. As it turns out, it is quite a challenge to make up to 100 levels and 8 worlds of content on your own. It's a really cool feature, but the work required to make a world of value is astronomical. The troll space hadn't really seen a proper contender up until this point. There were some on the periphery. Bear24 made an exemplary puzzle superworld, but trolling was minimal if present at all. Rubber Ross made a fully featured superworld, but much like his original levels, the core principles of trolling were not engaged with as much. Defender was in the process of making one, but nothing I'm aware of has come of it. There was this one other one.
What? Kamek! Kamek! Did you see that? That was ridiculous.
But I think it's safe to say Ableton's was the first to focus on trolling at large. We've already gone on this long, why not another incredibly long dive while we're at it? This superworld is gone, and to my knowledge can't be played in any way. So as yet another catalog, let's go through each level, see what they have to offer, and put it in the context of a superworld. This level gets a whole world just to itself. For those confused, super worlds are the entire package, while this is a world. They are essentially the map that strings each level together. Each super world can have up to 8 worlds, and if it wasn't obvious that the layout is determined by the creator...
Ah! I shouldn't have done this! I'm already in an ante! I'm already in an ante!
Meaning the trolls aren't just in the levels anymore. This level introduces us to a concept that makes worlds so very interesting. A level is a self-contained thing. It may have some superfluous parts, but even those have to remain within a theme, style, and resource limits if those parts don't want to interfere with the level at large. Super worlds remove these limits. This level is a welcome sign, a quick lesson, and a link to an external video. That's it. Alone, this is an absolutely trash level, but we are no longer judging these as individual levels, these are now parts of a whole. As the starting point for a long journey, this is a perfectly valid level. It does teach us one of the major gameplay changes Super Worlds provide: lives. In Super Worlds, you have limited lives. It sounds like a bigger deal than it is. The only thing this can effectively do is make you lose your checkpoint in a single level if you completely run out. And that is what this little section here is trying to show you. The link, on the other hand, is something else. Ableton and King Bling went beyond and crafted a narrative to go alongside the super world. This is the aspect of the world that is still up, and I encourage you to seek it out for yourself, because I will not be making much reference to it. I have no need to rob you of a very enjoyable watch. The first real level of the pact is another incredibly short one. It's basically a single joke. You have only one life. I actually have no idea how this level would work outside of a superworld because the checkpoints are in perilous spots, but since you have only one life in the superworld, you can't respawn at them anyway. Another reminder in case the player didn't understand what was happening in the opening level. Over 3 years, and we finally get a sequel to Jeff's failed troll experiment. In reality, this idea has been done enough, but the context of a superworld gives this new meaning. The ultimate goal of this level is to respawn at the checkpoint by dying. That is why the mechanic of game overing has been taught to the player in the past 2 levels. The extra life is very much needed. After many extremely cute sequences of the level dangling the 1-up just out of reach, the player reaches this nice area here. The assumption might be that the 1-up is again fake, but it's very real. It's still the wrong answer, but it's real. It even allows the player to respawn at the checkpoint. However, the player was so worried about getting that life, I bet few consider the possibility of dying twice.
It has to be rain. What do you mean?
There is of course some mechanism that triggers if the player willingly hurdles into the spike to actually win, but playing with the life system is a really interesting concept, especially when considering the play between levels. This next one is pretty complicated, so I'm just going to have to play it out.
Think of a number between 1 and 100.
Nice. Now that lives are no longer a real issue, we can move on to the more experimental levels. Cursed Key Death is an escape room of sorts. In a similar way to how the old Mansion escape levels worked, the real goal is to simply figure out how to get out of the level. I word it like this because if you try to follow the obvious paths, you get trolled and softlocked. This level starts a more solid trend that we will see throughout the Superworld. Shorter, experimental levels that are the development of 1 or 2 ideas. This is what I have the most interest in, and what made me so confident in my assertion of the diversification of trolling. There aren't a lot of standard troll levels. Of all the levels, only 6 identify themselves as fully featured modern troll levels, which this level immediately flows into. Goop and Gorp are the characters in the narrative of this Superworld, and each level given their namesake is more of the larger scale level like we have been more commonly seen up until now in the greater world of trolling. I also don't have too much to say about them. There are a couple of reasons, and none of them have to do with the quality. The first is that I have largely covered what they are going for. They were trying to fall in line with what the player might expect from a standard troll level, and I think they did great at that. They were the meat for the players uninterested in the experimental side offerings. The other thing is that I'm already struggling to place this Superworld's content on the timeline. I am talking about this now because it's a major event that was released within a few months of my cutoff, but that only takes into account the Superworld as a whole. It didn't just take a few months to then release alongside many of the other troll levels coming out each week. It took time. This level, Goop and Gorp 1, was initially released in late October of 2020. Generously assuming it took just the beginning of that month to make, that means that this Superworld has been in development for at least 20 months. The meta had shifted a lot over the course of development, and in some regards it doesn't feel fair to judge a 2020 level by 2022 meta standards. As for this level, it did release publicly in 2020, so I've accounted for it as a level that was released then, and likely have even shown you some clips from its more memorable moments.
Get me out and never take me back!
Sus is a good old non-suspicious setup. It's plenty flashy, it's a good callback, but it's pretty traditional compared to most of the other levels, so let's just move on.
Oh. Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. What was that?
Oh god. I don't have time for a tangent within this long tangent, but this level plays with minigame meta. A lot of short little minigames have been made in Mario Maker 2. We've seen some of the more evil deviations in the form of antis, but most of them were actually trying to be fun. The first example is the best, with a troll based on Spot the Difference minigames. Choose the path that has the section with a difference in it. Can you spot the difference? Well, if you look really closely, you'll see that the pipe on the right is actually a slightly different color. It's a novel concept that only got explored in anti-softlocks before this point, and even those were more execution than subversion. They aren't exactly simple rug pulls either, there are some pretty clever trolls on display.
I don't think I should have done that, okay. Oh god. Hey, that worked. Yeah, this has to work. Okay. There we go. What's this? I don't like this. I don't like this. I'm scared. What was that? Why didn't it hit it? Convincing the player. Like, the fact that it hits the P switch is already, like, convinces you, yo, okay, Super Ball can hit more things. And then, like, the Super Ball collects the key, which again, like, convinces you the Super Ball can do things. Oh my goodness.
I'm trying not to be reductionist here. Trolling already cast a wide net, but never before did it feel so comfortable doing whatever was funny, despite target audience, common practice, or length. Pick AP is basically this one setup, which is a bit of a twist on Steve-O's original version. It's a complicated setup with a lot of reality required.
The setup for that level, look at this. This is the setup for the pick a P level.
If you are going to have setup levels, it makes sense to do one like this. This level is a joke, but in the best way. The name implies Kaizo, the intro implies a lot of return trips, and this screen already pays that off. This is already a pretty good joke, building up this one jump to be Kaizo levels of difficult. However, this is a troll level, so anyone aware of that will correctly assume that it is going to find a way to make you fail. The real punchline being that it's not the jump that's hard to make, it's the jump back. It's perfect. Not wordless perhaps, but a really good joke told within the medium. Goop and Gorp 2 is in fact another full-length level, and despite being quite good, I will leave the in-depth look to you. I just want to cover the weirder stuff. How about for now, I just show you my favorite troll from these levels and we move on. In this level, it is a particularly good night mode shenanigan.
I now understand the troll right there.
Another level that denies the player the one thing they need to win. Even if this trope is popping up a few times in the Super World, it's hard to be critical. Clear conditions were not used a whole lot in general, and even if the idea of preventing the player from getting something, depending on what that something is, there are unique trolls to be had.
There's no way this is an infinite loop, is there? Is this an infinite loop?
A very similar setup to the first wholesome Kaizo, but the actual section looks a bit harder this time. For example, this pit seems pretty hard to avoid. This setup is actually a reference to a Chichiri setup that was the first to build a night level that looks like it's right side up from the player's perspective. Reference or no, the joke still works. This level is a quick glitch exposition. You don't even have to stay and watch if you're in a hurry, but for the rest of us, we get a little magic trick.
What?
Great, right? Let's watch it again. We've seen very few full auto levels in this essay, which is kinda easy to understand. They require either 0 or 1 input from the player to work, with this one just requiring down to be held. The only decision to be made about them is whether to play them at all, which is kinda how the auto troller levels like The Level is a Lie work. They had to reveal the auto. For something like this, the only real troll you can do is require more than you let on.
Alright, I bet you at the very last second.
A bit cheap, but it's the price you pay for a well-executed auto level in a troll superworld. The nod for this full troll level goes to the anti-softlock right at the end. It's another getting over it style anti with a fantastic use of an off-screen claw that actually makes it a CP1 instead of an average anti.
Benevolent or malevolent? Malevolent. Absolutely malevolent! Absolutely malevolent! No! No!
You want to talk about committing to a bit, this is practically marriage. This is a very basic troll level, except for half of it is a twice-twice, using an off-screen CP to switch between the sections. The only thing I can discern this changes is whether this platform goes up.
Now wait just a minute!
Or down.
Alright, this troll was easy. Oh!
What a bit. Another clear condition keeping the one thing the player needs away from him, this time utilizing the unique ways to keep a coin out of reach.
There's coins down there, there's coins down there! Oh, I can't make it in time!
Yet another level that almost requires its own tangent. It is playing off the meta of another subgenre. Tons of super expert levels have setups just like this, 1 or 2 super precision jumps that require either frame perfect or in this case, pixel perfect jumps to avoid the trap. The only reason these haven't died off is because it's hard to put down a challenge that is literally just one jump. Or in this case, it's actually just a fish.
It's me!
Very similar to the last. Present a level with an adjacent subgenre of level that may have seen troll crossover in the past, then reveal it's actually just a joke. Again, I'm only going to barely mention this level, even if it features the originator of the non-sus setup, Wilfred. For what it's worth, it's my favorite of the longer format levels, and my favorite troll may just be the dumbest one in the level. This level uses the SMB1 airship theme, and banks hard on the fact that no one uses this theme. The creators were willing to bet that players are so unfamiliar with this tile set that they put this Kaizo block here to prevent them from jumping up through here, even though that is actually a solid block, and this one isn't. Good stuff. Lore Update is just another level to link to another video in the series they made for it. This whole concept is far outside of the realm of typical Mario Maker design, but I love that it was done anyway. We are already at the next Goop and Gorp, the Superworld's fully featured levels, and I think this one's actually worth going in depth on, so I'm actually going to just let it play out.
Goop and Gorp number... Wait, we already on the next Goop?
Pretty intricate, right? In all seriousness though, this is still a good joke. The whole Superworld has set expectations, and those expectations can be broken outside of the context of a level. There was a naming scheme to suggest a certain type of level, and that's not what it was. What a fool you were for expecting anything at all. This level works by suggesting there is more than there is. If the player approaches this as a standard troll level, they are tricked. As soon as that is revealed, the level is over. I've talked about the extensive reuse of 1-1, and this level distills it so well I actually used it in the very beginning of this essay. But there is no lie here, it really is just 1-1, but with fish. And that's all it had to be to make me laugh.
Here we go!
I do believe that these super worlds are as good as some whole games on their own, and they clearly take a momentous amount of effort. If you build a whole game like this, I guess you can take a shot at the monetization models of games and game media outlets. It seems only fair.
We have to watch the ads. Today's level is sponsored by Gorp. Wait. Gorp VP. Oh, Gorp VPN.
This video not sponsored by Gorp VPN, by the way. But the door is open.
Something seems off. Can't quite put my finger.
Another real full-length level, and I can't help it. My favorite troll is the last one. It's impressive enough to have the whole screen get covered by lava, but to have the lava reveal a twice that CP1s the player if they do what they had before is another.
Okay, take me away. What's gonna happen this time? I thought... I want to know what's in the door. We're going in. We're going in. We're going in. Whoa!
This might be the most anti-softlock an anti-softlock can be. It says it right there. You must climb the letters 4 times. Unless you are Carl and key death because you weren't paying attention, then you have to do it 8 times.
I'm not smart. I have made a serious mistake on this day.
You are then rewarded with a real softlock, because you decided to play a level called Anti-Softlock when you could have just instead gone this way at the start of the world to avoid this level entirely. King Bling seems to be the main contributor outside of Abaton when it comes to this super world, so it's no surprise to see them prominently featured in the last 2 levels. This is a send-off to their classic death trap. A roller coaster ride of expectations to your death.
Oh, this is the cutest throwback. It's a King Bling Ante, yes! Yes! Oh. Yeah, I bet these are really fun to make. Oh, I love these. Alright. Aww.
After some cute credit levels, another thing only a super world can afford to do, we get the last level, Goop and Gorp 7. As a finale to a troll game, I don't think there is a better concept to end with. This level is a twice of the first level made for this super world. The concept of twice levels have been around for a long time, from Dummytown USA to most things just did for a while. The idea is solid. take an entire level and just twist and rearrange the trolls in it just enough to throw players off. I'm less excited about it as a level and more so as an end to the whole experience. To have a Trolley mirror of the beginning of the Superworld there to end the whole thing is as devious as it is poetic. Time and time again in the Superworld, we saw the idea of what it meant to be a troll level played with. They can be as broad as an ocean or as shallow as a puddle. It all depends on the goal.
GG's again to Avaton, Wilfred, and King Bling. That was probably the coolest thing I've done in Mario Maker 2. Alright, GG's everybody.
I see fatigue and concern brewing in the community, especially when it feels like Nintendo is doing everything in their power to erase history as it's made. But I am more confident in these creators than I ever have been in the past. The breadth of options they have become comfortable with has made trolling a valuable design goal in Mario Maker, and I think the game is all the richer for it. I'm sad I'm stopping at a point that has already passed us by a while ago, but I don't think I could have found a better note to end on. This is where I've decided to end it, but I don't think I could cover more if I tried. The genre has exploded out and influenced countless other creators and the subgenres they contribute to. According to my notes, I have tracked 601 levels by around 240 creators. I've identified 119 troll categories, written about 558 unique trolls, and cataloged thousands more. And yet, I know there is so much more to cover and so much I missed. To go on at this length is almost embarrassing. I wouldn't fault anyone for chalking this whole project up as an overly long ego trip. I can't stand here after all this and say it's not at all about me. Not with the way I've written this. But I couldn't bring myself to do any less. These creators deserved every word and then some. I wouldn't have put so much of myself in this if I didn't think that the experiences I've had and the ways these levels have made me feel wasn't a genuine accomplishment. I said at the beginning that this would be the game that I would send out into the depths of space, to represent the artistic medium as a whole. I stand by that, but it's not why I would choose this game. These levels, the feeling these creators facilitate, is the part of humanity I would want to share. The joy of a surprise, the camaraderie of a joke told through mechanics, the juxtaposition of utter absurdity mere inches from true brilliance, the trials we face and the value of getting over them. While we may have missed our chance to share these experiences with the vast emptiness of space, I think I can rest easy knowing there are always going to be people out there trying to make life more interesting for the rest of us. Thanks for watching. I really appreciate you watching this whole thing. I hope you took breaks. I couldn't end this thing off without giving one last shout out to all the level creators that made this possible. So as we wrap up, I'll be displaying the names of all the creators that contributed to my data in one way or another. Most of them didn't get mentioned by name, and a lot of them didn't even get shown in the background, but every one of them contributed something that helped me understand the history as a whole. This project has been long and taxing, but it's also been one of the most rewarding things I've ever done. I hope you liked it because I think this is something I want to keep doing. Not always about history, and maybe not always about games, but I've got ideas. If that sounds interesting to you, consider subscribing and sharing this around. However, I can only do this on the side for a little longer. So if you are even more determined to keep listening to my nonsense, consider heading over to patreon.com/RyeRoyal and signing up there to help keep me fed. I can't promise much yet, but I can grease the wheels a little. I I gave a lot of shit to a lot of troll levels and a lot of creators in that video, so I thought it should be only fair that I let everyone else judge what I've made. God damn it. Falling for my own trolls. Yeah, I was clearly running out of ideas. And look at this! Oh, disgusting. I don't even... Like, this is atrocious. So, who's really the idiot here? Finally, one last thank you to Carl and his editor Dave for allowing me to use his level footage and for being the initial inspiration for this video. And with that, I'll see you in the next one.